Chapter 301. The show begins. The venue for the All-Star event bustled with noise. As the main host, after finishing the Alliance's requirements, Club Samsara obviously put in all of their efforts to show off their power. On the brochure, each of the 24 players chosen for the All-Star event had their own page. The page had a photograph, the player's information, an introduction, and a hand-drawn picture of the player's powerful glory character. The production was quite good. Who were the 24 chosen players? A fan like Chen knew the answer way before the event started. Right now, she was holding the brochure. The more she flipped through it, the more excited she became, especially when she got to Su Muqing's page. She was so enamored that she had even forgotten to move. Chen had seen these types of all-star brochures before. Those times, Yi Qiu would certainly be beside Su Muqing. Except his photo would always be a shadow, making him look like an enigma. This time Excellent Era's new core member, Sun Slong, was next to Su Muqing's page. One autumn leaf looked as mighty as ever, but his owner had changed. These were the only two players that were chosen from Team Excellent Era. If the players were chosen based on the team's performance, then it would be very hard to argue for the dismally placed Excellent Era. Even though they were recently moving along a positive trend, it was still pretty much hopeless for them to enter the top 8. Su Muqing's popularity had no relationship with the team. With her popularity, even if she was never put into a match, it was very possible that her fans would push her onto the All-Stars list anyways. As for Sun Slong, he had only just transferred into Excellent Era mid-season. He had an extraordinary run with his previous team, conquering clouds. He had led the very ordinary team into the top 8. After transferring to Excellent Era, Team Over the Clouds' performance immediately fell, while Team Excellent Era's performance rose. This could be considered proof of his extraordinary ability. He had been titled the most outstanding rookie last year. His popularity this year had clearly gone up a level. Amidst the liveliness, the three found their seats. The event had not yet officially started. Chen looked all around and seemed indescribably excited, as if she had discovered something new. They sat like this for half an hour. The spectators gradually trickled in as the official start of the event grew nearer and nearer. At 8 o'clock sharp, the music that had been playing the entire time stopped. The venue suddenly turned pitch black, as if a movie were going to be shown. Not waiting for people to cheer, a pillar of light dropped down onto the stage. In the middle of the light, a projection of a glory character appeared. One after the other, in a circle, characters descended down onto the stage as if they had come from the heavens. The audience immediately erupted into cheers and shouts. Chen was also extremely excited. She pulled at Yi Qiu and Tang Ru, pointing at those glowing characters. Tang Ru obviously couldn't identify them. Yi Qiu was more familiar with them than Chen, but he didn't say anything. He only smiled as he heard Chen excitedly point out every character she recognized. One autumn leaf. That's one autumn leaf. Look, look, look. Amidst Chen cries of joy, one autumn leaf with his silver weapon, Evil Annihilation, descended down. This character didn't have a life, but at this moment, it looked alive. While Chen was shouting, she suddenly recalled the player behind the character that had recently retired. Her voice suddenly stopped and her expression dimmed. However, it was only for a short moment. The character that closely followed one autumn leaf's character quickly ignited Chen spirit again. The shout she made that instant was completely unrecognizable to Yi Qiu and Tang Ru. Dancing Rain. The character that followed closely behind one autumn leaf was Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. She heaved a cannon on her shoulder and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She clearly looked like a warm and kind-hearted girl, but she had chosen a character that used heavy artillery. Yi Qiu thought of this and couldn't help but smile. What are you smiling at? Chen looked strangely at this guy's weird smile. Then she thought of her recent excessive fangirling. The people around her had been startled by her and were now all staring at her, making her feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing Yi Qiu smile again, she immediately felt that he was mocking her. It's nothing. Su Muqing. Cool. Yishio shouted, while applauding wildly, relieving Chen Guo of some of the attention. Many of the people were now staring at Yishio instead of Chen Guo. Yeah. If you're coming to watch it live, you have to join in with the crowd. Chen Guo was very pleased with Yishio's attitude. She didn't care if her fangirling was a bit excessive. She turned to look at Tang Ru. What do you think, little Tang? I don't know. I don't know them. Tang Ru shrunk back. She pretended that she didn't know who the two people beside her were. Come. I'll introduce them to you. Chen Guo was very enthusiastic and she began introducing the characters in the Pillar of Light to Tang Ru. Chen Guo knew who the 24 chosen players were long before the event started. As long as she saw the characters' class, she could pretty much guess who it was 7 times out of 8. She pointed at each one and didn't make a mistake. Finally, 23 characters had been shown. For the final character, the character's descent was slightly slower. By stopping and moving repeatedly, the action beautifully created a feeling of anticipation. It made it seem as if the 23 characters prior had been little soldiers opening the way for the great general to arrive. Club Samsara had taken advantage of their powers as the host to have this 24th character be the last one to come out. This character was obviously their Samsara's trump card, Juzukai's character, known as the Great Gunner, Cloud Pisser. Even though Chen Guo was a fan of Excellent Era, she didn't have any ill will towards Juzukai's character and applauded. However, since this was Samsara's home grounds, Samsara clearly had more fans here. Cloud Pisser appeared majestically on stage. The applause and cheers from the audience were simply deafening. The people who had turned their heads to glare at Chen Guo and Yishio had lost their own poise and were clearly Samsara fans. Apart from the audience's reactions, there was no other noise. As Cloud Pisser descended, the Pillar of Light flickered into 24 pillars. The pillars flashed in an alternating manner, shining on all 24 all-star characters. The audience's cheers grew even livelier. Then, the 24 characters, which had been quietly standing there, suddenly sprang into action. Dashing, attacking, dodging, jumping. The 24 characters displayed all sorts of movements. The audience erupted into another wave of cheers. The projections looked as if real people were moving around in a cosplay act. After they all performed a set of movements, the Pillar of Light suddenly dimmed, leaving the audience in darkness again. The audience's cheers also calmed as the stadium darkened. Everyone was waiting for the next part of the show. A Pillar of Light. A Pillar of Light once again dropped down, shining on a single character. This was the first character that had descended down. The leader of last year's champions. Team Tiny Herb Captain Wang Jiesh's magician, Vicaria. The audience wondered if the character was going to do something again. Then, they watched as Vicaria hopped onto his broom and flew into the air. Vicaria turned his head in mid-air and lifted up his arms. The Pillar of Light followed as he flew and the audience focused their attention onto the red potion bottle in his hands. Players who were familiar with the witch class would recognize this witch skill, a lava flask. Shatter? In the absolutely silent stadium, the breaking of the lava flask could clearly be heard. It was exactly the same as in the game. Following the shatter was an explosion. Lava burst forth from the flask onto the stage. The flames burned and surged. As the audience watched, stunned, Vicaria lifted his hands again. A white fog-like item was thrown into the air. Puffs of clouds formed and blue rain poured down. The audience immediately recognized this as another witch skill, Acid Rain. Then, Vicaria revealed a few more skills. The visual effects were exactly the same as in the game. The stunned audience only now realized that these visual effects were only projections. In that instant of realization, shouts and cheers erupted across the stadium. Vicaria's Pillar of Light faded away and the darkness returned. The second character followed with another display of skills. After each of the 24 characters performed, the audience awaited the next scene. The previous performance had been done individually. If all of the projections began shooting out their skills and engaging in battle, what would the scene be like then? The host didn't disappoint. After the individual performances, they immediately began the battles. 1v1, 2v2. Even a 12v12 fight. The skills from the various characters mixed into a flurry of colors. The silver weapons in each of the god-level characters' hands glittered like gems. The scene in front of the audience's eyes was no longer as if they were in the game, but rather a movie. It looked as if each and every character was standing in front of them. It was much more vivid than looking at the game. As for the chaotic battle, no one noticed the skills that were being used. They had been entranced by the splendid visual effects. They hoped that it would never end. However, since these 24 characters represented the 24 all-star players, they couldn't show a winner or a loser. After enjoying the on-stage effects, Samsara's trump card, Cloud Pisser, suddenly jumped into the air and flew towards the top of the stadium. The other characters ascended like stars as if they were chasing after him. The 24 characters flew up to the top and then exploded with a bang, like fireworks. The audience stuck out their hands to touch the lights, only to confirm that the projections truly weren't real. Soon after, the lights on the stadium lit up. The large screens hanging in the air broadcasted the images of real fireworks that had been shot into the air above the stadium. The host's voice boomed, "This year's All-Star Weekend has officially begun." Chapter 302. Rookie Challenge Competition. The audience had their spirits excited by the opening. The fireworks that were going on outside, the commentators' commentary, and the highlight reel from the past year felt somewhat lacking comparatively. The audience still hoped that it would continue. Even if the opening repeated itself, they still felt that it would at least be more exciting than the current program. Amazing! Beautiful! This was the impression that the audience received from the opening. But for professionals like Yi Xiao, the stunning opening was no more than just that. What he wanted to know was whether those characters' movements had been planned beforehand or whether they were being controlled at the scene. If it was the latter, then this opening would be the mark of a new era. Utilizing projection technology to display Glory's matches, if that concept had truly become a reality, then the audience would be able to see projections of the map, as well as the characters. The scene from the matches could then be shown to the audience. At that moment, not only the audience, but also the players themselves would feel as if it were real. The scene. This was what it meant to be at the scene. While the audience was entranced by the opening, Yi Xiao had quickly thought about all of this. Such a change would affect the business more. With the development of the business, more attention would naturally come. This would then, in turn, attract more people to Glory's esports scene and increase the competitiveness of it. It would indirectly push the game forward. The use of this technology would become an important milestone in Glory. Even though Yi Xiao couldn't be certain, using it in the opening of the All-Star competition was already an indicator. Or perhaps the Alliance was doing it to test the technology. The All-Star competition wasn't an official match, but it would attract a lot of attention. There wasn't a more suitable place to publicly test it out. Would they still continue to test the new technology? Yi Xiao couldn't be more familiar with the All-Star competition's layout. On the first day, after the opening, the first event would be the Rookie Challenge competition. The participants for the Rookie Challenge competition didn't need to be chosen. As long as you hadn't been a pro for 2 full years, you had the qualifications to sign up. Afterwards, you would then be allowed to freely choose from non-rookie players and 1v1 them. The two parties usually wouldn't use their own accounts, but rather they would use 2 equally strong characters provided by the host to fight. This was clearly done to take care of the rookies. If they had used their own accounts, then the majority of the rookies wouldn't compare to the veterans' characters. As a result, by equalizing the characters the two parties used, they would both fight on equal grounds. Since the rookies signed up on their own, their information wouldn't be announced to the public. As a result, every year during the All-Stars weekend, guessing which rookies would participate was a huge part of the fun for the audience. The rookies' popularity definitely wouldn't be able to compare to the gods, but for Glory fans, as long as they were on the host's team, any of the team members would attract a huge amount of attention to them. Even more so, there were a few rookies whose names were quite renowned. This time's Rookie Challenge competition had quite a few rookies the fans were looking forward to, so everyone was filled with anticipation towards this challenge competition. At this moment, the host, who was only heard but not seen, finally announced the first participant in the Rookie Challenge competition, Team Thunderclap, Daiyinchi. When the name was announced, the applause from the audience wasn't too crazy, but it wasn't too quiet either. Daiyinchi wasn't considered outstanding by any means among the rookies. If something had to be said about Daiyinchi, then it'd have to be that she was a female player. For female players, fans always harbored a different type of anticipation and attention. That was why, when compared to the others at the same skill level, they received a bit more attention. The age of the rookies usually weren't very high. Daiyinchi was only 17 years old. However, she was quite outgoing and wasn't afraid of going up on stage. As she walked on stage and became the focal point, she waved her hands to everyone and then announced in a loud voice who she would challenge, Chu Yunxiu. Sister Chu has always been an idol for us girls. I respect her a lot. I'm using this opportunity to challenge Sister Chu and I hope I'll be able to receive her instruction. Daiyinchi's issue of challenge had been filled with reverence. She clearly wanted this battle to be a chance for her to greet her respected senior. Whether she lost or not wasn't important. The audience clearly wasn't too excited about this match and only gave her an applause as a sign of courtesy. And at this moment, Chu Yunxiu entered the stage from the players' seats. Players who had been called could not refuse the challenge, even if they had fought consecutively. And in the history of the event, the most tragic participant was Yi Xiu. At his very first All-Stars competition, he was the rookies' most respected player, as well as their opponent whom they most wanted to try and beat. That year, all 7 rookies who had participated in the rookie competition had chosen Yi Xiu. The final participant that went up no longer had a good reason to fight him and just simply said same. Yi Xiu had also created a record for the player to be called out the most in the Rookie Challenge competition. Whether it was in a single competition or the total times overall, he was the champion. Chu Yunxiu was also someone who had seen the stage before. After going up on stage, she naturally said a few warm words to her junior. The two then chose their classes, took the character accounts provided by the host and headed to the competition stage. The two walked in opposite directions. As they walked farther and farther from each other, the audience finally noticed that in this year's All-Star competition, the competition stage wasn't set in the middle, but rather on opposite corners of the stadium. The audience felt a bit uncertain because of this, but Yi Xiu had noticed something. As the two walked to the competition stage, the display screen above the stage began to show the match interface. The entire stadium's lights dimmed. As the match was being set up, the empty space in the middle of the stadium began to glow. Not long after, along with the audience's shouts of astonishment, the map chosen by Daiyinchi appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When the match began, the two characters emerged onto the two ends of the map. The audience had finally realized what was going to happen. In order to fit the entire map onto the stage, the projection couldn't be shown at a 1:1 scale, it had to be shown on a different scale. The two characters would naturally be affected and their characters were smaller than the ones in the opening scene. Because of this, some of the details couldn't be seen clearly. The surrounding display screens played like they had in the past. However, at this moment, everyone's attention fell on the unclear projection. This is too amazing, Chen said, stunned. Her reaction was the same as the audience's. The conjecture Yi Xiu had made earlier had been verified and he understood that this was a new age for glory. However, it looked like the scaling seemed to be a big issue. The scaling was too small and couldn't be seen clearly. It didn't seem likely like it could replace the display screens, though this issue would most definitely be solved sooner or later. While the audience was still astonished by this, Chu Yunxiu and Daiyinchi had already met. They hadn't chosen to do any sort of special movement and simply met with each other in the middle of the stage in the fastest way. Afterwards, the two politely asked whether the other side was ready in the chat box and they began to fight. By looking at both the display screens and the projection, they discovered that the projection synchronized perfectly. No one cared at this moment who would win or lose. They had been completely captivated by the new competition display. As they watched the two characters go back and forth, everyone had already forgotten their names. In the end, the match ended without too much suspense. Chu Yunxiu easily beat Dai Yanqi. The two then, once again, politely gave their respects and the match ended. The applause afterwards and the quality of the match was quite an illusion. Even Chu Yunxiu and Dai Yanqi themselves knew quite well that the majority of the applause wasn't towards them, but rather it was towards the new technology that allowed them to feel a new experience. The projection disappeared and the stadium lit up once again. The fans continued to discuss the new display, while the host announced the second rookie to come up on stage, Team Tiny Herb's Jiaoyingjie. The applause was deafening. This applause this time was the real deal. Jiaoyingjie's recognition as a genius, whether or not it had been pushed forward by Tiny Herb, had always been well known in the glory scene. He had already been designated as the player who would inherit Vicaria and, up until now, he hadn't appeared in an official match. Just how good was this genius? Glory's fans had been curious about this since long ago and now they finally had the chance to see it. Jiaoyingjie also walked around the stadium in a circle and said a few words. But compared to the girl Dai Yanqi, he was much more modest. With his head lowered, and both his hands and feet stiff, he walked onto the stage. He quickly raised his head, waved them around, and said a simple, "Hi everyone. My name is Jiaoyingjie." His voice went from loud to soft. His last three words were said so quietly that he himself might not have been able to hear them. At the seats for the pro players, Tiny Herb's members were quietly shaking their heads. If Jiaoyingjie had decided this on his own, then he definitely wouldn't have signed up for the match. The reason that he had signed up was because Wang Jieshi had acted in place of him and signed him up. This child truly needed some discipline. The player who I want to challenge is our Tiny Herb team captain, Wang Jieshi. Jiaoyingjie's voice was as soft as ever. However, at least Wang Jieshi's name had been said. The reason for his challenge was even softer than the noise made by a mosquito. The host once again reminded him to speak a bit louder through his earpiece, but it proved to be no use. Helpless, and not waiting for the child to finish, Wang Jieshi came up on stage to rescue him. The god was naturally able to control the stage and, after quickly saying a few simple words, the two players sat at their respective seats amidst the audience's applause. The lights dimmed and the projection once again appeared after the map was chosen. Both players chose the witch class and their characters appeared at opposite ends of the map. Chapter 303. Intentional. Even though they were players who played the same class, the skills they were used to using and their equipment styles might not have been the same. This was why the hosts provided players with level 70 blank accounts. Their skill points hadn't been added yet and their equipment could be chosen freely. Of course, they didn't have silver equipment though. They were using all common equipment from the game. Since the All-Star event was in cooperation with Glory's gaming company, the required accounts and equipment needed for the All-Star event weren't lacking. Wang Jieshi and Jiaoyingjie's witches entered the stage. Their skill points and equipment had been chosen. Jiaoyingjie was the player who was going to inherit Wang Jieshi's Vicaria, so in terms of skills they chose and their equipment choices, the two weren't too different from each other. At this moment, the two witches were headed towards the middle of the stage. It was practically impossible to see who had moved first. Similar to the last match, the two directly dashed towards the middle. As players from the same team, they knew about this battle beforehand, which was why they hadn't said any greetings or anything at all before the match began, like Dai Yanqi and Chu Yunxiu had done. The two witches on their brooms gradually flew closer and closer to each other. The first to act was actually Jiaoyingjie as he raised his hands and sent a magic missile towards Wang Jieshi's character. This match would truly be a beautiful fight. In comparison, the audience had placed most of their attention onto the projection's visual effects in the prior match. This time around, the audience had been pulled back to the main theme through Jiaoyingjie and Wang Jieshi's brilliant fighting. The projection's true effects had returned to its original purpose. It complemented the performance instead of surpassing the match's beauty. The two witches danced around the map like butterflies. Lava, acid, and traces of their skills laid everywhere. All sorts of magic items had been thrown onto the ground. Let alone the projection, but even with only the broadcasted scenes, the match was already astonishing enough. It could be seen from just how many times the commentator wowed. Because this was a one-on-one match, the two sides' tempo was truly too fast. By the time the commentators finished explaining an exchange of blows, the two sides had already moved on and exchanged who knew how many more blows by then. How could the audience care to pay attention to the commentators' sputter? In the end, the commentators decided that it'd be best to just keep quiet. Is this match for real? At the pro players' seats, quite a few had already started discussing the match. Apart from Tiny Herb, all of the other teams were greatly surprised. Not only players from the same team, but even players from different teams rarely fought so seriously at an All-Stars event. Simply speaking, this was only a show planned by the Alliance. It was said to be a rookie challenge, but in reality, very few rookies would refuse to allow the old generals to leave the stage with their heads held high. There also weren't any old generals who would go all out against a rookie. For example, Dai Yanqi and Chu Yunxiu's battle was a perfect example. Everyone politely did their act and that was it. Currying a senior person's favor may not be something rookies understood, but there were always people who would remind them. But in Jiao Yingjie and Wang Jiexi's match, since both of the players were from the same team, the two unexpectedly fought so seriously and intensely. For the senior, if the senior won too hard, it would feel as if the big were bullying the small. But if the senior lost, then that'd be even more embarrassing. And as for the rookie? The rookie didn't have a lot of experience in the Alliance. If the rookie refused to let the senior leave the stage with his pride intact, then later on, if he were met with a revenge attack, then his development would certainly take a hit. Right now, Jiao Yingjie's opponent was his team captain. If the team captain were truly offended, then Jiao Yingjie's position within the team would be perilous. All of the pro players were discussing this and glancing over at Team Tiny Herb's members, but all they saw was that Tiny Herb's members looked on as if this was very normal. Those who were familiar with Tiny Herb's team members moved closer to ask what exactly was going on, but nothing came out of it. Tiny Herb's atmosphere seemed to be frozen. As the audience cheered and yelled, the battle grew even more intense. Originally, the two had been fighting at the center of the map, but now they had shifted to a corner. The two sides' health bars were about the same, but by looking at their characters' advances and retreats, the one at a disadvantage was unexpectedly Wang Jieshi. It looked as if Jiao Yingjie's which was chasing and attacking, while Wang Jieshi was defending and retreating. Jiao Yingjie was called a genius, but since he had never gone on stage, no one knew how good he actually was. Previously, when the genius shyly climbed up onto the stage, quite a few had laughed in their hearts. But who would have thought that when the match started, after taking his character, he would immediately turn out to be so fierce? They watched the high-level battle and saw that Wang Jieshi was actually the player who was being suppressed. Everyone's impression of him had immediately changed. Team Blue Rain had once stolen the food from the tiger, taking away Team Tiny Herb's championship title once and ruining Tiny Herb's chances at being consecutive champions. The relationship between the two were like fire and water. Team Tiny Herb having such a talent wasn't good news for Blue Rain. The team members were turning their heads to talk in each other's ears about this Jiao Yingjie. What do you think? Team captain Yu Wenju continued to watch the match. His head didn't turn as he asked Huang Xiaoqian. The little kid's playing is extremely quick. He might even be above Wang Jieshi and is using it to pressure him. But because it's so quick, openings sometimes appear. But these openings are only for an instant and are very difficult to catch. I think he knows about these short, temporary openings, but he just doesn't care and lets them be in order to increase his speed even further. As a rookie, how could he know to do this? Wang Jieshi definitely taught him. Why does it seem more and more like the kid was specially taught to deal with me? Huang Xiaoqian chattered a whole bunch. And Wang Jieshi? Yu Wenju naturally filtered out all the rubbish in what Huang Xiaoqian said and only paid attention to the important parts. His fame's about to get destroyed. I can't wait to call and congratulate him. Where's my phone? Huang Xiaoqian began to search around. Just as he said this, the audience gasped in astonishment. The two characters each fired a violently strong attack towards each other. Neither side benefited and the two were blown away, flying. Soon after, they immediately grabbed their brooms and flew into the sky to fight in a flurry once again. The two characters had been fighting for a while and their health bars had been dropping the entire time. In the beginning, it was hard to see who had more or less health. But at this moment, without much health left, it was clear who had the advantage. The player who was unexpectedly losing was Wang Jieshi. In this match, the rookie Jiaoyingjie was unexpectedly winning and was about to send out the final blow to his team captain. Jiaoyingjie was still a rookie after all and hadn't gotten any spotlight in an official match. Even though he was known as a genius, his popularity couldn't compare with Wang Jieshi's. In this match, in terms of emotions, Wang Jieshi had way more supporters. Those who wanted to see Jiaoyingjie win were only those that wanted to see an upset, or perhaps they just didn't like Wang Jieshi. After seeing Wang Jieshi losing, the entire crowd's atmosphere had become restrained. "This kid is pretty amazing," Chen said to Yi Xiu and Tang Ru. She didn't care about Wang Jieshi or Jiaoyingjie and didn't want to see an upset. She had come to purely enjoy the show. Tang Ru couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiu and saw Yi Xiu let out a sigh. Wang Jieshi shouldn't lose to him. Yu Wenju suddenly said on Team Blue Rain's side. "Yeah, this kid's too outrageous. No rookie in our team would dare to act like that. He'd be put on cleanup duty for a month, no 2 months. Maybe 3 months. Yeah, 3 months sounds about right," Huang Xiaoqian said. Automatically filtering out Huang Xiaoqian's nonsense, Yu Wenju continued to pay attention to the scene. Wang Jieshi didn't at all of his points. "What?" Huang Xiaoqian heard this and was startled. Yu Wenju's mechanics greatly limited his ability, but in terms of game knowledge, Yu Wenju was undoubtedly among the top. The issue of Wang Jieshi's which not adding all of his points was something that Huang Xiaoqian hadn't noticed. He had been paying more attention to the openings when the two fought. He hadn't really noticed something so minute. As a result, the damage from his skills were slightly lower. In such a blow-for-blow exchange, the minute differences add up. Yu Wenju said. "So you're saying that he intentionally lost to the kid?" Huang Xiaoqian said. "Seems like it, and it looks like he doesn't want anyone to find out. Does he have to support him so carefully?" Huang Xiaoqian whispered. "It's different for everybody. Some people rise up after being beaten badly. Some people need this type of victory for confidence. We don't need this child well. Wang Jieshi must have his reasons for doing this," Yu Wenju plainly said. "Then, how can we let him succeed? Let's hurry up and expose him," Huang Xiaoqian said. "Let's be nicer. In order to help him, Wang Jieshi has already sacrificed a lot. Plus, it's risky. If we expose them, the opposite result might happen. The difference in skill levels definitely won't be large. It looks like only 2 skills are a level lower, that's all. To make the match so close is also intentional." Yu Wenju sighed. Huang Xiaoqian didn't say a whole bunch after hearing this. He finally said after a short pause, "How confident? Did he not think we'd see through him?" Yu Wenju only chuckled. He then turned his head to ask, "Did Yi Qiu come?" "How would I know?" Huang Xiaoqian said. He also turned his head, except he did it towards Excellent Era's side, towards the beautiful girl there. He pinched the 2 fingers on his right hand together and put it in his mouth, letting out 2 shameless whistles. Excellent Era's players looked over. However, the girl only tugged on her neck collar and then turned her head in the opposite direction. D***nit, the F***king girl. Huang Xiaoqian was extremely depressed. Yu Wenju looked at him and laughed helplessly. He saw that Excellent Era's players were all looking towards them. He waved his hand and greeted them. Excellent Era's players waved their hands back, confused. Chapter 304. Shouldering the Future of Tiny Herb. Wang Jieshi has already done what he can for him. Whether or not it works will depend on the child. After waving his hands towards excellent errors players, Yu Wenju turned his head to continue speaking. Huang Xiaoqian understood what he meant. Wang Jieshi would let him win, but not by too much. He had to rely on fighting with 2 less skill points and then show his weakness after an intense fight. If Jiao Yingjie made a mistake, then Wang Jieshi couldn't let the opening go and would ensure his victory. Even though Wang Jieshi was letting him win, if he wanted to win, he still had to perform well. Would Jiao Yingjie make a mistake? The two who knew the truth about these two competitors were already thinking about this. Amongst the audience, these two weren't the only ones to harbor these thoughts. Yishio. Yu Wenju hadn't asked about him for no reason. He asked because he was certain that Yishio was well aware of this. The amateurs watched the excitement, while the experts looked for the truth. Very few experts were able to see the truth in this match. Shatter! Another lava flask broke and a large piece of land was eroded away by the magic item, turning the area into a field of burning lava. Oh! And at the same time, 2 people at 2 different seats of the stadium let out a sigh. One of the sighs came from the audience, while the other came from the pro players' seats. And in the pro players' seats, many had come to a conclusion from their discussions: Wang Jieshi was going to lose. At this moment, Wang Jieshi's which had already retreated to the corner of the map and had no place left to run. The lava flask had been thrown down by Jiao Yingjie's witch and the field of lava burned Wang Jieshi's character. With no place left to run and under attack from a witch's AoE damage skill, there wasn't much he could do to come back. Wang Jieshi's witch suddenly flew up and tried to escape out of the corner, but his student Jiao Yingjie had seen through his intent. He flew over to block him and threw down an acid rain. He swept his broom and engaged in combat once again with Wang Jieshi's character. The consecutive damage and battles had already made it so that Wang Jieshi's witch no longer had any room to use any skills. The deadlock had been broken and Wang Jieshi was completely at a disadvantage. His character only had a few health points left and he clearly had no way of escaping this predicament. Wang Jieshi never stopped trying, however, but it was to no avail. His witch was swept down by Jiao Yingjie's character and never stood up again. The entire stadium gasped in astonishment and then was dead silent. After a short moment, people began clapping here and there. The few claps spurred more claps and the noise grew louder and louder. Even though the end result was very different from what the majority of the audience wanted, they couldn't deny that it had been a splendid match. Amidst the applause, 2 figures had even stood up. Yu Wenju in the pro players area. Yishio in the audience. In their eyes, the brilliance didn't come from the match, but rather, from Wang Jieshi's sacrifices. By not fully adding in his points, he wrote the plot for the match and the momentum of the battle. Everything had been completely engineered by him. The worry that Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian had over whether Jiao Yingjie would make an error had been taken into account by Wang Jieshi long beforehand. When was it most likely that Jiao Yingjie would make a mistake? Of course, it would be at the end of the battle. Once he became aware of the fact that he was about to strike down a godlike player in the alliance, who was also his respected team captain, the timid and shy child would definitely become shaken. For him, it truly was a difficult obstacle to overcome. However, Wang Jieshi had anticipated this. At the ending parts of the battle, he had his character retreat into a corner. Attacking an opponent in a corner was the most fundamental method of attack for a witch. Let alone Jiao Yingjie, no pro player that played a witch would make any mistakes in that type of situation. Even though Jiao Yingjie's heart had been shaken, being placed in such an easy and practiced scenario was enough to help him overcome the obstacle. As a result, he obtained the victory. Yu Wenju hadn't seen everything, though. Wang Jieshi had done even more than he had analyzed. He had even chosen the routes he would take to reduce the probability of Jiao Yingjie making a mistake. This was something that he had been doing all the way till the end. Yu Wenju and Yishio, who had figured out Wang Jieshi's intent long ago, had only recently become aware of this when Jiao Yingjie threw down his lava flask. This tiny herb team captain truly did his utmost to ensure Jiao Yingjie's victory. He had succeeded and his brilliant sacrifice had won the 2 gods' sincere applause. What a brilliant match! Yishio said to Chen Guo. Chen Guo was also applauding, but she couldn't quite understand why Yishio would suddenly stand up like that. She had originally believed that it was because her ability to appreciate the match wasn't good enough and that she wasn't able to see just how brilliant the match was. But when she looked around, she saw that among the audience, besides Yishio, no one else had jumped up so enthusiastically. Many of the people surrounding them were already giving him gazes of doubt as if they were looking at a noob. Brilliant! Brilliant! It sure was brilliant. Hurry up and sit down, Chen Guo said while pulling on Yishio. But Yishio unexpectedly stayed standing and refused to sit down. Chen Guo pulled down twice, but he just wouldn't budge. Helpless, all she could do was to sit sideways, learning from Tang Ru, and using the I don't know him technique. On stage, Wang Jieshi and Jiao Yingjie had already left their playing platforms. Jiao Yingjie had returned to his shy look, walking out with his head lowered. The surrounding applause made him feel as if he were in a dream. What just happened? He couldn't believe it. It seemed like he beat his captain? And in front of so many people, too. He had been told to sign up for the All-Stars Challenge by his captain, and challenging his captain was also his captain's idea. Being in a match where victory or defeat wasn't important, and wanting to feeling the stadium's atmosphere, was something Jiao Yingjie felt he should experience. That was why he had agreed to the captain's orders. And then, the team captain required that he had to pretend that he was playing in the finals and had to go all out. Jiao Yingjie did as he instructed, but to have actually beat his team captain was something he would have never imagined. The victory had made Jiao Yingjie somewhat surprised, somewhat scared, but also somewhat happy. When he walked to the middle of the stadium and faced his team captain, Wang Jieshi, the feeling of fear took over Jiao Yingjie. He had heard of the unwritten rules of the rookie competition from his seniors before. But his captain had told him to go all out, so he went all out, because, in his heart, he felt that going all out wasn't going to result in anything anyways. He felt like he didn't even have a 1 in a millionth chance of beating his team captain. But he had done it, and now that he was standing in front of his team captain though, thoughts of what his seniors had told him of what not to do flooded into his mind. He immediately felt like he had let his captain down. In a stadium where millions of people were watching, to have beat his captain, this. Jiao Yingjie's head drooped lower and lower. He was the winner, but his heart was filled with guilt and he didn't want to meet with anyone. Suddenly, his left hand was grabbed. He immediately looked and saw that he was holding his captain's right hand. And then, he watched as his left hand was raised high up into the air, along with applause from all around the stadium. The instant his hand went up, the applause seemed to have become louder. "You played very well," Wang Jieshi said. Jiao Yingjie was somewhat astonished because there seemed to be a trace of a smile on the captain's face. "You're going to be the one to shoulder Tiny Herb's future, Yingjie." Jiao Yingjie heard the captain say this to him. In that instant, his surroundings seemed to have turned silent. He saw the captain let go of his hand and slowly walk off the stage. When he regained his composure, he was already the only one on stage with his arm up in the air, receiving the applause from all around the stadium. Do you think Wang Jieshi is mad? To be beaten so embarrassingly by some little kid in his own team? Chen Guo whispered when she saw Wang Jieshi leave Jiao Yingjie alone on stage. When Yishio heard this, he just smiled. The less people knew about Wang Jieshi's motive, the better. The second match of the Rookie Challenge ended and Jiao Yingjie left the stage soon after. However, the news of Tiny Herb's genius beating his team captain, Wang Jieshi, had already become the headline story. In their eyes, there was nothing more worth seeing in the Rookie Challenge competition. Right now, the reporters were trying their hardest to get an interview. But the Rookie Challenge competition wouldn't stop because of this unusual occurrence. After Yingjie left the stage, the host announced the next challenger. Tiny Herb team member, Qiao Yifan. The audience was in an uproar. The challenger was a completely unknown player. Not just them, but even in the pro circle, they were all whispering in each other's ears to find out who this person was. Who is this? Who is this? Chen Guo was also unsure. Tang Ru quietly looked at Yi Xiao and all she saw was a completely calm face. A youth stood up from Tiny Herb's seats. Amidst his team's indifferent gazes, he walked onto the stage. The whispering didn't stop, but the host continued to follow the program. Qiao Yifan wishes to challenge the owner of the #1 Phantom Demon, Sobbing Ghost, Team Void Captain, Li Xian. This time, the audience and the pro players weren't too surprised. The targets in the Rookie Challenge were usually these types of ace players. However, Qiao Yifan's own team Tiny Herb, on the other hand, was in an uproar. Chapter 305. Exceeding everyone's expectations. The Rookie Challenge competition was completely up to the rookie. Signing up didn't have to be done through the club or the team. However, rookies usually gave their team a heads up beforehand. Clubs would sometimes publicize their rookies and would also sometimes ask their rookies to sign up. Qiao Yifan obviously didn't belong to the latter. With a genius like Jiao Yingjie, if the club was going to publicize a rookie, it most certainly wouldn't be him. Participating in the Rookie Challenge competition was Qiao Yifan's own idea. He had given the club a heads up, but everyone was just surprised, that's all. For someone like him to participate in the Rookie Challenge competition, he was somewhat overestimating his abilities. This was what everyone was thinking about, and it was something Qiao Yifan had thought about too, but it hadn't changed his decision. It was just when the news got to the captain, he still felt somewhat uneasy. If the captain didn't support his decision and he was still going to be stubborn about it, then even though the rule said that no one could stop him, his future in the club might be gone. However, aside from the Rookie Challenge competition, there was no other chance for Qiao Yifan to appear on stage. This was his only chance and he hoped that he'd be able to seize it. He had succeeded. Team captain Wang Jieshi didn't have any objections to his decision and he wasn't treated coldly, like how the other team members treated him. Wang Jieshi simply gave him the attitude a team captain should have by giving him a few words of encouragement and hoping that he would perform well and learn. I will. Qiao Yifan was very excited. Afterwards, he prepared for this day the entire time. No other person cared so much about the Rookie Challenge as much as he did because he knew that it was just for show. Qiao Yifan also understood this, but he hoped that he'd be able to show something different in this show in order to win a turning point in his career. Qiao Yifan versus the #1 Phantom Demon, Li Xian. The host announced the contestants. The players and the audience responded normally. A few of them were excited, and they were mostly Li Xian's fans. They didn't know what was so astonishing about this match, but Tiny Herb's players knew. They knew because Qiao Yifan played as an assassin, but he chose to challenge a phantom demon, Li Xian. It was somewhat unheard of. The rookie had complete control over his decision and he also had his reasons. Usually, rookies would choose to challenge seniors they liked in the alliance, which was why it was very common that players who played the same class fought in the Rookie Challenge. Outsiders would only think this type of reasoning when Qiao Yifan chose to fight Li Xian, but to the more familiar players of Tiny Herb, they had no idea what the reason was for Qiao Yifan's decision. After Qiao Yifan went up on stage, he said some common words on how he wanted to learn from his senior, which made Tiny Herb's players even more puzzled. The kid likes Li Xian? No idea. They were completely at a loss. And only now did they discover that they knew very little about their younger teammate. They all looked towards Jiao Yingjie. Qiao Yifan and Jiao Yingjie had a very good relationship with each other. This was perhaps the only thing they knew about Qiao Yifan's situation, and the reason for this was because of Jiao Yingjie's existence. Jiao Yingjie was also at a loss, perhaps even more puzzled than his seniors. This was because he understood Qiao Yifan well, but he couldn't understand why he would challenge Li Xian. He recalled how Qiao Yifan was always very busy, how he was often alone, and how they hadn't been talking much lately. Jiao Yingjie felt like something had happened. Li Xian had already walked on stage. As an ace and a god with the status of a team captain, his bearing was much greater than Qiao Yifan's. After going up on stage, he said a few kind words to his younger generation and then the two walked to their competition platforms. From the audience's perspective, this match would be the same as the first one. Only Tiny Herb's players felt that it was unordinary. On the other hand, Yi Xiao completely guessed Xiao Yifan's intent, but Yi Xiao let out another gentle sigh, which had coincidentally been seen by Tang Ru again. Another sigh? Tang Ru muttered in her heart. In the last match, she had seen Yi Xiao sigh, but she hadn't seen anything worth sighing for in that match. And in this match, he sighed once again. Xiao Yifan. Tang Ru obviously recognized him as the one who played with them as 1-inch Ash because when they partied together, he didn't hide his name. Then did Yi Xiao Sai mean that Xiao Yifan couldn't win? Tang Ru was a new glory player through and through. Chen Gui knew that the All-Star weekend was more for show than it was for competition, especially the challenge competition. However, she hadn't thought of explaining this to Tang Ru, who thought it was a serious competition. At this moment, since she knew the player, she was hoping for the youth to win. But Yi Xiao Sai made her aware that her hopes would probably fall through. The map had already appeared on stage. The two players chose their characters, added their points, and then chose their equipment. Soon afterwards, they entered the match. Li Xian choosing a Ghost Blade wasn't a surprise to anyone. Xiao Yifan choosing the same Ghost Blade wasn't a surprise to anyone except for Tiny Herb's players. What's the kid doing? Everyone was puzzled again. He's going too far. Tiny Herb's teammate Xiao Yun said. Luckily no one knows that he doesn't actually play Ghost Blade, right? The female team member Liu Fei said. The rookie challenge was more of a show, but the rookie had to show his respects, too. Challenging a god with a class that he didn't even play was simply too disrespectful. After seeing Xiao Yifan choose a Ghost Blade, even Captain Wang Jieshi wrinkled his brow. However, what Liu Fei said wasn't wrong. Besides their Tiny Herb players, no one knew that Xiao Yifan played as an assassin. The audience probably didn't even know who Xiao Yifan was. On stage, the match quickly began. Just like the first and second matches, the two sides headed straight for the middle of the map. The match's map was a ruins map. There were a lot of walls and the terrain was quite good for Ghost Blades to perform on. This type of terrain allowed for the player to hide themselves behind something, throw down a ghost boundary and then lure the enemy into the boundary. This was a very common tactic among phantom demons. In a duel between Ghost Blades, the duel was very rarely a battle between hand speeds or mechanics. They often competed in decision-making, game knowledge, and dirtiness. As the number one phantom demon, God Li Xian's abilities were naturally first class. The two sides closed in towards the middle of the map, but way before the two met, Li Xian's character halted. This halt just happened to be outside of the ghost boundary set by Xiao Yifan's Ghost Blade. He then stepped over to the side twice and hid behind a wall. The audience could see the entire map and they could see this very clearly. But if they looked at Xiao Yifan's point of view, Li Xian's character had already disappeared. In the rookie challenge, the first to take action was unexpectedly the god-level character. The audience might not be too surprised, but the pro players understood very clearly that, in normal circumstances, the fatherly senior always gave the rookie the first move before showing off. But Li Xian? He snatched the first move. Li Xian wasn't someone with no style, but after seeing the match between Tiny Herb's members, he couldn't help but be a bit careful. The previous match had clearly been a real fight and Tiny Herb's rookie had been merciless even to his own team captain. In this match, how could he dare consider this a show like the first match? Even though the rookie in front of him wasn't a genius like Jiao Yingjie, who knew if he was Tiny Herb's secret weapon? Perhaps they wanted to use this rookie challenge to have this rookie step on him to make a name for himself. It couldn't be said that he was being overly suspicious since it was very reasonable. If any other senior had come up, they probably would have thought the same way, too. However, even so, they might still maintain their style. But Li Xian had no choice because phantom demons were extremely adept at controlling the field. If he fell into a disadvantage at the start and was controlled by the opponent, then turning the situation around was much harder to do than any other class. This was why Li Xian had to be the first to act. Losing a bit of style in the opening was still better than Wang Jieshi's losing to a rookie. After Li Xian's character hid behind the wall, Xiao Yifan immediately stopped as well. The field paused for a moment like this. In a competition between knowledge and decision-making, the match would sometimes be dry and dull like this. The parties would constantly stop in order to make an assumption about the other side's intent. Right now, the two hadn't even fought, and yet the situation was already like this. Behind the wall, Li Xian's character didn't move. Qiao Yifan's character took a few steps, crouched, and then continued to slowly move. Crouching made the character's movement slow, but there wouldn't be any noise from his footsteps. Of course, that depended on the terrain, but it was definitely the case for this map. Li Xian's character stuck to the wall as if he was focused on trying to hear the other side's footsteps. The short pause between the two had cut off. Now, the two were inching closer. Even though the audience could see it all, it was still nerve-wracking. Watching as Qiao Yifan's character moved closer, everyone was guessing what the two sides would do next, when Li Xian's character suddenly jumped up from behind the wall in such a grand manner that it looked to be unblockable. Qiao Yifan had thought of this possibility long beforehand, but with the distance between the two, it was a bit too late to cast a ghost boundary. Qiao Yifan didn't hesitate. The instant Li Xian's character jumped out, a ghost slash was already heading towards him. As for Li Xian, his character slashed downwards. A dark purple glow arc down, it was a ghost slash as well. The same skills had been executed and they had been done at the same time. After the skills hit, the two sides both took damage. There shouldn't have been any advantage. But that was not the case here. After the two skills flashed and then faded away, Qiao Yifan's character flew backwards. But Li Xian's character stepped forward like an arrow. He turned his hands over with a moonlight slash and launched his opponent into the air. Ah! Everyone cried out in astonishment. With just one move, the opponent was launched into the air. Things didn't look good. The experienced pro players had already figured something out. Li Xian's Ghost Blade wasn't his specialty Phantom Demon. In this match, he had unexpectedly chosen to use a Sword Demon instead. Chapter 306. Hopelessly Worried. Phantom Demons and Sword Demons were two different types of styles. Their skills were chosen based on whether the Ghost Blade wanted to mainly use sword skills or ghost boundaries. In terms of PvE, Phantom Demons were actually better than Sword Demons. But in terms of PvP, Sword Demons were clearly the winner. This was especially true in a 1v1 PK, where Phantom Demons were publicly accepted as a weaker class. Even for Li Xian, the user of the number 1 Phantom Demon Sobbing Ghost, he rarely came out during the individual or group competition. This wasn't an issue of mechanics. It was simply because the class wasn't set up for duels. Anyone who was able to join the pro scene wouldn't be bullied easily by anyone, which was why, even for a Phantom Demon master like Li Xian, even he wouldn't play a 1v1 match against one. But the Rookie Challenge competition was, after all, only a show. Winning or losing didn't matter too much. Normally, Li Xian would use his Phantom Demon to do battle. But today, with Jiao Yingjie and Wang Jie's previous battle looming over him, Li Xian was too afraid to think of this match as just a show match. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether or not the other side had wanted to lure him into playing his Phantom Demon and then use his Sword Demon to suppress him. As a result, Li Xian cautiously put in his points into making a Sword Demon. In the end, Qiao Yifan actually chose to use a Phantom Demon. Li Xian had figured this out when he made his first move. Apart from the difference in skills for Sword Demons and Phantom Demons, they also chose different equipment. Sword Demons mainly used sword skills, which were all instant casts, so they sought after attack speed. On the other hand, Phantom Demons mainly used ghost boundaries, which were all cast abilities, so they sought after cast speed like mags did. After the two Ghost Blades chose their equipment, one of them would have a faster attack speed, while the other would have a faster cast speed. When the two contested with Ghost Slashes and attacked at the same time, the Sword Demon had the advantage, which was why Qiao Yifan's Phantom Demon had been hit. In a duel between Phantom Demons, the players contested against decision-making and wretchedness. It could be said that Qiao Yifan couldn't compare to Li Xian. That guy had wretchedly chosen to create a Sword Demon instead of a Phantom Demon. His hit had connected. But in Li Xian's mind, even though he knew that the other side was a phantom demon, he couldn't relax just yet. Not just him, but these fundamental combos were already reflexes to him. When the Ghost Slash hit, the follow-up Moonlight Slash was practically done without any thought. As for Qiao Yifan, he had studied the Ghost Blade recently and knew about this. The instant his attack hit, he realized that Li Xian was unexpectedly using a sword demon. Qiao Yifan was still a rookie, after all. A lot of his thinking wasn't as deep as those veterans. He had originally thought that the other side would definitely pick a phantom demon against him. This sudden change instantly messed up his plans and he had made a mistake because of it. It was also his very first time being on such a large stage and he had initially been very nervous. The sudden difference between reality and what he had imagined caused his mind to turn blank. Moonlight Slash, Full Moon Slash. Ghost Claw into a sword boundary into an upward slash, a gore cross, and then another Moonlight Slash. Li Xian was incomparably skilled with this combo. Sword demons mainly focused on sword skills and only learned a few skills from other swordsman classes, such as the Blade Master's upward slash, the Berserker's gore cross, etc. These low-leveled skills weren't learned for damage, but rather as links for combos to allow cooldowns to come off. Li Xian didn't let up while comboing. This player wasn't a monster, so it wouldn't just passively take a beating while it was in the air. This was especially true for pro players, who practiced thoroughly in escaping from mid-air predicaments. But for phantom demons, no one was more clear than Li Xian on what methods could be used in mid-air. He watched very closely and set up plans for dealing with whatever movements the opponent would make. However, in the end, he had done all that thinking for nothing. After being launched into the air, his opponent was just like an NPC. He didn't respond in any way and just flopped around, taking a beating. Li Xian had even been able to complete the full combo. The audience went into an uproar. The long combo had caught everyone's attention, but the pro players were all looking at each other. A pro player being hit by a full combo was something that was completely unheard of. Was Tiny Herb's rookie that bad? It looked like he didn't even attempt to escape. Could he even be called a pro player? Even a normal glory player would randomly hit their keyboards and struggle, no? Uncertain, bewildered, and disdaining. All sorts of gazes were sent towards Tiny Herb's players. Tiny Herb's players were all uneasy, too. Liang Fang, who had a more explosive personality, had already jumped up. What is Qiao Yifan doing? His play is too embarrassing, no. It was true that the rookie challenge was just for show, and it was true that no rookie truly wanted to beat their senior, but going up there to act like a sponge really was too embarrassing. Sit! Liang Fang had only just vented his anxiousness when he heard his captain Wang Jieshi coldly order him. Liang Fang immediately quieted down and sat down. He had a lot of words he wanted to say, but he didn't dare to speak now. Others who wanted to speak also quieted down. They also thought that Wang Jieshi must be in a very bad mood right now. No one cared as much about Tiny Herb as their captain. If Qiao Yifan really did lose like this, then it would definitely leave a black mark on Tiny Herb. The outsiders all cheered, while the insiders were puzzled. Li Xian was one of the insiders. After completing his combo, the other side's health bar had dropped to half, but he was confused now. He had originally thought that his opponent would be like Jiao Yingjie with a fierce and godly skill, which was why he had made a sword demon to defend against him. But how could he have known that he was facing such a noob? The rookie didn't even know about such a fundamental skill like escaping from a mid-air situation. Against such a noob, no matter how brilliantly he won, his victory wouldn't look good. Yet he had actually been so wretched at the start. Right now, Li Xian was starting to regret what he had done and was doubting that this Tiny Herb rookie had specially come out to defame him. But he also couldn't figure out why his opponent was acting like this and being so incomprehensible. Li Xian was feeling a bit embarrassed, so he didn't follow up. After Qiao Yifan's phantom demon was hit by the combo, he finally woke up. He quick recovered and then heard the applause from all around. His life had dropped to half, while his opponent was far away, as if he didn't intend on following up. What am I doing? Wide awake now, Qiao Yifan was somewhat angry. This was a battle that he had put careful thought into. His goal was very simple, to use the stage to show his ability. It wasn't just for Tiny Herb to see. He hoped that there would be someone, in any of the teams watching, who was like God Yichio watching him, would see his ability and then let him continue playing in the pro scene. But the result? With just a small, unexpected change, he was immediately at a loss. Why was he such a lost cause? Sword Demon? So what? Was he so amazing that he'd be able to beat Li Xian if he had picked a Phantom Demon? All he had to do was perform. Why did it matter whether the opponent went Phantom Demon or not? After clearing his head, Qiao Yifan discovered that he had been hopelessly worried. He had been anxious about things that weren't worth paying attention to. What he had to do was show his ability. That was it. He looked at his health bar and saw only half of it was remaining. However, he had finally cooled down. There's still hope. Qiao Yifan quietly reminded himself. His Phantom Demon began to move. Li Xian's Sword Demon didn't move, though. Against a rookie who didn't even know how to get out of an aerial combo, he felt too embarrassed to act first. He was still puzzled. How was such a rookie scouted by a champion team like Tiny Herb? What was so special about him? Li Xian's attitude had completely changed. He had previously been worried over whether or not his opponent would eat him, but now he was only curious to see what the rookie had in him. Seeing that his opponent was moving again, he stood still and began looking forward to see what was to come. This type of attitude was normal for a rookie challenge. Qiao Yifan's Phantom Demon rushed forward, and when he reached a certain distance, he let out a purple slash. Li Xian smiled and raised his sword to do the same. Even though he had acted slower, he already grasped the two sides' attack speeds. He was slow, but his attack still reached his opponent first. He hadn't expected his opponent to suddenly cancel his Ghost Slash. His opponent rolled forward, dodging Li Xian's Ghost Slash, and was going to take advantage of Li Xian's not yet finished Ghost Slash animation to close in two positions. Following right after, the tip of his sword glowed, but it wasn't a sword attack. White-blue ice crystals formed on his blade. He was preparing to cast an ice boundary. Oh. Li Xian understood Qiao Yifan's intent, but he didn't panic. After finishing his Ghost Slash, he immediately jumped. The ice boundary had already begun to condense. The Sword Demon raised his sword with both hands and swung down with the Blade Master skill Falling Light Blade. This attack wouldn't arrive in time to interrupt Qiao Yifan's ice boundary. However, if Qiao Yifan finished the cast, he wouldn't have enough time to dodge the attack, either. What was he going to do? They didn't have to wait long to see Qiao Yifan's decision. He didn't dodge. He continued to finish his ice boundary. The boundary congealed, but his Phantom Demon had already been knocked down by Li Xian's Falling Light Blade. Qiao Yifan immediately quick recovered. Then, Qiao Yifan heard a bow sound and he suddenly felt delighted. He's been frozen. Qiao Yifan thought as he turned his camera. Sure enough, Li Xian's Sword Demon had turned into an ice cube. Qiao Yifan didn't delay and immediately sent a slash. Bow! Another sound came the same time the slash was released. The ice cube shattered and it looked as if Qiao Yifan's Phantom Demon had broken it. Li Xian's Sword Demon seemed to have anticipated this. The ice shattered and his character shot out, leaping backwards, while unleashing a Berserker's Gore Cross towards the Phantom Demon. A blood-red cross. Qiao Yifan had to dodge to the side. Even if he took the hit, he still wouldn't have been able to close in on his opponent, because the Gore Cross had a slight knockback effect. Chapter 307. Dazzling Stage. Qiao Yifan's character rolled diagonally and it looked like he had made his way through the empty space beneath the blood cross. His dodge had been extremely dangerous. He had done it because he didn't want to miss the opportunity to attack, while his opponent was still in the ice boundary. Avoiding the Gore Cross, Qiao Yifan's Phantom Demon raised the tip of his sword. He wanted to open another ghost boundary in order to seal off his opponent's escape route. Using a successive ghost boundary to trap the opponent into a boundary was a commonly used tactic among phantom demons. Qiao Yifan's ice boundary surrounded Li Xian's sword demon. He believed that he had had opportunity and began casting another boundary. But as soon as he began chanting, Li Xian's sword demon suddenly turned around and swung. The two were quite a distance away from each other and a normal slash definitely wouldn't hit. But after swinging his sword, the ground inside the ice boundary suddenly surged like a wave towards Qiao Yifan's phantom demon. Spellblade skill, Earthquake Sword. Li Xian had only put in 1 point into this low-leveled Spellblade skill. This could be seen from the length of ground that had been swept forward. But it didn't matter so long as it reached where Qiao Yifan's phantom demon was standing. This time though, Qiao Yifan didn't have a choice. If he was swept away by the earthquake sword, then his casting would definitely be interrupted. Helpless, he cancelled his casting and dodged the attack. From Falling Lightblade to Gore Cross to Earthquake Sword. These low-leveled Blade Master, Berserker, and Spellblade skills had only been ranked up once. They weren't learned for damage, but rather for their effects. By using these 3 low-leveled skills, Li Xian's sword demon safely escaped from the ice boundary, while Qiao Yifan was unable to set up another boundary to trap his opponent. Qiao Yifan felt that it was unfortunate. It hadn't been easy to confine his opponent in the ice boundary. The freeze effect had even worked. It had been a great opportunity, but he hadn't been able to seize it. But PK were always ever-changing. If an opportunity could be fully grasped so easily, then PK would be way too simple. Furthermore, his opponent was a god among ghost blades. Even though Qiao Yifan felt that it was a pity, he wasn't discouraged. He carefully observed the position of Li Xian's sword demon and rushed forward again. Li Xian wasn't alarmed in the slightest, however. With just that single exchange, he fully grasped Qiao Yifan's ability. His performance had been orderly and methodical, but it couldn't be said that he was extremely skilled. Seeing Qiao Yifan rush forward, he didn't hurry. Instead, he casually set up a sword boundary. Qiao Yifan looked and immediately came to a stop. He wouldn't let himself enter his opponent's boundary. Standing outside the boundary, he began to chant. Purple flames jumped up from his phantom demon's blade, congealing into a flaming figure. He had cast a flame boundary. With the ghost out, numerous dark purple fire ghosts leapt into the area within the boundary. The ghosts scattered around as if they were looking for a target to burn. The flame boundary had been cast inside Li Xian's sword boundary. The two boundaries overlapped. However, Li Xian's sword demon had already jumped backwards and didn't set foot into the flame boundary. Qiao Yifan didn't think that the flame boundary would trap his opponent. The boundary had been cast for his own protection, so he'd be able to enter the opponent's sword boundary. Everything sounded complicated, but in reality, it had all happened within the span of a few seconds. Inside the boundaries, the two moved around extremely quickly. Inside his flame boundary, Qiao Yifan's phantom demon quickly dashed into Li Xian's sword boundary. But to his surprise, Li Xian's sword demon also suddenly rushed into his area as if he wasn't afraid of the flame boundary's damage. Li Xian's charge forward had been outside of Qiao Yifan's expectations. Li Xian's sword demon raised his sword with a moonlight slash and then slashed down. He would then naturally follow up with a full moonlight slash closely after. Players had even given the combo a name, Double Moon Slash. Qiao Yifan didn't have the time to defend and the two strikes connected. The damage from a sword demon strike buffed by a max-leveled sword boundary was quite terrifying. The health bar on Qiao Yifan's phantom demon went down a chunk, but he immediately stood back up with a quick recover. The opponent had rushed into his flame boundary. It was another opportunity for him. But the audience could see the situation more clearly than he could. The instant Li Xian's sword demon rushed into the flame boundary, those dark purple flame ghosts immediately pounced at him. In that short interval, Li Xian's sword demon had used the double moon slash and then leapt back. Even though those flame ghosts were quick, they hadn't been able to hit him. Li Xian's sword demon had escaped from the flame boundary. The audience cheered wildly. Going into the flame boundary without being entangled by the purple flame ghosts was undoubtedly a testament to his extremely precise mechanics and decision-making. Li Xian deserved to be called the #1 phantom demon since no one else had a deeper understanding of these things than he did. When Qiao Yifan got up, he saw that Li Xian had escaped from the flame boundary. This time, he was surprised. At the same time, he faintly felt that he had failed to consider a few things when he had made his decision. Li Xian retreated and stopped moving again. He was waiting for Qiao Yifan to move up. He had entered his persona now and had completely taken this match as a teaching opportunity for the new rookie. He hoped to be a bit more stylish and more technical in order to erase the audience's previous impression of him as wretched and without style. Qiao Yifan no longer had a way out and could only move forward. He used the terrain, pathing, and his character. Dual chain boundaries, triple boundaries. Qiao Yifan used everything he knew and without any mistakes either. Everything he did had been done 100%. However, it was no use. Every strategy he used was crushed by Li Xian. From the audience's cheers again and again, Qiao Yifan could tell that they weren't towards him. His health continued to drop. After all these exchanges, he hadn't even been able to take off a fifth of Li Xian's health. Qiao Yifan was at a loss again. The first time was because he had panicked after encountering something unexpected. After adjusting his attitude, he resolved that panic feeling. But this time, he felt completely powerless. Qiao Yifan was already at wit's end. All of the tricks and tactics he employed were all useless. None of them had made a difference. Every single one of his plans was destroyed by a single move from his opponent. The only thing that had happened with every exchange was his health bar depleting. And his opponent? Throughout these numerous exchanges, his opponent never made the first move. He didn't even dodge. He would always wait for him to rush forward. Then he would proceed to tear down his plans, calmly dissolving his attacks and easily countering back. Even when there was an opening, he wouldn't combo him to death like he had done in the beginning. He would always let him go and have Qiao Yifan continue. But his opponent? Qiao Yifan no longer carried any hope of this fantasy. Even his ultimate goal of displaying his ability hadn't been achieved. His thoughts and intents had been completely seen through, and no matter how hard he tried, they never worked. His health was already red. In the next exchange, he was afraid that he would go down. Fight! At this moment, what else could Qiao Yifan do? He once again focused and rushed forward. His fingers fluttered and his movements were quicker than before. His character quickly met with Li Xian's sword demon and he instantly set for ghost boundaries. His opponent? His opponent was once again standing outside of the boundary. He had been moving like this ever since Qiao Yifan's first ghost boundary. His character constantly moved and slipped out from the small cracks in the four consecutively casted ghost boundaries. Qiao Yifan felt hopeless. Movements he wasn't even able to do in practice had been easily accomplished by his opponent. Li Xian's sword demon pounced on him, and from his poker face, Qiao Yifan felt like he saw a cynical smile. No, not one, but two, no, three, no, even more. Some he recognized, some he didn't. The sword light swept down. Amidst the cheers, Qiao Yifan's phantom demon fell. Qiao Yifan stood up from his platform, dizzy. He knew that he had been completely crushed. Two pillars of light dropped down onto the two contestants. In the rookie challenge, both sides were given the same treatment. Qiao Yifan walked down from his platform to the center of the stage. He saw Li Xian standing in front of him, full of smiles. Li Xian said a few words to him, but Qiao Yifan couldn't hear any of it. He shook hands mechanically and then silently walked away from the stage. Behind him, Li Xian was waving his hands and calling out to the audience. Many of his words were in praise of Qiao Yifan's performance. But Qiao Yifan knew that these words were just common courtesy. The other side was only showing off his style. The praise didn't have anything to do with him. Even if he had just sat there stunned like he was in the beginning, Li Xian would still praise, "Not bad. You played very well." Qiao Yifan walked over to his seat and saw his teammates. They were supposed to be the people he knew best, but they felt like strangers now. Qiao Yifan ground his teeth. He didn't walk towards them and continued along the path past them. Yifan! He heard someone call him from behind. He could tell that it was Jiao Yingjia's voice. He didn't stop and walked even faster. The stadium's lights were focused on the stage and were scattered sparsely around the audience's seats. In order to enhance the effects for today's projection technology, these unnecessary places were even darker. Jiao Yingjia chased after him, but it was already too late to find which direction Qiao Yifan went. After reaching the exit, Qiao Yifan couldn't help but look back. The stage was as dazzling as ever. It had been his first time going up onto such a beautiful stage, but he was afraid that it might be his last. Chapter 308. Opportunity goes to those who are prepared. The passageway leading outside of the stadium wasn't completely dark. There was still some light. Qiao Yifan silently walked towards outside, but after going around in a few circles, he discovered that he had gotten lost. Qiao Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really was unfamiliar with these official stadiums. By himself, he couldn't even find the exit. He had met with a crushing defeat on stage. Aware that it was very likely that his career was about to end, Qiao Yifan had walked away. Lost, he couldn't bear the aching in his heart anymore as tears began flowing out his eyes. Qiao Yifan raised his arms, wiping off his tears. His heartache only drove his stubbornness, though. He refused to believe that he didn't even have the ability to find the exit. Wiping away his tears, Qiao Yifan didn't try to find where he was and blindly pressed forward. You were too reckless. Suddenly, a sound echoed out from the gloom. Qiao Yifan stopped, startled. He then shook his head. This was just a passageway. What was so strange about hearing someone's voice? Thinking this, Qiao Yifan took a step, when he heard the voice again say, "I'm talking to you. Don't run." Qiao Yifan startled. Was he talking to himself? He halted, turned his head, and saw a long shadow stretched out in the passageway. A person stood there, but in the darkness, it was hard to see the person's features clearly. Are you talking to me? Qiao Yifan didn't recognize him. Yes. The person walked towards him, while continuing, I know what you're thinking. You wanted to use the stage to show to everyone your ability as a phantom demon, but you went too far with your opponent, no? God Yi Qiao. Hearing this, Qiao Yifan finally figured out who the person in front of him was. Not many knew of his identity, nor that he was practicing a phantom demon. At first, everything had been muddy. He only felt that the voice sounded familiar, but he just couldn't think of anything. Now that he saw that this person knew so much about him, he connected the two together and finally figured out the person's identity. Yeah, it's me. Yishio nodded his head. He practically never showed himself in public, so the only pro players that did know him were those at a certain level. For players like Qiao Yifan, who hadn't even participated in an official match, even though he was in the pro scene, he had never seen Yishio's true face before. You don't need to doubt your ability, Yishio said, but don't think that you'll be able to catch anyone's attention right now. There are quite a lot of people with potential, but if you want to be seen by a pro team, then you first need to have, at the very least, some substance. You're still very far from being an expert at playing a phantom demon. But you're still young. You still have time to continue practicing. Keep waiting for the opportunity to come. It's only been a month and you want to challenge the #1 phantom demon. Glory isn't as simple as you think. With this, Qiao Yifan's face reddened. In the past, he had always thought that he was no good. But after hearing the god's encouragement, he suddenly had renewed confidence in himself. He had thought that if God Yishio was able to see his potential, then others would be able to see it, too. All he needed was a chance, a stage. This was why he had participated in the Rookie Challenge. He hadn't thought hard enough when choosing Li Xian as an opponent. He understood the reasoning now, but he wouldn't get wrapped up in it anymore. It was because his choice wouldn't have made a difference. Even if he had picked a different opponent, with only a month of practicing his Phantom Demon, did he really think that he'd be able to move a pro team's emotions with his ability right now? Yixiao wanted him to understand this. He wanted him to understand that his thinking had been too reckless. Qiao Yifan's thoughts turned and he quickly acknowledged this. He had never thought that he was as talented as a genius like Jiao Yingjie. Even Yixiao had never given him such an evaluation. He recalled their first meeting. God Yixiao had only told him that an assassin wouldn't be able to show his potential and that a phantom demon suited him more. That was all. He still needed to practice. He needed to practice until the day he would truly glimmer. Qiao Yifan wiped away the last tear from the corner of his eyes. The despair in his heart had suddenly been swept away. Because this time, he finally truly understood himself. He finally knew where he was at. Opportunity? Stage? It was still much too early to think of these things. Opportunities were left to those who were prepared. As for him? He wasn't even close to being prepared, yet he anxiously wanted to grab at an opportunity he thought looked good, which had only resulted in his falling. But from now on, Qiao Yifan decided that he wouldn't think of all this. He just had to focus on practicing. After the season ended, would he still be admitted into the team? His greatest worry had finally been seen through. Would there be a team that would accept him? What was even the point in worrying over it? He first had to train hard before an opportunity would come. Even if he was kicked off his team after this season, it didn't matter. He was still young and could still practice. In the worst-case scenario, he would start over from the beginning as a new rookie. The passageway was still as dark as before, but after understanding all of this, Qiao Yifan's heart was a field of light. Thank you, Senior. Qiao Yifan expressed his gratitude to Yixiao. You can do it. Yixiao nodded his head and turned around, ready to leave. What about you, Senior? Qiao Yifan suddenly asked, why did you choose to retire so early? Tiny Herb's players could be considered as having the most interactions with Yixiao after his retirement. They would spar every week and they would always lose miserably. It was true that unspecialized characters had a class advantage, but everyone was still at a pro level. Losing every match like that was a bit too much. Besides having a class advantage, it was clear that the user's skill level had to be respected. Choosing to retire with such skill had been discussed in Tiny Herb long before now. Qiao Yifan had broken from his spell and asked Yixiao. Yixiao turned his head and smiled, I'm looking for an opportunity, too. Qiao Yifan stared blankly, you're going to come back? Of course. Even though I'm a bit old, I'm not done yet. Yixiao said as he turned around. He waved his hands at Qiao Yifan and slipped away into the darkness. Qiao Yifan stood there silently for a while and then began walking. After coming to a sudden understanding, the direction he should go cleared up. The passageway was still the same passageway, but after a few more steps, he quickly came out. But the direction that he came out from wasn't the exit, but rather the stadium. He had returned to look at that Dazzling stage. In the stadium, the next match had already begun. Because the characters in the Rookie Challenge were all temporary, the audience usually couldn't tell who the player was from the ID. But in this round, the IDs on top of the two characters weren't unfamiliar. Delilo, 3 hits. These two were undoubtedly active characters in the Alliance. In order to not let the veterans have an advantage in characters, they set up the rule so that they wouldn't use their accounts. But if the rookie wanted the veteran to, then the veteran could use his account. The rookie had clearly put out the requirement in this match. Tang Hao had been an unknown rookie in his first year. But after the summer passed, it was as if he had suddenly gained enlightenment. He took off in the competitive season and became a core member of Team 100 Blossoms after their captain Zhong Jiala suddenly retired. The only pity was that his brawler character, Delilo, couldn't match his beautiful god-level performance. As a second-year rookie, Tang Hao still had the qualifications to be in the Rookie Challenge. With his not-quite god status and also a rookie status, it was beneath him to join the Rookie Challenge. But Tang Hao had chosen to sign up and he had chosen to fight against a player playing the same class, Lin Jingyan, and proposed the request for him to use his active account. The challenged veteran could not refuse. Lin Jingyan had no choice but to use what was considered the #1 brawler character, 3 hits. Tang Hao's purpose wasn't to show his respect, and it definitely wasn't to ask for advice. In the pro scene, although Tang Hao's name resounded far and wide, many regarded Lin Jingyan as the same. He was old, but still vigorous. This challenge was a true challenge. Tang Hao seemed like he wanted to use this opportunity as proof of his superiority. This was because when he went up on stage to speak, Tang Hao only said 5 words: "The junior succeeds the senior." Chapter 309. The junior succeeds the senior. Qiao Yifan watched the match as he felt his way back to tiny herd seats. Yifan! Apart from Jiao Yingjia's shout of surprise, the others only glanced at him. If this was the past, Qiao Yifan would definitely feel ashamed, but now, his attitude had already completely changed after going out and coming back. The team's cold treatment towards him was no longer important. As long as he had enough strength, he wouldn't need to worry anymore. "I went to the restroom." Qiao Yifan smiled to Jiao Yingjia, while quietly moving to Jiao Yingjia's side, where his original seat was at. Tang Hao's challenging Lin Jingyan. He's being very disrespectful. As soon as he went up on the stage, he said that the junior would succeed the senior. Both of them are using their own accounts and both are truly sparked. While Qiao Yifan sat down, Jiao Yingjia hastily told him the match's situation. Oh. Qiao Yifan nodded his head and immediately focused on the match. He felt very grateful in his heart. He knew that his best friend wasn't just saying all of this to have him catch up on the parts he had missed. He had said all that to help distract Qiao Yifan from his worries. No one would feel happy with the results of that previous match. Jiao Yingjia was a very shy person. He wasn't the type to directly say any consoling words, so all he could do was use this type of method to help Qiao Yifan bring up his spirit. There was quite a bit of discussion among the pro players, and some of it made its way to Qiao Yifan's ears. Everyone was discussing the current match. Quite a few of them were comparing it to the previous match between Jiao Yingjia and Wang Jieshi. It was clear that this year's rookie challenge was abnormal. Jiao Yingjia and Wang Jieshi had fought seriously, and the new rookie had mercilessly struck down his captain. Also, during this match, which had Tang Hao versus Lin Jingyan, everyone could tell that it would be another great match just from Tang Hao's attitude. Sure enough, as soon as the match started, the two sides rapidly met and began to battle without any signs of holding back. Tang Hao's words had been announced wide and clear. If Lin Jingyan backed out, no one would see it as style. If he was going to back out, he would have to at least convince Tang Hao through fighting. Then, if he said something nice, that would be true style. However, this was just a theoretical situation. Tang Hao wasn't a normal rookie. If this was during any other time, this wouldn't only be considered a challenge by a rookie. In everyone's eyes, he was already at the same status as a senior. The Alliance did desire this type of challenge by a highly skilled rookie, though. Putting the rookie experience limit to 2 years had been a result of this consideration. Tang Hao's conduct wasn't consistent with the rookie challenged intentions, but it was certainly eye-catching. This could be seen from the audience's loud cheers and shouts. The atmosphere right now was even more intense than it had been for any previous match. The reporters who had originally thought that nothing today would ever top the match between Jiao Yingjia and Wang Jieshi had their spirits rekindled once again. It was true that Jiao Yingjia beating Wang Jieshi had been surprising news, but the genius rookie himself didn't have a very suitable persona. How could he be more eye-catching than Tang Hao's "the junior succeeds the senior" words? The reporters were all appreciating the match. Quite a few of them had already started writing down things. The battle on the field was extremely intense, but any experienced glory player could tell that Lin Jingyan's situation was looking very bad. In his former years, he had been the king of brawlers, but it was already a fact that his condition had greatly fallen. Although his 3 hits was much stronger than Tang Hao's Delillo, in a direct match, he was still much worse overall. Tang Hao's play was quicker and he was practically always on the offensive. Lin Jinyan's reaction speed and mechanics were no longer as acute as they were before, and he was only barely keeping up through his experience. He knew that, for this match, there was no point in talking about any style for winning. Leaving the match as a whole was already looking like an extravagant hope. His only hope was that Tang Hao would make a mistake. It wouldn't be surprising if someone, who had only been playing as a pro for 2 years, made a mistake. The efficient and shrewd Lin Jingyan tried his hardest to keep up. As time went on, he hoped that he'd be able to catch Tang Hao in a mistake and counterattack. He truly wasn't capable of clashing directly with him anymore. Lin Jingyan had already carried out every method he knew, but things never turned out the way he expected. Tang Hao had obviously made a few mistakes, but his reactions had been faster and he made up for it quickly, too. Half of these openings were seen by Lin Jinyan, but he wasn't able to seize any opportunities and could only watch as Tang Hao closed the openings. Aside from these, there were those he was able to seize, but the damage he returned couldn't even compare to Tang Hao's repeated fierce attacks. Lin Jingyan knew that he was too slow. He saw many openings, but he wasn't able to capitalize on them. Tang Hao's quicker hands were always able to dissolve his counterattacks. Was there no chance? Many thought this way. However, the veteran's perseverance wouldn't let him give up. Lin Jingyan persevered and continued to wait for an opportunity. Until the very last second, no one would know of the result. Perhaps a huge mistake he could capitalize upon would come. It was still too early to give up. So the match continued. The junior succeeds the senior. The main theme was being displayed beautifully right now. Tang Hao and Lin Jingyan weren't home players, so there was a clear divide between the fans. After all, Tang Hao wasn't someone like Jiao Yingjie and Qiao Yifan who hadn't participated in an official match. His godly performance in the season had quickly helped him gather quite a few fans. The match's situation could be seen from the two-side supporters. On Lin Jingyan's side, the fans were encouraging him. And Tang Hao's side? His fans were already yelling like crazy. They were no longer shouting anything of substance and had already entered a party animal state. Tang Hao's fierce attacks looked even madder. Brawlers weren't a class that directly fought. Brick, sand toss, apply poison. Just from these skill names, people could figure out this class's wretchedness. However, Tang Hao's Delillo looked as if he were a striker. Attack, attack, attack. Continuous attacks. Waiting. Patiently waiting. The fans' emotions wouldn't affect a veteran like Lin Jingyan. He was still patiently waiting for an opening to arrive. Here. Just as he entered a red blood state, Lin Jingyan's eyes brightened. The fierce Tang Hao finally failed to follow up on one of his attacks, creating a huge opening. With the match nearly over, such an opening might not be enough to reverse the situation, but it could be the start of one. Lin Jingyan didn't overthink it and seized the opportunity to fiercely attack Tang Hao. His right hand shot out. 3 hits executed a strangle towards Tang Hao's Delillo. However, Delillo suddenly somersaulted as if he knew the attack was coming. Lin Jingyan started. He hastily tried to adjust himself, but then his screen turned black. Delillo's legs kicked forward and smashed into 3 hits forehead. Brawler skill, powerful knee strike. Lin Jingyan knew that things weren't looking good. So his opponent was ready for it. Had the previous opening been a bait? The powerful knee strike wasn't enough to make the opponent fall, but the instant Delillo struck 3 hits, he grabbed him with his arms and used the skill Tiger Flipping Mountain to knock 3 hits to the ground. Delillo also flipped over, but he quick recovered faster than Lin Jingyan. 3 hits wasn't able to get up in time and was pressed to the ground by Delillo, which was followed by a flurry of fists. High-leveled brawler skill, Tyrannical Chain Punch. Lin Jingyan well understood the skill's damage. He looked at his health and saw that there was no longer any hope. Under Tang Hao's quick hands, the Tyrannical Chain Punch came out even faster. And after this move was completed, 3 hits health disappeared and he was not able to stand up anymore. Along with the word glory, the announcer announced the final winner. The junior had succeeded the senior. The media only wanted more things to talk about. They wouldn't favor any one side because of their feelings. The two players came down from their platforms and shook hands in the middle of the stage. "You played well." Lin Jingyan forced a smile. After playing in the pro scene for so many years, he was already used to hiding his true emotions. The junior succeeds the senior. Tang Hao shook Lin Jingyan's hands. Only these 5 words were said. Even the master of ceremonies felt that the situation really was somewhat awkward. Just as he was about to interrupt, the two players finished shaking hands. Tang Hao stood up, waved his hands towards the audience, and then left the stage. The master of ceremonies looked pitifully at Lin Jingyan. He didn't know what he should do. But Lin Jingyan only continued to smile at the host, and then, after waving his hands to the audience, he silently left the stage. By normal standards, he wasn't considered old at all. But on the esports stage, his leaving figure made the audience feel as if he was doddering a bit. The pro players looked at each other. Tang Hao's actions had challenged the tradition. Even though Jiao Yingjie had beaten his team captain from start to finish, he hadn't been disrespectful in the slightest. Amidst everyone's discussion, the commentators announced the next match. Rookie Challenger, Team Excellent Era, Sun Slong. Veteran Challenged, Team Tyrannical Ambition, Han Wenqing. Soon after, the commentators excitedly announced that for this match, the rookie requested that the veteran use his own account. The shouts and cheers from the audience were earth-shattering. With this request, the hype for this match far exceeded the last one. Tang Hao's DeLillo was a very mediocre character in the pro scene. And even though Lin Jingyan's 3 hits was considered the #1 brawler character, it wasn't considered a god-level account. But the accounts owned by Sun Slong and Han Wenqing were very different. Battle God, One Autumn Leaf. King of Fighting, Desert Dust. Ever since the Glory Alliance was founded, these 2 god-level characters had never stopped fighting. Chapter 310. A conclusion. It could be heard from the audience's cheers just how sensational the appearance of these accounts were. It was already difficult enough to see a god-level account come out in the Rookie Challenge. For there to be 2 god-level accounts coming out as opponents, this was definitely a first in the history of the Rookie Challenge. Every reporter today was destined to be busy tonight. They hadn't yet finished switching the lead story to the junior beats the senior, when suddenly, an even more explosive story had come out. Of course, the more explosive the story, the more excited these diligent reporters became. The previous drafts they had didn't need to be trashed. All they had to do was switch their positions on the page. Right now, they were hoping that Sun Slong would be like Tang Hao and say a challenge similar to the junior beats the senior. If that happened, the reporters would certainly go crazy. On stage, Sun Slong loftily walked up. Without a doubt, no rookie had a greater reputation than he did. He was in his 2nd year as a pro like Tang Hao, but he was far more eye-catching than Tang Hao. In his 1st year, his godlike performance won him the most outstanding rookie title. His performance in this season also continued to be outstanding. Halfway through the season, he transferred to Excellent Era, and after receiving the god-level account, One Autumn Leaf, it could already be said that Sun Slong stood together, alongside the top gods. Critics even praised that his control over One Autumn Leaf was more than enough to allow Excellent Era's fans to forget about Yi Qiu. The majority of players probably even forgot that he was still a rookie. If Sun Slong went up and respectfully greeted his senior, he probably won't win many people's approval. After all, his status was already different. If he put himself as a regular rookie, then that would be too excessive. Undue modesty was conceit. Furthermore, Sun Slong had never been a modest person. The keen reporters predicted that Sun Slong definitely wouldn't let this match be a dull one. Sun Slong's appearances weren't bad either. After walking up on stage, he had already begun waving his hands to the audience as if he were already the winner. The host walked forward and asked for Sun Slong's reason for challenging Han Wenqing as if he were interviewing him. The reason is very simple. Sun Slong smiled with a manner of a god. For Excellent Era and Tyrannical Ambition, I will settle the old grudge between One Autumn Leaf and Desert Dust. After the audience heard this, they were at first stumped for words. But then they began to shout and cheer loudly again. Sun Slong's words weren't as ruthless as Tang Hao's "the junior beats the senior," but what it represented was extremely rich. Tang Hao's words were only limited to the contest for the #1 brawler, while what Sun Slong planned on doing was a true God versus God battle. In addition, his words represented the rivalry between two of the oldest clubs in the alliance. Sun Slong was excellent Era's team captain and used one autumn leaf. He was worthy of taking the responsibility. Although the majority of the people here were Samsara fans, no one would ever dare to object to watching an exciting match. As long as they were a Glory fan, no one wanted to miss the rivalry between these two teams. Amidst the massive cheers, there was also a small portion of cursing, which were naturally from Tyranny's fans. Sun Slong's challenge was too much to bear, so they impolitely began cursing. If there were Tyranny fans, then naturally there would be Excellent Era fans. Except Excellent Era's fans were the only ones cheering, so they looked about the same as the majority of the audience and didn't stand out. However, the Excellent Era fan next to Yishio was quite eye-catching. She jumped up and down, waved her arms, and shouted, "Beat Han Wenqing!" "Slow down!" Yishio hastily called. He was afraid that Chen Guo would stumble from being too excited and fall into the front seats. Under the host's introduction, Tyranny's team captain Han Wenqing finally walked onto the stage. Even though Sun Slong wasn't modest, under the audience's eyes, he didn't want to appear impolite, so he extended his hands. "Please advise me, senior." He would still say the polite words any player should say. "It's an honor." Han Wenqing shook Sun Slong's hands and emotionlessly replied. Sun Slong chuckled and turned around to walk towards his competition platform. The host wanted to ask Han Wenqing few questions, but when he got up close and saw Han Wenqing's cold gaze, his heart trembled and he was unable to utter a single word. Han Wenqing waved his hands towards the cheering audience and then headed over to his platform. The two were both using their own accounts, so they could skip choosing the equipment and adding skill points part. The lights quickly dimmed and the projection appeared onto the stage. One autumn leaf and desert dust had already appeared at the two ends of the map. The commentator was even more enthusiastic for this match. He already knew that the two would quickly begin fighting, so without wasting a breath, he quickly introduced the two players and their characters. Battle mags and strikers are classes that excel at direct confrontations. If we take a look at this Market Street map that Sun Slong chose, the map doesn't favor either of the two classes. It doesn't seem to have been chosen for any tactical purpose. After introducing the two sides, the commentator began talking about the map. These types of commentary were quite rare in the Rookie Challenge, but the commentator had already recognized that this match would be a true fight, which was why the commentator began analyzing the match from the very start. Okay, the two sides didn't do any unnecessary actions and headed straight for the middle of the map. The commentator said. The two characters met at the corner of one of the streets. The silver weapon, Evil Annihilation, held in one autumn leaf's hands glinted a dark, cold light. The silver weapon, Flame Fists, worn by Desert Dust were two fiery flames that enveloped his fists. Right now, the two sides were about 10 positions away. Both stopped there for a short while as if they were sending their respects and then rushed forward, practically at the same time. In terms of attack range, the Battle Mage's long weapon was undoubtedly much greater than the striker with the shortest fist weapon, so the first to attack was of course, Sun Slong. A black light flashed and one autumn leaf's Evil Annihilation initiated with a dragon tooth. Han Wenqing didn't dodge. His Desert Dust continued forward as his two hands twisted towards Evil Annihilation, answering with an empty-handed blade block. Sun Slong obviously wouldn't give him an opportunity and immediately turned the stab into a slash, turning the dragon tooth into a sky strike. The empty-handed blade block hit nothing and the skill couldn't be used immediately again. Desert Dust sidestepped Evil Annihilation, although it looked like he really didn't want to. As soon as his body passed by the attack, he immediately punched forward. The blazing fist shot out like a fierce mountain tiger. Sun Slong hastily jumped back to dodge. Han Wenqing, who didn't know about the word retreat, once again went forward to attack. The advantage of the Battle Mage in attack range wasn't able to be shown. From just that quick exchange, Han Wenqing had already broken through the advantage and sent Desert Dust up next to one Autumn Leaf. Sun Slong looked to be having some difficulty warding off the flurry of fists. However, not just anyone could show this. Against someone with slightly less skill, who knew how much damage Han Wenqing's fists would be able to do. The tempest of attacks stopped. Sun Slong heaved a sigh of relief, and just as he was planning on attacking, he saw Desert Dust crouch into a horse stance. His left hand swayed in front of him, while his right hand pressed on his waist. Not good. Sun Slong startled. This was the starting animation for the striker skill Emperor's Fist. This skill had an extremely long cooldown and was usually used in the middle of a combo to inflict heavy damage while the opponent had no place to run. Right now, Sun Slong's one Autumn Leaf wasn't in this type of situation. Using this huge type of skill in this situation would prove to be extremely easy to dodge for a pro player. It really was a huge waste. Sun Slong hadn't thought that Han Wenqing would use the skill at such a moment, but Han Wenqing had done it. Sun Slong didn't dare to try and attack. Just from the name, it could be seen that Emperor's Fist wasn't an ordinary skill. Punch! A sharp whistle split the air. Emperor's Fist was only a single punch, but the power and speed of it was at its extreme. Sun Slong dodged in a flurry and avoided it. But the wind from the punch caused one Autumn Leaf to stumble. Sun Slong's mechanics indeed weren't ordinary. Despite his character staggering and his camera being unsteady, one Autumn Leaf's evil annihilation did not stop dancing in front of his body. The blue waves emanating from it weren't jumbled. It was evident that his control was exceptional. His evil annihilation shook and pierced through the waves of blue, which gathered onto the spear's tip. Even though he hadn't been hit by Emperor's Fist, the wind from it put Sun Slong into an unfavorable situation. In this scenario, most players could only watch as their opponent followed up with a wave of attacks. But Sun Slong was able to complete a powerful skill in this situation. Dragon rises from the sea. Evil annihilation flew through like an ocean spray. The blue-colored waves rolled along, sounding like an unceasing torrent. Desert Dust was still in his end animation. The attack came quickly and could not be dodged. The strike connected. Sun Slong seized this opportunity and followed up with a string of attacks, giving Han Wenqing a beat back. The two went back and forth. Large skills and small. Amidst the flood of light from the visual effects, it was almost difficult to see the characters. The two were evenly matched. Apart from the starting exchange, neither side was ever able to combo more than 3 attacks again. Lance and Fist. The surroundings had already been destroyed. The battle was clearly extremely intense. However, the amount of health that dropped was extremely small. In this type of intense battle, the majority of the attacks from the two were either dodged or blocked. The match was in a deadlock, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Chapter 3:11. The Foreshadowed Climax. 10 minutes. This duration of time wasn't short in the slightest for a duel. In the early days of the Glory Alliance, matches had a time constraint. In those days, a 1v1 match had a 5-minute time limit. If there was no winner after 5 minutes, the winner would be decided on who had more health left. The time constraint was originally intended to help out the broadcast, but because of this type of rule, a lot of passive strategies were used. For example, after obtaining a certain lead in health, they wouldn't try to fight the opponent and ran around the map instead to play hide and seek. In this way, there were a lot more tactical options, but these types of hide and seek tactics were extremely boring to watch. The opponent was depressed and the members of the audience weren't happy. Even the commentators fell speechless when these types of matches came about. As a result, the Alliance quickly called a meeting and they decided to remove the time limit. From then on, no match would have a time constraint. The match would be decided by who lived and who died. With this, even if the players played dirty, they also needed to take the initiative. Running away and hiding would no longer be the main strategy, and the matches became much more enjoyable. Though without the time constraint, the broadcast did find it more troublesome to plan out a schedule, but it wasn't so bad that they couldn't resolve it. Enjoyable matches were also beneficial to their revenue. The broadcast didn't want any boring hide-and-seek matches just to make things more convenient. The time constraint had been scrapped, but the reason they had chosen 5 minutes as the time limit had been logical. 5 minutes was more than enough time to complete a duel. Apart from dragging the match over the 5-minute mark, the strategies used were more of the dirty and cautious types, where the two sides slowly wore each other down. But the current match clearly wasn't of this kind. One autumn leaves and desert dust's intense fighting had quickly demolished a fifth of the surroundings. Where was there any sign of dirty fighting? Yet in this way, the two sides were unexpectedly locked in a stalemate for 10 minutes. This truly was rarely seen. They weren't done yet either. Right now, the two players still had a quarter of their health. The audience watched in awe. The commentator quickly searched up some data and brought it up. 10 minutes. Sun Slong and Han Wenqing have already fought for 10 minutes. Right now, the two sides still have a quarter of their health left. If we go according to their pace, the match should take around 13 minutes. Those who are familiar with Glory's records might not think that this time is that incredible, but everyone should know that those extremely long matches are mostly due to dirty fighting. But to be able to achieve a duration of more than 10 minutes with such intense direct fighting, this is my first time witnessing such a match in my career. The commentator talked non-stop. Due to the unexpected nature of the event, he hadn't done any prior research. The commentators could only rely on their relatively rich experience to show that this match wasn't ordinary. How extraordinary was 10 minutes? In reality, experienced Glory players could tell that with such intense fighting, it truly wasn't normal. No one really paid attention to the commentators talking. Everyone was focused on the match. Who's going to win? Chen grabbed Yi Xiu's arm and asked. This match really was even. It was impossible to tell who had the advantage. Chen doubted that she was good enough to tell, so she asked the more skilled Yi Xiu on his thoughts. It's hard to tell right now. Yi Xiu said. Why? They still have a lot of health left. Yi Xiu said. What do you mean? Chen didn't understand. Right now, neither of them are able to fully take the initiative. They still have a quarter of their health left, so they still can't rely on a single opportunity to win the match. Just a bit more. They have to at least reach red blood. Yi Xiu said. And after they reach red blood? Chen asked. After they reach red blood, a single high-damage ultimate can decide the match. Yi Xiu said. Oh. Chen nodded her head in understanding. As for Tang Ru, she was extremely focused on the match. After all, the Battle Mage was the class she was currently using. This match could open up a lot of doors for her. It was just that her Soft Mist wasn't even level 40 yet, so she still lacked a lot of the skills. The number of things she could learn were limited. However, just from the low-leveled skills that Soft Mist could use, Tang Ru could already see a huge difference between them. Whether it was the player or the character. The audience wasn't cheering anymore. Because in this type of deadlock, while the two sides were continuously attacking each other, they were also continuously blocking each other's attacks. The audience had thought that there would be a climax soon, but the only thing that came up was a blank. Shouting and cheering when there was nothing to shout about made everyone feel a bit awkward. If they kept on doing so, wouldn't it show how unskilled they were? Thus, the audience quietly watched and quietly awaited the match's conclusion. Everyone suddenly awoke with a start. The two characters' health dropped again. No one knew the details on how exactly their health dropped. Many in the audience were already at a loss about whether this match could be considered as intense. The two were always fighting, but it also never seemed like anything was happening. The only thing they could see was their health slowly dropping. But then after 10 minutes, the two characters' health suddenly began to flash red. Red blood. Chen called. Yeah, it's time for the match to be decided. Watch carefully. Yi Xiu said. The time for the match to be decided had come. Yi Xiu wasn't the only one to understand this reasoning. The people in the pro player seats were all holding their breaths. The previous 10 minutes were just a build-up. This final moment would be the climax. The climax for the entire match would also be the match's deciding point. On stage, after the exchange, one autumn leaf suddenly retreated. In this crucial moment, he changed strategies and gave up on blindly attacking. Relying on his battle mage buffs from the chasers, as well as the high mobility from battle spirit, he began to wander, waiting for the opportunity to move, ready to give the final blow to his opponent. And Han Wenqing? In this final moment, he would use his advance forward strategy to the end. Wah! The silent audience suddenly erupted into cries and applause. After this change, in these audience members' eyes, which hadn't been able to clearly see the situation, Han Wenqing had taken the upswing. Even though the reason for the audience's eruption was wrong, the match's climax had begun. F***ck, this stupid Sun Slong! Chen shouted angrily. In this match, she wasn't some neutral fan. She was 100% hoping for Sun Slong to win. But most of this was due to her being a supporter of the team. After all, Sun Slong hadn't been in excellent era for long. Chen hadn't become his brainless fan yet. Now that she suddenly saw him running around with his tail behind, she immediately felt extremely disdainful of him. Don't be alarmed. Just watch carefully. Yishio urged. Look at that hopeless guy. Chen shouted. I feel like he's playing quite cool-headed. Tang Ru, who hadn't been participating in their discussion, interrupted. I agree. Yishio also nodded his head. Really? Then that's good, Chen didn't argue. She had been nervous, but after hearing that Sun Slong might not lose, she felt quite gratified. Attack! In this crucial moment, Han Wenqing seemed to not know what the word cautious meant. As if he didn't know what calm meant either, he continued to attack ferociously. Collapsing fist! Desert Dust punched straight forward at the one autumn leaf whom had just rolled backwards in a flurry. Whirlwind kick! Desert Dust chased after, blowing up a whirlwind of air. The two skills had been linked together very quickly, but Sun Slong moved faster. His one autumn leaf didn't get up after rolling backwards and instead rolled to the side. This was only a basic movement, but seamlessly connecting these two rolls like this definitely wasn't easy. If the second roll had been slightly delayed, then he would have certainly been swept away by the whirlwind kick. Soaring Tiger! Han Wenqing once again used a high-leveled skill at an inopportune moment. Desert Dust flew forward, his two legs aimed towards one autumn leaf. Pu! This time, even a seamlessly connected roll wouldn't be able to dodge this. Desert Dust's two legs shot straight towards one autumn leaf's head, knocking him down. Desert Dust followed the momentum and leaped behind one autumn leaf. He kicked again in midair for an eagle stamp in preparation to end one autumn leaf. Soaring Tiger's damage wasn't enough to kill him instantly, but with these other skills, it would be enough. The audience thought that the match would end in this instant. Chen was practically about to start cursing, when she saw the knockdown one autumn leaf roll backwards with a quick recover. His character hadn't yet completely gotten up when his spear Evil Annihilation pricked forward and diagonally, a Sky Strike. Sky Strike was the battle mage's lowest leveled skill, but this Sky Strike made when the opponent was behind him. Using this abnormal pattern, one autumn leaf snuck the attack in and collided it with Desert Dust's Eagle Stamp. A stamp down and a slash up. The two skills collided with neither side winning. One autumn leaf was forced sliding backwards and Desert Dust was pushed back in the air as well. Following that, one autumn leaf pulled back his spear and then lifted the black Evil Annihilation like a dragon raising its head, accumulating surging magic power onto its tip. A battle mage was still a mage. His battle strength wasn't completely physical. An even greater part of it was magic. Evil Annihilation thrust forward. The accumulated magic had congealed into a black dragon. Its roaring lifted the dust and rocks, pouncing towards Desert Dust. Battle Mage level 70 ultimate, Rising Dragon soars through the sky. The audience once again thought that the match was decided. This time, Chen was ready to cheer out loud. Glory! The electronic screen also displayed this word. But after seeing the magic dragon dissipate from Evil Annihilation's rising dragon soars the heavens, the players discovered in astonishment that Desert Dust was standing next to one autumn leaf. A target hit by the rising dragon soars the heavens could not appear next to the user, which meant that the attack had not connected. The one who had obtained the glory was Han-Wenqing and his Desert Dust. One autumn leaf had fallen. Chapter 3:12. You're still too green. The originally orderly round of applause gradually turned into chaos, until the noise completely faded into nothing. The audience members that had been applauding for Sun Song had already stopped in embarrassment. And those who were feeling sorry for Han-Wenqing suddenly flew from hell to heaven and didn't know how to react for a moment. Even the host was secretly celebrating after a moment of shock. He had almost announced the incorrect result. He had thought that Han-Wenqing had certainly died and was just about to congratulate Sun Song on his victory. The dead silence continued for a few seconds, until the audience finally regained their composure and erupted in applause. The broadcast used this moment of shock to quickly show the camera shot of that final instant. Every screen switched to the frame of that cut and repeatedly transmitted it. Only then was the audience able to understand. The moment the black dragon roared forward from one autumn leaf's rising dragon soars through the sky, the still in mid-air Desert Dust repeatedly stamped down. Those who were familiar with Glory recognized that he was using Eagle Stamp. Eagle Stamp didn't consist of only a single stamp. As the skill level increased, the number of stamps could reach 5. Desert Dust had clearly leveled the skill to this point. When his stamp collided with Sky Strike, even though his character was hit away, Eagle Stamp's skill hadn't been interrupted. The next 4 stamps allowed Desert Dust to drop down diagonally. By relying on this diagonal drop, Desert Dust was able to dodge the black dragon's roar. After landing on the ground, he immediately used a dashing jab. At this moment, one autumn leaf's rising dragon soars through the sky hadn't completely finished yet, so how he could dodge this attack? With only a sliver of health remaining, he fell under this level 10 skill. This short instant played repeatedly. The broadcast hurried with their work and cut out all of the exchanges after the red blood and then showed them on the screen from different points of view. The replay at normal speed looked like it was playing at high speed and the slow motion replay looked like the proper speed. The applause continued to resound. Han-Wenqing stood up from his platform. In the same manner that he had appeared on stage, he walked down to the center. As for Sun Song, he couldn't believe what had happened. He couldn't believe that he'd lost on that final strike. As a pro player, losing was a very common occurrence. It was just that he had been so confident in this match. He had already said that he would end the grudge between Excellent Era and Tyranny. But he was the one who had actually lost. It truly made him feel ashamed. Sun Song really wished that he could hide behind the platform and wait until the All-Star Weekend's first day ended before slipping out. But he knew that this wasn't possible. Hiding wasn't an option. The longer he hid, the more embarrassed he'd be. Sun Song sucked in a deep breath and finally stood up. He had to face what was to come. He walked down from his platform and saw that Han-Wenqing was already standing at the center of the stage. Han-Wenqing didn't say anything and didn't leave. He just stood there. Sun Song's eyes twitched. Han-Wenqing was waiting for him and certainly wanted to say something. Unfortunately, he definitely wasn't a friendly senior. He finally walked to the center of the stage and saw that Han-Wenqing's cold glare was fixated on him. Sun Song walked in front of him and was still able to force a smile. Tyranny and Excellent Era were originally rivals in the alliance. And before the match, Sun Song had even said such arrogant words. It was obvious just how unfriendly this match was. Despite the host's abundant experience, at this moment, even he didn't know what to say. He looked to the left and then looked to the right. Suddenly, he noticed that Han-Wenqing's cold stare was aimed at him. The host shivered. He didn't say anything and handed the mic over to Han-Wenqing. Ha ha. Han-Wenqing laughed. The children want a change in dynasties, but they're still too green. The entire stadium went into an uproar, especially the media. Everyone was excited. No one had thought that this year's Rookie Challenge would turn out like this. Han-Wenqing. He deserved to be called the tyrant. His taunt wasn't aimed solely at Sun Slong, but also at the earlier Tang Hao, who had said the junior succeeds the senior. And perhaps he was also including Jiao Yingjie, who had beaten Wang Jieshi earlier, as well. This year's Rookie Challenge kept having actual challenges to seniors. The previous two had been successful, but when it got to Han Wenqing, he finally helped the veterans restore their reputation. His still too green represented a powerful reply to all of those rookies who were impatiently hoping to beat the veterans. Sun Slong's face was filled with bitterness, but what could he do? Han Wenqing's counterattack had been made after winning the match. He had proof to show, magnifying the strength by 100 times. Sun Slong had originally been someone who was put shoulder to shoulder with gods like Han Wenqing. But his evaluation of still too green mercilessly killed off Sun Slong's status as a god. At this moment, he had been degraded into a true rookie, impatient to seize the top. But in truth, he had already reached there. There is a story where someone tries to steal a chicken, but ends up losing a handful of rice. It was just like this. And Han Wenqing wasn't done yet. His previous words had been directed at all of the rookies, but his next few words were especially for Sun Slong. Not bad. You played quite well. Han Wenqing also said these courteous words, but his ice-cold tone made it feel awkward. Being able to accurately hit out a sky strike from behind is something that few people can do. Amazing. Han Wenqing said. Sun Slong was astonished. That truly was a godlike display of his mechanics and decision-making. It was exceptionally brilliant. He didn't think that Han Wenqing would especially highlight it. The broadcasts also followed along. When they heard Han Wenqing's words, they immediately showed the clip of Sun Slong's brilliant sky strike. For a short while, the atmosphere turned friendlier. The host's eyes brightened and he wanted to say something too, but Han Wenqing spoke first, but if that was Yi Qiu, then at the very least, he wouldn't have missed that rising dragon. After saying this, he turned around and walked out. The situation suddenly turned stiff. Han Wenqing had went in a circle with Sun Slong, but with this, everyone was able to understand what he was saying. You're quite good, but compared to us veterans, you're still too green. And even worse, he had brought Yi Qiu into it. The excellent era fans who were ready to jump up and shout for Sun Slong all silently sat back down after hearing this. Although Yi Qiu had retired, his glorious silhouette still wouldn't leave their hearts. If Han Wenqing had said that Sun Slong wasn't as good as he himself was, everyone would definitely jump up and argue. But by using Yi Qiu as a comparison, excellent era's fans could only accept this. Chen was one of these fans. After Han Wenqing won and began to ridicule Sun Slong, she flew into a rage. But after he mentioned Yi Qiu, she suddenly quieted down and silently sat back down like a lady. The stadium once again turned silent and watched as Han Wenqing walked off stage. The screens were still playing Sun Slong's brilliant sky strike, but the scene was quickly changed. It was clear that the broadcasters felt like showing it didn't fit the situation. Sun Slong was left alone on stage. The host stood to one side and truly didn't know what to say. In the end, Sun Slong took the initiative and grabbed the microphone. I lost today and there's nothing I can say about it. But tomorrow, that might not be the case. After saying this, he handed the mic back to the host and walked off the stage without looking back. The audience silently watched. This time's Rookie Challenge brought about a lot of different feelings. At this moment, no one knew if this was a good or bad thing. The atmosphere in the stadium was stiff, which was something the host or broadcast company definitely did not hope to see. They immediately cleared the stage and moved to the next match. The next match would be today's final challenge. It had originally been a show the hosts had meticulously planned out. However, they didn't expect that the Rookie Challenge would be so eye-catching. It was likely that the show they had planned wouldn't bring out the desired results. The hosts were from Team Samsara and their final match would be a rookie from their own team against their ace player, Juzukai. Samsara obviously couldn't sacrifice Juzukai to a new rookie. They had planned on using the Rookie Challenge to put a spotlight on Juzukai. With a player from the same team, Juzukai could make the show much more dazzling than anyone else's with greater ease. But Samsara hadn't expected that the rookies this time would all be so strong and create such a strong wave. For the rookie challenge, the hosts only got to know the participants beforehand. They had expected it to be the usual, where the rookie and the senior would have a friendly match. But this time, none of the rookies thought of the match as a show and played for real. The veterans refused to fall behind and, in the end, the rookie challenge turned into a huge competition where the new and old fought to win. This was something that completely surpassed Samsara's planned performance. At this moment, it seemed like they should just have things turn out like the first match. That way, everyone could appreciate the new projection technology. The dazzling colors would attract a few eyes and perhaps leave more of an impression. And right now? When the challenger's name came out, the audience's reactions were clearly mediocre. After seeing the huge climax between Sun Song and Han Wenqing, the audience members were no longer expecting anything. Samsara members were depressed, but there was nothing they could do and could only continue as planned. The rookie and Juzukai went up on stage, said a few words to each other, and then fought. The two fought beautifully and splendidly. Since it was Samsara's home grounds, the audience's reactions were still relatively warm, but they were only warm and far from excited. Samsara was helpless. Their meticulously planned performance really did become simply a performance in the eyes of the audience. Chapter 313. News Conference. After the final match ended, the audience's applause sounded somewhat mechanical. They clearly weren't feeling any genuine excitement and were only giving them a courtesy clap. Samsara's ace player, Juzukai, didn't seem to mind. Once he finished the match, he waved his hands to the audience and gave a thank you before swiftly exiting the stage. From the start of the opening show, he was supposed to be tonight's brightest star. But in the end, it looked as if he was a part of some trash program played after midnight. All of Samsara sighed. Although this year's Rookie Challenge was undoubtedly the most spectacular and successful show in Glory's history, the competition hadn't given any spotlight to their pro players. It had only made them even more depressed when they thought about it. Once the Rookie Challenge ended, the All-Star Weekend's first day was basically over. All of the matches were 1v1s, but even though each match wasn't long, the intermission, talking and opening had made the event take almost 2 hours. After this was another projection show and some raffle events. If this was in the past, by this time, most of the audience would have already left the stadium. But with the new projection technology, a large part of the audience weren't satisfied just yet and stayed to continue admiring it. The ending show continued for almost half an hour before the hosts officially announced that the first day of the All-Star Weekend was over. During this half hour, the security personnel, in charge of maintaining order as people left, had gotten to their positions. The stadium lights gradually brightened until the whole stadium was lit. The audience got up and began to exit the stadium. Several of the crazier fans were still looking left and right. While they were at the scene, they hoped to find a chance to see or meet one of their idols. However, the host had obviously prepared for this. The pro players had their own passageway and wouldn't mix together with the normal audience. When the lights turned on and the audience turned to look at the pro players' seats, they discovered that they had already dispersed. The crowd of people slowly moved outside. After they were outside, they immediately felt more freedom. Many of the audience members were local people, so they already had plenty of experience with the stadium. After exiting, they didn't stop to rest and immediately scrambled over to the roadside. Even though several, more business-minded taxis had come knowing that there would be business here, there weren't enough, making the roadsides unbelievably noisy. These three weren't unfamiliar with this type of scene. Yixiao, of course, obviously didn't need to be mentioned. As for Chen Gui and Tang Ru, the internet cafe was right next to Excellent Era's stadium. Whenever Excellent Era had a match in their stadium, the scene looked the same. How could they not have experienced this before? In the end, the three loitered around for another half an hour before finally getting a taxi. When they returned to the hotel, the three were both tired and hungry. They had eaten their dinner on the plane. Once they arrived at City S, they ran straight to the hotel and then hurried over to the stadium without any time to rest. While they were focused on watching the matches, waiting in line and waiting for the taxi, they didn't feel tired or hungry. But once they arrived at their final destination, they immediately felt as if their hearts were stuck to their backs and rushed straight for the dining hall. After picking a few items, the three of their gazes fell onto the large TV screen in the dining hall. Nowadays, the esports business was vigorously developing and the Glory Alliance was among those that stood out. Adding in the extremely large Glory player base, the foundation for it was extremely solid. The hosting of Glory's All-Star Weekend was naturally a grand occasion for City S. At this moment, the TV screen was showing a few highlights from the first day of the All-Star Weekend's Rookie Challenge. This went from the opening show to each match in the challenge. The three had just seen these, so when they saw the highlights, they didn't find anything new. Chen kept her excited state and called the two of them to quickly look whenever anything spectacular happened. The only gloomy part was the moment when Han Wenqing beat Sun Strong. This was originally the night's highest point, but for Chen, she clearly wasn't happy about it. After the highlights were shown, the TV screen switched to the news conference after the event. As the host, even though Samsara felt somewhat depressed at the way things turned out, they still praised the success of the projection technology, as well as the brilliance of the Rookie Challenge. They then invited a few All-Stars to talk with them. Most of them went by the official view and praised this year's event. But how could reporters be so easily dispatched? The dispute over the new and the old in the Rookie Challenge was naturally tossed over to them in a series of questions. But the Alliance was already prepared for this. The members who were sent out to talk with the reporters were all experts at interviews. Against these sharp questions, not one of them didn't laugh, stressed sportsmanship and felt that the fight between the new and old players were a reflection of Glory's development. Clearly, the reporters weren't going to get much out of these players. The reporters waited patiently though, because they knew that, according to the rules, part of the participants in the Rookie Challenge had to accept interviews. In the end, 4 of the participants from the Rookie Challenge appeared at the news conference. From the rookies came Dai Yanqi from the first match and Samsara's rookie from the 6th match. As for the veterans, Wang Jieshi and Zhu Zikai showed up. When the reporters saw this, they took note of the host's slyness. None of the people they wanted to interview appeared. What was there to ask Dai Yanqi and that Samsara rookie? The only person the reporters were interested in was Wang Jieshi. The reporters quickly flocked over and flooded Wang Jieshi with questions. Naturally, their questions were focused on his loss to Jiao Yingjie. Wang Jieshi was an old veteran. Even more so, that match had been completely engineered by him, so the current situation had been anticipated long before. Him participating in the news conference was something he personally requested. How could he be unprepared for this? Wang Jieshi didn't hurry or delay over the reporters' questions and replied clearly to them. Even though the reporters didn't get anything amazing like they were expecting out of him, Wang Jieshi's truthful responses were acceptable to the reporters. It wasn't easy for them, either. Facing the star, who knew how many times they received supercilious looks from their sharp questions. There was no shortage of questions towards Wang Jieshi. There were even questions on whether he intentionally lost, which Wang Jieshi patiently replied to. Compared to him, Zhu Zikai and the others weren't given much attention. Only those who weren't able to squeeze into Wang Jieshi's crowd came to ask them a few questions. This type of scene was quite common. In reality, getting interviewed wasn't something exciting for the majority of the pro players. Some of them were even happy when they were ignored by the reporters. For example, Zhu Zikai, who was currently Glory's most popular player, felt quite pleased when receiving such little attention. Though, compared to the two rookies, Zhu Zikai still received more attention. The god's opinions on things were much more attractive than some rookies' opinion. The majority of the players who couldn't get to Wang Jieshi ran over to Zhu Zikai. As a representative of the mid-generation players, towards this year's Rookie Challenge and towards the rookies' drive, do you feel like this sort of behavior is a form of disrespect towards the veterans? The reporter asked. Silence. Several seconds of silence. After thinking for a while, Zhu Zikai lifted his head and then said earnestly, "It's fine." And then, And then there was nothing after that. After saying these 2 words, Juzukai already looked at the reporters, indicating that he was ready for the next question. The reporters were stumped. They did know beforehand that interviewing him was a very difficult task. Considered as the #1 most handsome guy in Glory, he definitely had the appearance to match it. But when it came to talking with others, he was quite uncommunicative, especially towards the media. For extremely long questions, he would sometimes only reply with a yeah, oh, or a no, like how he had replied earlier with his "it's fine." It couldn't be said that he didn't reply to the reporter's question, but what was the point in reporting this type of response? Ha 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 ha, Chen Gui, who was watching the interview, laughed, pointing at the screen. I like watching his interviews. For Tang Ru, who was watching an interview of Juzukai for the first time, she immediately discovered that he was different than the norm. She asked in astonishment, were those 2 words his reply? Yeah. Ishio nodded his head. But how could the reporters be so quick to give up? It was rare for them to not need to scramble in order to ask Juzukai questions. Everyone was determined to overcome this difficult obstacle. Tang Hao defeated Lin Jing'an today. Do you think he can be called Glory's #1 brawler now? A very direct question. Juzukai thought for several seconds again before speaking. They played very well. They? Who exactly do you mean by they? I'm thinking, everyone. Everyone? Then do you think your skill level is at the same level as Yu Nian's? Yu Nian was the rookie who played against Juzukai. Ah? He tried very hard. Juzukai said. But trying hard doesn't mean he's skilled, no. Another reporter asked. As long as you try your best, then it's good. Juzukai said after a short pause. The reporters had their cheeks streaked with tears. Chen Gui was already hitting the table in laughter. Tang Ru couldn't resist laughing either and asked Yi Xiao, is he actually like that or is he just playing with the reporters? Trust me. He really is like that. Yi Xiao nodded his head. Chapter 314. I wouldn't get tired even after another 10 years. Ha 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 ha, yeah, yeah. He's always like that. He's pretty funny, isn't he? Hearing Yi Xiao's affirmation, Chen Gui also nodded her head and said a few more words about Juzukai. On TV, the reporters admitted their complete defeat and the scene returned back to Wang Jieshi. His interview session was almost over. Wang Jieshi really knew how to push what he wanted through. During the interview, he spared no efforts in pushing Jiaoyingjie into the spotlight. The phrase he used most in his answers was Tiny Herb's future. Wang Jieshi's passion might not have been easily felt by the audience, but pro players were easily moved by it. Especially Yi Xiao, who had seen through his intent. In his eyes, Wang Jieshi and Jiaoyingjie had been the biggest highlight of the rookie challenge. He had silently devoted everything he had to the team. Wang Jieshi's actions were on a completely different level than everyone else. He should have been the one to have received the most applause and respect in the rookie challenge, but there was no way he was going to get it. In the future, he would be remembered as the god that was beaten by his own team's rookie. Eat! Are you not going to eat? Chen Gui tapped Yi Xiao, who had been thinking of something else. Oh. Yi Xiao turned his body and continued to eat. Chen Gui once again made a few more comments on Wang Jieshi's match, which Yi Xiao only smiled at as he listened. He wouldn't justify what Wang Jieshi did because that wasn't what Wang Jieshi wanted. Wang Jieshi was a player who was completely devoted to his team. He was the Alliance's best team captain. The 3 finished eating. The news conference was done as well, so the 3 returned to their rooms. The day had been quite long. After eating, they quickly fell asleep. Chen Gui had a good sleep schedule. On the second day, she woke up naturally. Although, before she was entirely awake, she heard what seemed to be keyboard and mouse noises. As the owner of an internet cafe, Chen Gui wasn't a stranger to these sounds. Now that she lived in a room with good soundproofing inside the internet cafe, she wasn't disturbed by these sounds. In the early years, when the internet cafe was only a single small room, she shared the room with the customers and the computers. During that time, who knew how many times she had slept on the temporary bed? At that time, as soon as she woke up, she would hear clicking and tapping noises from keyboards and mice. There was also her father at the bedside, waving his hands as if to fan away the smoke from Chen. No one knew how effective it was, but he always did it like so. When she woke up today and heard these sounds, Chen felt a sense of nostalgia, as if she was still dreaming. However, she quickly came to a realization. She was definitely at the hotel and on her bed. She turned her head, along with her blanket, and saw that Tang Ru had already woken up. She was sitting in front of the hotel's computer. The clicking and tapping was obviously coming from there and, of course, she had woken up early to play Glory. "You're really working hard," Chen said. "Ah, you woke up?" Tang Ru turned her head. "Yeah. When did you get up?" Chen got up from her bed and asked. "Not too long ago," Tang Ru said. Chen walked up to her and looked. She thought that there was something really exciting that Tang Ru couldn't be calm about. But when she got closer, she saw that Tang Ru was only leveling and killing monsters. "You're really working hard," Chen muttered her previous words. Tang Ru chuckled. She wanted to hurry and level, so she could play together with Chen in the heavenly domain. This had been her previous plan. And now, she had a few other thoughts after seeing yesterday's rookie challenge. Even though the rookies were some of the least skilled pro players within the pro scene, compared to normal players, they were still extremely skilled. Tang Ru had already experienced this when she fought against Tiny Herb's members in 1v1s. She had still yet to obtain a single victory. She knew that even though she had some talent, compared to those in the pro scene, she was still far from them. And this year's rookie challenge had a lot fewer traditional rookies. Participants such as Jiao Yingjie, Tang Hao, and Sun Slong were exceptionally skilled pro players. Their skill levels were on a completely different level than normal rookies. Their spectacular fights against their seniors were truly exciting. And the atmosphere was only complemented by the new projection technology. Tang Ru had been moved by it and felt a sort of longing for this type of intense competition. She discovered how lacking everything she did in-game was to this. Last night, when she got into bed, she had even thought of the invitation that Tiny Herb's captain had given to her. She had already figured out who that person's identity was. Tiny Herb captain, Wang Jieshi. After watching yesterday's interview, Tang Ru remembered the name and remembered the person. Pro Alliance? Tang Ru felt a wave of emotions after thinking of Wang Jieshi's invitation. When she thought of these two words, she felt an almost magical force attracting her. However, she clearly understood her position. Wang Jieshi had beaten her in less than 30 seconds. If she really did enter the pro scene, Tang Ru couldn't help but think of her initial fight versus Yi Xiu and how she had lost over and over again, completely helpless. She was still far from being strong. Tang Ru understood this well. In the pro scene, the truly strong could be found everywhere. That boy who beat Wang Jieshi, that guy afterwards who was the same class as Steamed Bun, the one autumn leaf that Chen really liked, and the person who beat him. Against these people, which one of these couldn't beat her in 30 seconds? She had to improve. She had to rise. Tang Ru suddenly felt a rush of motivation. She had motivation and direction. After getting strong, she would beat Yi Xiu. That was her initial motivation for playing Glory. But now, she was even more motivated because she found so many more opponents to beat. When she entered the scene, these opponents would fall one after the other to her battle spear. Tang Ru had carried that sort of frenzy with her to sleep. And when she woke up, it overtook her again. The powerful motivation had gotten Tang Ru to immediately get up and play Glory. She said to Chen that she had woken not too long ago. This was only what she felt. She had already been playing Glory for nearly 3 hours. Chen Gui, who had finished her morning routine, saw that Tang Ru was completely focused on the game, so she immediately called, "Hey, stop playing." First, wash your face and brush your teeth, okay? Hurry up and then we'll go eat breakfast. Yeah. 1 second. Tang Ru replied, but she didn't move. As an experienced gamer, Chengguo could immediately tell that Tang Ru really did need a bit of time to finish what she was doing, so after throwing down a hurry, she left the room to knock on the next door. Who is it? Yishio called. You're still sleeping? Get up. Chengguo shouted. To her surprise, the door quickly opened with Yishio inside, dressed all neatly. You woke up pretty early, Chengguo said. Yishio chuckled and then ran back into his room. Chengguo walked in and looked. D*MN, this guy was also playing Glory. These two people had gone out on vacation and they were still like this. The rooms cost 1,500 renminbi for a day. Did these two guys think that this was an internet cafe? That was too luxurious. Both of you, stop playing. Let's eat breakfast, Chengguo said. Both. You've completely ruined little Tang. Chengguo could only scold Yishio. She'll do well in the future. Yishio laughed. Oh. Chengguo suddenly had interest. How good do you think she'll be able to get? As long as she doesn't lose interest, she shouldn't have any problems entering the pro scene. As for just how high she'll go, that'll depend on how hard she works. Yishio said. How hard she works? You're questioning how hardworking little Tang is. Chengguo laughed. She truly is very hardworking when she's interested. But what happens when she loses interest one day? Yishio said. Chengguo thought for a bit and then jumped up. That's what I mean. You guys need to control your gaming. If you guys keep playing for so long every day, then won't you quickly lose interest? Do you understand what it means to maintain the game's freshness? I don't need to. Yishio chuckled. Even if I played for another 10 years, I wouldn't lose interest. Chengguo stared blankly. Another 10 years? Chengguo thought of herself as someone who loved Glory. But after playing for 5 years, she couldn't help but acknowledge that she wasn't as passionate at it compared to her first years. The current her could control the amount of time she spent on the game very well. Apart from having better self-control, it had to be said that her loss of interest was a factor as well. Not losing interest even after 10 years? Chengguo might say it if she was bragging, but Yishio's tone seemed very casual, but also carried resoluteness and confidence. Yishio turned his head in a very carefree manner and continued to play. Breakfast, Chengguo suddenly switched to the subject. Oh, 1 sec. Yishio played earnestly. Okay. Chengguo said and left the room, returning to hers. Tang Ru had finished her playing and was currently doing her morning routine in the bathroom. Little Tang. Chengguo stood by the door and called. HM. Tang Ru bit down on her toothbrush and turned around to look at her. If you kept playing Glory like this, how many years do you think you'll be able to play for? Chengguo asked. Years? Tang Ru was stumped by the question. I have no idea. After a pause, Tang Ru turned her head to reply. To her, this was her most honest answer. Chapter 315. Event Day 2. Do you find Glory fun? Chengguo asked solemnly. It's not bad. Tang Ru said. Do you think you'll find it more and more fun as you play? Chengguo asked. Yeah, I have that type of feeling. Chengguo smiled. Having this sort of upward trend was a good sign. Interest could be built up, too. After tidying everything up, the three went to eat breakfast together. At the front desk, Chengguo grabbed a free City S tour guide and looked through it, see if there's anything fun to do. Yishio and Tang Ru quickly glanced at each other, but Chengguo caught them. She didn't even lift her head as she said, don't think of staying in your room and playing games. We're here on a business trip. There are official matters to attend to. Official matters? Yishio and Tang Ru began to sweat as they listened to Chengguo studying. Nanquan Road's pedestrian street is City SS's largest dining and shopping street. This seems pretty good. Look. Chen put the tour guide in front of their faces. Yishio took it and nodded his head. He then suggested, "Boss, what do you say we find a few relatively large internet cafes to get a feel for their business and service?" "I like this idea." Tangru nodded her head. "No need. I grew up in an internet cafe. Who could be more experienced at this than me?" Chen denied Yishio's suggestion. After saying this, the three all burst out laughing. Going out on a business trip was obviously complete nonsense. Checking out other internet cafes would just be beating a dead horse. Those sorts of thoughts were obvious at a glance. "All right, I won't stop you guys." Chen was honest, "You guys can do what you want. I'm going to go on a stroll, though. I haven't come all the way here to do nothing." Yishio and Tangru thought. Their boss Chen had paid for their tickets, road fares, and hotel fees. She brought them along for a vacation, and if the two of them only played Glory, then it'd be somewhat disrespectful. The two slapped the table and decided that they would go out today and not play Glory. They would take a good look around City S. "Really? Then hurry up and come here. Let's look for where we should go." Chen quickly handed over the tour guide to them so they could look at it. Yishio definitely wasn't a person who was interested in shopping, so he simply stood to the side and was responsible for nodding his head and saying okay. After Chen and Tangru discussed for a bit, he had no idea where they were going. But in any case, he would follow along. Their day went by richly. The two bright, beautiful girls attracted the attention of others wherever they went. There was also the person behind the two girls who attracted a different sort of attention. He always looked so lifeless. He seemed like the sort of guy who'd shuffle his feet when he walked. Yishio's lifeless look was something Chen and Tangru were used to seeing, so they didn't really care. They followed along their planned route. Initially, they chose 5 destinations to go to. But in the end, they only got through 2 of them before they ran out of time. At a modern fashion store, the two sisters spent a full 2 hours wandering around. During those 2 hours, Yishio sat at a seat specially provided by the store for resting. There sat a full row of men. Everyone looked at each other and, if they had something to say, they'd chat with the person next to them. Finally, they chatted until they got to the event that the city was hosting, Glory's All-Star Weekend, which immediately turned into the main subject. There were evidently quite a few Glory fans here. Everyone discussed excitedly. Some of the men didn't even want to leave when their female companions finished looking around. "Go look around some more. Have you went over there yet?" The men, who were called to leave, often refused in this way. After finishing up, the 2 girls had bought quite a lot of things. The most extravagant spender was Chen, who had even bought a pair of high-quality binoculars, which were clearly going to be used for tonight's All-Star event. The 2 girls wanted to continue, but the All-Star event was something that couldn't be missed and, in the end, they reluctantly called a taxi and returned to the hotel. After dropping their bags to the floor, they immediately headed towards Samsara Stadium. All-Star Weekend Day 2. The pamphlet handed out showed today's list of events. The nature of the second day was always as a show. There were almost no competitive elements in the matches. Today's event was often filled with minigames, such as Glory's running race, climbing race, target match, obstacle course, etc. These very ordinary-sounding names naturally had a different feeling to them when they were placed in the game. The key condition was that, in these minigames, many of them had no restrictions on players attacking each other. Killing opponents was perfectly fine. It was just that everyone had to take note that they weren't the only contestants there. If 2 people were too caught up in fighting each other, then the others would win. These events had been there since the start and were well received by the audience, so they hadn't gotten rid of them. Many players even tried to emulate these minigames for fun. The second day was also a day where they interacted with the audience more. For these small minigames, audience members would be randomly chosen to play with the pros. After showing the minigame using the projection technology, the event officially entered the first segment, Hurdles. The projection lit up and an athletic track appeared on stage. 8 runways and 8 participants. It looked very realistic. The host in charge was currently drawing straws. The audience all had their own seat numbers. The chosen all-star would randomly choose audience members to go on stage and play with the pro in the match. The chosen all-star for the first match was Samsara's ace player, Zakai. Zakai, how do you plan on choosing for members from the audience? The host asked Zakai. It doesn't matter. Zakai said after thinking for a bit. We can do it randomly using a computer, or you can call out random seat numbers yourself. You could also pick up something and throw it at the audience. Whoever catches it comes. Or if you have any other ideas, you're welcome to go ahead and do it. How about it? Do you want to think of your own method? The host said. Okay, then that one. Zakai said. That one. By random. Zakai said. By random? Are you talking about using the computer? Yeah. Then we'll use that method to choose an audience member. Look at the screen, and when you say stop, then it'll stop, the host said. The screen began to display numbers. Zakai immediately called for it to stop. The person controlling the screen was somewhat delayed. After Zakai said stop, 2 more numbers passed. The host began to sweat furiously, so you're yelling stop as soon as possible. Okay, that's fine. Let's see who our guest is. Oh, you're already here. The host didn't need to call whoever got chosen to come up. The chosen guest had already rushed forward excitedly. Okay, next up, for the second guest, are you going to switch methods, Zakai? The host asked. Zakai's hands quickly rose. But before anyone could see what he was doing, his hands dropped and he said, keep going. Keep going? Are you saying to keep the numbers on the screen rolling? Or are you going to be using a different method? Zakai nodded his head. Okay. Then the screen will continue rolling. But this time you can stop. You can let it roll for a bit longer. The host hadn't finished his words when Zakai had already told him to stop. Another seat member was chosen. Again, without the host needing to call the guest forward, the guest began to head towards the stage. Okay, there's still 2 more. Zakai, do you want to switch methods? The host simply stopped bothering and directly went forward. No need. Okay. Then this time, can you wait a bit longer before telling it to stop? The host asked. Okay. Zakai nodded his head. Good. The rolling continues. After the host announced it, the numbers began to roll. The host hadn't been able to stop correctly because of Zakai's suddenness, but this time, he was determined to get it. The numbers continued to roll. The host was ready to stop at any moment. Waiting. The screen was already growing blurry. He looked at Zakai strangely. Zakai was focused on the screen and he seemed to be trying very hard to wait a bit longer before yelling out a stop. Zakai? Stop! F***CK. The host muttered in his heart. He had messed up again. Luckily, the audience was giving him more face and were more empathetic. The guest didn't come up without him telling him to. Only until the host announced the chosen guest seat number did the guest come up. For the final guest, Zakai, perhaps you could change a method. You can say a random number. It can be whatever you like. It wasn't easy for the host either. He hoped that there would at least be some variation. Okay. Then, what number are you thinking of? 17, Zakai said. 17? Oh. 17, how did you come up with the number 17? The host asked. Zakai and but didn't follow up. His gaze was focused on the host. The host stared blankly for a while and then suddenly thought of something and lowered his head. The cameraman also figured out what had happened. He quickly switched to the host's body. His t-shirt had a 17 on it. The audience laughed. The host wasn't too embarrassed. He was happy to sacrifice himself for the audience's pleasure. Though with just a 17, it was hard to tell who the audience member was exactly. Samsara's seats were arranged by area, row, and then number. The host lead him some more until Juzakai finally said a complete seat number. After sending Juzakai down, the host wiped off a bead of sweat. How tiring! He deserved to be called the most difficult person to interview in the Alliance. Chapter 316. Hurdles. The host finally announced the final guest and the audience sighed in disappointment. Everyone wanted to go up onto the stage, but unfortunately, the spots would only go to the few lucky ones. Chen was one such person who sighed in disappointment. As soon as the numbers started rolling, her eyes would grow wide. When Juzakai said the final seat number himself, she listened intently. But among the 10,000 spectators there, only 4 would be chosen. With a 0.04% chance, Chen was unfortunately not chosen. Though for these types of lottery events, not being chosen wouldn't make her too depressed. After a short moment of lament, Chen immediately brought out her newly bought binoculars to look. "Ah!" Chen suddenly shouted in astonishment. "What is it?" Yishio and Tang Ru asked. Su Muqing also brought binoculars. Chen was very excited at the thought of doing the same thing as her idol. "Really? Let me look," Yishio hastily said. "Look." Chen gave the binoculars to Yishio, "Over there." Yishio took it and looked through them towards the pro players' seats and quickly found Su Muqing. Sure enough, she really had brought binoculars. Right now, they were raised up, searching around. Right. Chen continued to chatter in Yishio's ears. Yishio saw Su Muqing's binoculars turn and turn, until finally it turned towards his direction, where it quickly stopped. They were a bit far, though they could at least see each other. Yishio stared through them some more, but Chen already wanted the binoculars back. Yishio handed them back to her. Chen raised them up and immediately cried out, "Ah!" Chen quickly put down the binoculars. Her expression was somewhat dumbstruck. "She seems to be looking towards us, don't you think?" "Seems like it," Yishio said. Chen quickly raised the binoculars again and continued to say in surprise, "Ah, she seems to be waving in this direction. Who do you think she's saying hi to?" Chen stood up and looked around, but didn't notice the person next to her waving back. After looking around in a circle, she obviously didn't find anything. When she sat back down and looked through her binoculars again, Su Muqing had already stopped looking in their direction. On stage, the 4 participating pros had already gotten up. Juzakai, of course, was one of them. In this event, 3 pros could sign up on their own and the 4th one was usually chosen from the All-Stars list in order to raise the stakes. Anyone on the All-Stars list was naturally more popular than any normal pro. These types of players had a status similar to a box office celebrity. The popular pro's task was to pick out for lucky guests and then participate in the event along with everyone else. In the first event, the hurdles, the popular pro was Juzakai. When he stood alongside the normal audience members and the other participating pros, he already stood out. He seemed somewhat uneasy, but it wasn't as obvious as the chosen guest's nervousness was. The other 3 pros, who were not as popular, looked even more calm than the god. The host announced the 8 participants. He asked the 4 chosen audience members their names and then their glory IDs and classes. He then asked them for their thoughts. 2 of the 4 expressed their excitement. Another one of them could only laugh and smile nervously. He couldn't get a clear word out. The other was a female, who was staring at Juzakai with sparkling eyes. Though to her disappointment, Juzakai never turned his head to look at her. His head was lowered towards his feet the entire time. After asking the chosen audience members their thoughts, the host turned to the pros, who were skilled at interviews. Finally, the MIC was handed to Juzakai. The host was already sweating. "Zakai?" the host called. Juzakai lifted his head to look at him. "What do you think? Do you have any confidence in winning?" the host asked. Ah? Juzakai hesitated. Good. He said. You can do it. The host didn't even attempt to figure out what he meant by good and hastily ended the god's interview. He immediately announced that the first event would begin soon. This match was purely for fun, so no one bothered with being fair. The pros would use their own accounts, while the chosen audience members would use their own, as well. Only if they didn't bring their account cards would the host provide them with one. When they advertised the event, they had reminded the audience members to bring their account cards because there was a chance they could play with the pros on stage, so these for chosen audience members used their own accounts. The 8 players got up onto the match platforms and their 8 characters appeared on stage. The most eye-catching character was obviously Juzakai's Cloud Pisser. His character was covered in grey and wore a black cap. Its posture was similar to Juzakai. His character was looking down and standing silently behind the starting line. Beside him was a lucky audience member's character. The 7 characters were lined up in this way. 4 of the characters had their heads turned. These were clearly because the 4 normal players were admiring the great gunner's elegance. The 3 pros were also rare existences to normal players, but compared with a god, they were immediately drowned out. Ready. Set. A very loud voice resounded throughout the entire stadium. Bang! A gunshot. Bang, 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 bang. After the starting gunshot, more gunshots closely followed. The audience were surprised and thought that something had happened to the starting pistol. But soon after, they saw Juzakai flying backwards. The repeated gunshots weren't from the starting pistol, but Juzakai's silver weapon, Wildfire Revolver. Juzakai was undoubtedly using aerial fire. Aerial fire required high-frequency shooting. Aerial cannon could push a character very far, but aerial fire required repeated shooting to keep the character floating. In terms of difficulty, aerial fire was harder to do than an aerial cannon. But for Juzakai, the current god among gunners, aerial fire was beyond easy to use. As soon as the starting pistol went off, his character quickly turned around and flew backwards, instantly pulling ahead of the other 7 players. When using aerial fire, the character touched the ground much more frequently than when using aerial cannon. But under Juzakai's quick fingers, Cloud Pisser slid along the ground like a dragonfly. He quickly arrived at the first hurdle. Without turning around, he simply angled himself downwards and then gently jumped. Cloud Pisser gracefully leaped over the hurdle without overjumping it by even the slightest inch. The electronic screens immediately replayed this part. The applause from the audience was very warm. This was Samsara Stadium, which meant it was also Juzakai's home grounds. Here, he was absolutely the most welcome player there. Among the other 7 players, one of the pros was a witch. He hopped onto his broom and flew low, quickly winning a small lead. When he met a hurdle, he would make a slight adjustment and his character would gently glide across the hurdle. The absolute majority of pros were extremely adept at these sorts of basic skills. It was impossible to tell who was better with just one move. Apart from these 2 classes with their more unique movement methods, the other 6 were more ordinary and were running along the ground. But the other 2 pros quickly pulled ahead of the 4 audience members. Whether it was from their equipment or movement speed, they had a better grasp of the tempo. The pros were obviously much more skilled than normal players. This type of difference was obvious at a glance. If they kept on running like this according to the normal rules, then this match would be quite boring. But in a match with no rules, who would abide by them? Everyone awaited for that moment. The audience didn't have to wait long. One of the pro players broke the silence. His character was a battle mage. Even though he didn't have any special movement abilities, he had an ability that could increase his movement speed. When he passed by the first hurdle, he threw out a dragon tooth at the hurdle. The hurdle broke and a neutral chaser appeared behind him. If he could attack with the chaser, then he would be able to obtain the movement speed buff. Chasers couldn't be used against the hurdles. They could only target other people. The players near him were both audience members. Even though there were no rules, the pro felt that bullying the normal players would be somewhat embarrassing to do, so he sent his neutral chaser towards the other nearby pro. But how could a pro be hit so easily? That pro was a berserker who directly jumped to a different lane to avoid the attack. Correct, he switched lanes. In a match with no rules, there was nothing wrong with switching lanes. That battle mage didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. He was clearly determined to get his chaser buff. The pros were clearly more on top of things. The 4 audience members were still running normally, while these 2 had already started fighting. The current second-place pro, the Witch, began to move too. Seeing that Juzukai's Cloud Pisser didn't seem to be slowing down, he wanted to stop him. As a result, he began casting magic missiles towards Cloud Pisser. Cloud Pisser was flying backwards, so he could clearly see them coming. He immediately began to adjust his flying angle. His character continued to adjust his flying direction and he was no longer flying in a straight line. His quick changes were like a butterfly passing through flowers. His beautiful movements caught the audience's attentions and the applause once again came. The Witch saw that his magic missiles weren't working, so he chanted again. His character threw out a sparkling light, which transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Cloud Pisser. Which skill? Star Ray. Chapter 317. The second event. Star Ray moved quickly and was very difficult to dodge. However, the more difficult the challenge, the greater the skill required to overcome it. For someone at the top of the pro scene, avoiding the Star Ray couldn't be said as extremely hard. This was especially so in this sort of scenario where there wasn't any strategy involved to ensure Star Ray would connect. However, this wasn't a serious competition. It was only a show match, so the players wouldn't think too hard. If they had a skill to use, just use it. It would be a battle of luck. This Star Ray was thrown out with this type of carefree attitude. As a result, Juzukai wouldn't be hit by it. The instant the Star Ray flashed out, his Cloud Pisser lightly jumped. While dodging the Star Ray, he also leaped over a hurdle. Pa! The Star Ray directly hit the hurdle and the powerful magic shattered the hurdle. Wood pieces flew through the air. At this moment, no one was able to hear the quiet ka sound amidst this. If they heard it, then the experienced players would realize that this was the sound of a bullet being loaded. Furthermore, this wasn't a normal attack, but a skill. As the wood pieces fell, the Witch hastily flew over when he saw an ice-cold black muzzle pointed at him. Bang! The gunshot was extremely loud. The sparks that flew out were like a small explosion. The gunpowder that flew out raised a dust cloud around Cloud Pisser. It could be seen just how strong the skill was based off of its visual effects. This was a sharpshooter's most powerful skill, Thunder Snipe. Correct, right now Cloud Pisser was holding a giant sniper rifle. When he used the skill, his character would create an item that would fit the skill for the game's visual effects. Whether it was from the ground or from the air, no one knew where the item came from. With this distance, wanting to dodge the Thunder Snipe after seeing the gunfire couldn't be called difficult, but rather impossible. The Witch was hit in the head by the skill and blood immediately splattered out. Those who were hit in the head by Thunder Snipe would trigger a hidden effect that would cause the bullet to do twice its normal damage. However, the Witch's head exploding with one shot was only a visual effect. He would receive a large amount of damage, but he wouldn't immediately die. However, his rush forward had been interrupted. When the bullet hit, his head flew backwards like a train, carrying his body along with it. In that instant, he went from being second place to last place. Cheers! More cheers. In reality, most of the audience didn't realize that Juzukai's Thunder Snipe had used the hurdle-shattering sound as a cover, but the attack's power, as well as its quickness, was enough to bring about the audience's cheers. Cloud Pisser continued with his aerial fire. Behind him were the Battle Mage and Berserker who were fighting as they ran forward. These two classes lacked long-range abilities. The two were fighting with each other as well and had no way of stopping Cloud Pisser. It was somewhat boring to see the match being decided so quickly. Though for this type of fun event, winning or losing wasn't really the main attraction. At this moment, Cloud Pisser's beautiful and steady aerial fire was the biggest watching point, while the two pro players fighting with each other were the second watching point. The 4 audience members who had entered the show mode and their chaotic fighting were the 3rd watching point. As for the witch who was blasted away, after climbing back up, his hasty broom riding to try and catch up became the 4th watching point. The commentators and the screens wouldn't recap the more technical areas and would display the more fun parts instead. For this match, the purpose wasn't to praise the winners, but to try and get everyone to smile and laugh. From the looks of it, the first match could still be considered successful. With the winner already decided, the remaining contestants became more relaxed and simply took the match as just a fun match. In the beginning, the pros were only fighting with each other. They felt too embarrassed to bully the audience members. But as the audience members began to attack the pros, everyone gradually began to a huge fight, which was quite funny to watch. Along with the sound of a whistle, Zuzukai reached the end destination. And the group behind him? There were only 4 players left. Of the 4 audience members, 3 had already died along the way. The remaining audience member was the female player. The 3 pros were clearly being somewhat nicer to her. In truth, if the pros were seriously fighting, then the pros would have gotten rid of the audience members long ago and there wouldn't have been a huge fight. However, since they were simply doing it for fun, the fight turned out like so. When the 4 remaining players were about to reach the final destination, the battle mage and the berserker seemed to have suddenly reached an agreement and they began bullying the witch. Just before they hit the end goal, they killed him off. After that, the 2 began fighting again, intentionally giving the female audience member an opportunity. The girl swept past the finish line as the 2nd place contestant and the other 2 also reached there shortly after. When the match ended, the electronic screen showed everyone's record and placing. After that, they even put out the stats for things like who did the most damage for everyone to see. The commentators talked about the placings jokingly and the stadium's atmosphere lightened up even more. The 8 players returned to the center of the stage. The 2nd place female player received the champion Juzukai's hug under the host's directions. With her face red, she scurried off stage, forgetting to pick up her prize. The other 3 pros didn't care at all about the match and were laughing along with the host. "Zakai, you won the match. How are you feeling right now?" The host still asked the god. Juzukai replied as if he were extremely prepared and immediately said, "I feel very happy." He only said 4 words and then smiled at the host. The host didn't attempt to go deeper. The day's event was mainly for the audience. After saying a few words to the 3 male audience members, he gave them souvenirs and announced the end for the hurdles event. The 2nd event was the high jump. But for this event, the contestants weren't jumping for height, but for speed. The goal was to reach the highest point as fast as possible. In the past years, the map was set on some sort of tall mountain peak. But this year, due to the projection technology, it was only a few platforms floating in the air. This was done for convenience. If they used some sort of tall mountain peak, then if the projection technology was used, it would be difficult for the audience to see every character. With floating platforms, every player could be easily seen. Next up is a pro player from Team Excellent Era. She's someone we all know and love, Su Muqing. After the host announced it, the stadium's cheers and applause shook the heavens and the earth. For a beautiful female player like Su Muqing, even enemy fans would find it hard to dislike her. It wouldn't be excessive to say that everyone liked her. Apart from the home team's players, any other pro or god would find it difficult to contest with the audience's applause for her. Su Muqing. Su Muqing. Chen excitedly shouted. Yishio, on the other hand, felt somewhat uneasy. Su Muqing hadn't gotten binoculars just to find him and wave at him, right? Right? She hadn't counted which seat he was in to call him up onto the stage, right? The occasional joke suited Su Muqing's personality. But she knew that Yishio never showed himself to the public, so acting on her own and playing the joke out was somewhat headstrong. Yishio felt like it wasn't something Su Muqing would do. Muqing, how do you plan on choosing the 4 audience members? The host's tone was very excited. It was probably because of his previous experience with Juzukai. Let's do it randomly for now, Su Muqing said. Okay, then we're going to show the numbers on the screen and it'll stop when you say stop. The host said, and the numbers began to roll. Stop! Sumuching's shout was almost faster than Juzukai's. The host almost slipped on the ground, causing the audience to laugh. After Chenghua finished laughing, she took a look at the seat number chosen and felt very dejected when she saw that it wasn't hers. This time, her idol was on stage and Chenghua wanted to go up very badly. The speechless host didn't want to tell Sumuching to slow down. He was afraid that she'd be like Juzukai. For the second roll, Sumuching did things normally and told him to stop after a while. Ah. Not me again. Disappointment was written all over Chenggua's face. Next up, I'm going to switch methods. Not waiting for the host to speak, Sumuching took the initiative to make a suggestion. Oh? Muching, what's your new method? The host excitedly asked. Oh, I don't have a new one. Can I just randomly call out 2 seats? Sumuching said. The host fell over again. Was Sumuching going to act like Juzukai? I pick Area C. Sumuching said. Ah. Chenghua cried out in surprise. She was sitting in Area C. Row 18. Chenghua jumped up. She was in row 18. Number 21. Sumuching concluded. Chenggua's brain immediately exploded. As if something had blown up, she asked Tang Ru in disbelief, what number? 21. That's you. Tang Ru was also happy for Chenghua. No one knew better than her how much she liked Sumuching. Chenggua's gaze was still somewhat blank. Except this time, when she looked around, everyone had their heads turned towards her, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. It really is me. Chenghua didn't know what to do. Sumuching continued, next up, I have an idea. I want to choose this friend's neighboring seats. I think it'll be very fun if we invite people who know each other to come up. Muching, that sounds like a great idea. Then which one are you going to pick? Number 19 or number 23, the host said. They were in an odd number only area. Number 19 was Yi Xiao. Number 23 was Tang Ru. After hearing Sumuching's suggestion, Chenghua shouted excitedly, We can even go up together. Chapter 318. Meeting an idol. She isn't actually going to make me go up, is she? Now that things had gotten this far, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel uncertain. And when he looked on stage, Sumuching was currently hesitating with her answer, number 19 or number 23. Sumuching mumbled. The surrounding audience members had all turned around to look at them. Their eyes were filled with envy. It didn't matter what her answer was, one of them would have the chance to go up. Right now, we only have these 2 choices. Do you want to flip a coin to decide it? The host suggested. No need. I've already thought of my answer. Sumuching said. Oh? Then which one? The host asked. It's... Sumuching said and then paused with a deep breath. Yi Xiao had figured it out. He was certain that Sumuching wouldn't pick him. The girl was just messing with him deliberately in order to scare him. Unfortunately, her little scheme had been seen through by Yi Xiao and he wouldn't be fazed by it. Sure enough, after taking her deep breath, Sumuching chose number 23, Tang Ru's seat. Ah. It's you. Chenghua was the first to shout. She was clearly more excited than the person who was chosen. Tang Ru had been at a loss before, but her mind was clear now. She laughed, it looks like my luck today is pretty good. Though it's too bad for a certain someone. Chenghua laughed as she looked at Yi Xiao. She patted Yi Xiao's shoulder, sigh. You just barely missed it. Don't be too disappointed. But Yi Xiao's face was as calm as ever. He didn't have any sort of envious or jealous expression like the other spectators did. In fact, he didn't seem disappointed at all. He looked as if everything was just as he had expected. Chenghua suddenly remembered that even though she had never heard of his name before, he had been in the pro scene before. It seemed like going up on stage really wasn't that big of a deal for him. Chen felt somewhat sorry that she wasn't able to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Yishio. The host had already called the two forward and the two handed their belongings to Yishio to take care of. Work hard and admire our heroics. Chen handed her binoculars over to Yishio. Good luck getting closer to your idol. Yishio laughed. As if you need to say that. Chen loftily turned around and walked towards the stage with Tang Ru. The final two guests have arrived on stage. Two very beautiful girls. Let's all get to know them. The host noticed that Chen and Tang Ru were both very beautiful. It could be said that they weren't much inferior to Su Muqing. Could I ask for your names? The host asked. Chen Tang Ru. The two replied. It seems like you two are like Muqing wanted. Are you two together? The host asked. Yep, we're good friends. Chen replied. You two were lucky enough to participate in today's event for the All-Star Weekend. What are your feelings about this? The host continued to ask. Of course, I'm very excited. The questions were pretty much all answered by Chen Guo. After Tang Ru said her name, she just stood on the side with a smile. Her gaze turned as she saw the All-Star Su Muqing, Chen Guo's favorite All-Star, smiling at her. Their gazes met and Su Muqing waved her hands back, smiling. Tang Ru was somewhat startled, but she quickly returned a friendly smile back. Of course it's Su Muqing. At this moment, the host asked Chen Guo who her favorite player was, which Chen Guo replied quickly with Su Muqing's name. The host immediately had Su Muqing come over and interact with her fan. Chen Guo didn't know whether she was dreaming or not, but everything seemed to go by too quickly as she was rushed over. When she got in front of Su Muqing, she became a lot more boastful. Hearing Chen Guo's gentle and low voice talking with Su Muqing was enough to make people familiar with her feel like it wasn't real. But the host couldn't only revolve around them. After all, the three other pro players and the other two guests were already on stage, as well. They couldn't be left feeling ignored. While the host interviewed the other participants, Su Muqing and Chen Guo were still chatting with each other. In truth, Chen Guo had no idea what she wanted to say to her idol, though Su Muqing took the initiative to chat with her about some of the fun things interesting to glory female players. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time to chat. After the host finished with the introductions, the match officially started and the 8 players went to their respective platforms. It was too short. This was Chen Guo's only regret. She really wanted to chat with Su Muqing more. Su Muqing was no longer that faraway idol that she could only see on the internet, but instead, she was like a good friend. She really wanted to get closer to her. Sadly, when the day was over, Chen Guo knew that she would never get another chance. In the end, Su Muqing was a celebrity-type figure and she was just a normal player. Reality was always like this. When Chen Guo walked up to her platform, she felt quite forced and looked back from time to time at the spot where she had chatted with Su Muqing. The event continued. After the 8 players went up onto their respective match platforms, they began to log in with their account cards. The host had obviously asked about their account's class and level. However, Tang Ru's Soft Mist wasn't even level 40 yet. If she played with the other max-level characters, then it wouldn't be fair at all, so the host proposed to give Tang Ru a level 70 Battle Mage account. Tang Ru didn't complain and gladly accepted it. The 8 players' characters were projected onto the stage. The electronic screens featured each character's perspective. But to everyone's surprise, when Chen Guo's Chasing Haze appeared on screen, there was quite a bit of commotion among the audience. Chasing Haze? That Chasing Haze. After seeing that character appear, the audience members suddenly began to discuss with one another. Yeah. It's that one. I remember her equipment. Some audience members affirmed. Chasing Haze was quite famous and her fame came from when Yishio used her to battle with Poplar Beach. Poplar Beach might not have been very well liked, but in the heavenly domain, he was certainly a famous expert. To be beaten so quickly in such a manner caused quite a bit of commotion in the gaming community. The recording for that match had been on the popular videos ranking list for a very long time. Whoever saw the video knew of Chasing Haze. During those initial days of popularity, Chen constantly received friend requests every day. Her mailbox had received countless letters with all sorts of content in them. Chen had been tossed from side to side so much that, in the end, she directly closed her ability to add friends and shut down her mailbox in order to go back to her peaceful days. And now, Chasing Haze had suddenly appeared at the All-Star Weekend event, which was quite surprising to the audience members. Chasing Haze was like a grassroots celebrity. Her fan base could be considered quite large. Her appearance on stage didn't lose to those 3 other pro players. As for the other guests, they were only given a polite applause. The hosts had no way of anticipating this. Quite a few people knew of her. If they had known that such a coincidence would occur, the hosts would have fully utilized it. But right now, the high jump event was about to begin. The map was projected onto the stage as the 8 characters lined up. The 8 characters all had their heads up, looking up at the steps floating in the air. It was the first time the high jump event was like this. The floating steps didn't have any mountain walls as obstacles, so there was much more freedom in the jumping and the competition would be more intense. The 8 players didn't have much time to look. After the 8 characters each got into their position, the match quickly began. Bang! A gun sounded and the match began. The pro players used their own methods to jump up. Su Muqing, as the All-Star, didn't disgrace her status. She used her aerial cannon to jump up and rapidly ascended. After a few ups and downs, she pulled ahead of everyone. This high jump event clearly wasn't as simple as the hurdles. For that one, if you didn't know what you were doing, and you just ran straight forward, you would eventually reach the finish line. But for this high jump, if the players failed their play, they would fall down just as the Sin City clock tower. Of the 4 guests, 3 of them were doing quite well. Only one of them clearly wasn't good enough. After a few jumps, that player would always fall down. Like that, no one needed to work it out for him. He himself knew that he wouldn't be able to finish the match. As for the pros, they began to compete. Like the hurdles, the pros felt too bad for bullying the guests, so they fought amongst one another. And it was too easy to mess things up for others in this event. If a player was hit by a crowd control or knockback skill, then they would immediately have to start from the bottom again. Chapter 319. Harming others for one's personal gain. The high jump event was much more difficult than the hurdles event. Even though the match was only for fun and winning or losing didn't matter, repeatedly failing to reach the floating steps was a bit embarrassing. The All-Star Weekend was being watched by numerous Glory fans and no pro player wanted to be remembered in this way. As a result, those who signed up for the high jump event all had real skill in this area. There were many areas a player could be strong at in Glory. Every pro player had particular skills or techniques they excelled at. If these pros who signed up for the high jump were evaluated based on their skill at jumping, then these pros would be among the top of all players. Su Muqing jumped the quickest, but the other 3 weren't far behind. These 4 had strong fundamentals for jumping. They continued to steadily ascend as they fought with one another. Those who were hit down wouldn't fall to the very bottom. They would usually fall a bit and then think of a way to stop their descent at a chosen floating step. This type of difficult game immediately created a clear divide between the pros and the normal players. Tang Ru's mechanics were completely based around her hand speed. However, this type of jumping required the player to determine the distance, height, and jumping power. With only her hand speed, every time she jumped onto the next floating step, she had to stop and slowly think about how to jump onto the next one. Compared to her, Chen was a bit faster at this. Another guest had pretty decent skill as well. But the remaining 4th guest was more miserable. Overall, he was very bad in this area and after a few jumps, without any interruptions, he would fail again and again. He immediately became the star of the show. Every time he fell to the bottom, the audience would laugh. Even the commentators were paying attention to him. In the beginning, they had been encouraging him, but towards the end, they were stumped for words. He simply wasn't good enough. It had nothing to do with how hard he was trying. Being laughed at for failing wasn't easy for this poor brother. Compared to the other 7 contestants, the 4 pros had already climbed so high that he couldn't see them anymore. As for the other 3 guests, even though they were way behind the pros, they were at least steadily climbing. Having seen the pros fight in the previous match, this brother suddenly felt inspired. He had become a joke, but he could at least drag others along with him. This guest just happened to be a sharpshooter, which was a long-range class. Thus, after jumping up a few times and feeling like he couldn't jump any higher, he took out his gun and fired at the other 3 guests. These 3 guests were completely focused on jumping up. Chen and Tang Ru naturally wouldn't attack each other. As for the other guest, after seeing the pros so far ahead, he didn't feel like there was any point in attacking each other. If he made a mistake and accidentally fell down, then that would be very unfortunate, which was why he only thought of reaching the end floating step and nothing else. The 3 hadn't thought of doing anything bad to each other, but unfortunately, they had a poor crackpot beneath them. When the firing began, the 3 immediately panicked a bit. Compared to Sumuching and the other pros, their jumping skills were greatly inferior. Even under circumstances where there were no obstacles, they had to jump slowly and cautiously. With bullets flying towards them, danger sprang up all around them as they had to both jump and dodge at the same time. K.A. Using normal attacks wasn't enough for this guest. He fired the sharpshooter skill that Juzukai had used in the hurdles, Thunder Snipe. The bullet flew up with a bang. The bullet headed towards Chengua's Chasing Haze. Chengua had played the game for many years and she knew of Thunder Snipe's power. But with her skill level, she wasn't able to determine where the bullet was being aimed at. Helpless, her only choice was to dodge. However, there wasn't much time to dodge, so she hastily chose to jump towards the next floating step. The bullet whistled by. It hadn't connected with Chasing Haze. But because Chengua had hurried the jump, Chasing Haze missed the floating step and fell. Chengua immediately fired her cannon in the air and wanted to use aerial cannon to land on another floating step. But with her skill, her mechanics weren't involved in this move at all, only luck. Unfortunately, her luck failed her. Chasing Haze had gotten to a few floating steps, but she wasn't able to steady herself on them and, in the end, she fell to the very bottom. Chengua was furious. If everyone had been fighting, then being blown down like this wasn't too bad. After all, that was a part of the game. But the player beneath them had already been seen by everyone as being inferior in skill. It wasn't possible for him to finish the game and it could be said that he had already been eliminated from the competition. But this guy was hurting others for his own selfish reasons. He wasn't able to jump up, so he just had to cause trouble for others. It really was somewhat disgraceful. As soon as Chasing Haze got up after falling down, she directly fired a Gatling gun at the sharpshooter. As if he had found a new toy to play with, the sharpshooter excitedly began to fight with Chengua. 2 guests fighting with each other on the ground was a first for this high jump event. The audience were at first in disbelief, but they quickly thought of Chasing Haze's exceptional skill displayed in the video and felt like the fight would be quite fun to watch. As soon as one person took the lead, the others began to clap and cheer. The sharpshooter had gotten the wrong idea and thought he was the one being cheered for. His anger was appeased and he immediately began fighting with more energy. On flat ground, the sharpshooter's skill wasn't as poor as his jumping ability. After the 2 attacked for a bit, it wasn't certain that Chengua would win. The audience watched for a bit, but didn't see the skill they were expecting out of Chasing Haze and all felt very disappointed. On that day, someone else had played on the Chasing Haze account. Quite a few players in the 10th server knew this, but this information wasn't given in the video, so players from other servers who had seen the video didn't know of this. On the ground, the 2 continued to fight intensely. Up above, the 4 pros were also fighting fiercely. In the middle, the 2 guests were the same as before. They didn't pay attention to each other and continued to jump. But Tang Ru's character stopped. After seeing that Chengua and the other guest were fighting evenly, without hesitating, she stepped off the floating platform and jumped down. The audience went into an uproar, but Tang Ru was very calm. She didn't feel fired up enough simply jumping up. But if it was PK, then she was quite confident in herself. The sharpshooter was still fighting with Chen was chasing Haze and didn't know that a disaster was coming from up above. The falling Tang Ru jabbed forward with her spear, causing the enthusiastic guest to stumble. Tang Ru's character didn't use any sort of stalling method and, after falling down from so high up, her health plummeted to half. Chasing Haze, on the other hand, had used aerial cannon to stall. Even though she hadn't landed steadily, she didn't take any damage from the fall. When the sharpshooter turned to look, he saw that Tang Ru's character was already at half-life from falling. He laughed out loud and believed her to be a noob. He knew that the person playing the character was a very pretty girl, so he teased her in a very casual manner. "Pretty girl, did that hurt? Would you like a hand?" The second day's events were interactive, so they didn't prohibit voice chat like in the official matches. Players could freely communicate through their voice. When a character fell from high up, besides losing health, the character would also be briefly stunned. This was something Tang Ru didn't know. She had been prepared to follow up, but then she discovered that she couldn't move because of her stunned state. This would have given the opponent a good chance to attack, but the guy had decided not to and instead chosen to tease her. After he finished talking, the stunned state wore off. Tang Ru immediately had her character use a dragon tooth. This max-level battle mage had a complete set of skills, but because Tang Ru was only familiar with skills below level 40, she didn't use the high-leveled skills. When she added in points, she maxed all of the skills she was familiar with and then randomly put in points in other skills. Tang Ru was very serious for this battle, so she didn't want to test out any high-level skills and only used familiar ones. In terms of PK, Tang Ru was far above normal players. The sharpshooter was completely crushed. He didn't have any ability to keep up and tease the girl at the same time. On the other side, Chen was chasing Haze had rushed over and didn't hesitate to fight with Tang Ru in a 2v1. This brother's situation wasn't looking good. The commentators were somewhat unable to keep up. After a short pause, one of them said, "If I'm not looking at things wrong, then these two girls have formed a team." At the same time, the audience members weren't the only ones astonished. Even the spectators in the pro player seats were watching seriously. "That battle mage seems to be pretty good," someone said. "Her hand speed is very fast." The pro-level players were instantly able to recognize what Tang Ru's strongest point was. "Sigh, but she's not experienced enough. Why didn't she use a Raging Dragon there?" Another side. Raging Dragon Pierces the Heart was a level 60 battle mage skill. It was a skill that currently wasn't in Tang Ru's train of thought. Chapter 320. Helping each other. The poor sharpshooter wanted to show off his might in front of the beauties, but his efforts only resulted in being flattened by them. After hearing the commentator say that the two of them had even partied up, he refused to give up and, as he climbed back up, he shouted, "How shameless! You even partied up." The crowd laughed. The commentators had even checked the rules and explained, "Bah, the rules never talked about this. But since it doesn't talk about it, that means it should be okay." Everyone watching could see the scene very clearly. No one sympathized with him. They all watched in glee as he was crushed by the two beauties and applauded repeatedly. However, the broadcasting team wasn't really sure what to do. The spectators in the stadium had more freedom and had a full view of the match. They could choose where they wanted to watch. The broadcasting team, though, could only show a single point of view. From the audience's reactions, it was clear that everyone was watching this battle. But all in all, this was the high jump event. Should they broadcast the fights between the pros or show the random fighting between the three normal players? Seeing that he was unable to beat Chen Gui and Tang Ru, the sharpshooter chose to run. Tang Ru wasn't a person who liked to give up and Chen Gui was already furious at him. The two didn't stop to rest and chased after him. The three, one in front and two behind, headed straight for the edge of the map. Quite a few of the audience members stood up, wanting to see what was happening at the border. Would they go off the map and into the stadium seats? In the end, just as that sharpshooter was about to run off the edge, he suddenly switched directions and followed along the borders of the map. The audience booed, but after a short moment, the audience went silent again. This was because they could see from the screens that it wasn't possible to run past the edges of the map. The audience couldn't see the edges of the map from the projection, but the screens gave the players perspectives. The map actually did have borders. After hitting a wall, what else could he do but turn? But how long could he run for? Chen and Tang Ru split apart until they finally trapped him. With a wolf at the front and a tiger at the back, the player had nowhere left to run and was killed. The stadium went into an applause. Tang Ru and Chen Guo's characters heroically returned to jumping up the floating steps. In the first event, the audience witnessed the great gunner, Zhu Zikai's, elegance. In the second event, the audience witnessed a farce brought to them by the normal players. The atmosphere was lively and even those at the pro player seats were talking amongst each other more. What do you think? Players in all of the teams were asking this question. The person they were paying attention to was, of course, Tang Ru. Her hand speed is quite good, they all said. Though there's something that's really weird. A battle mage said, I watched closely the entire time, but I didn't see her use any skills above level 40. No matter how good the opportunity was, she never used them. Maybe she thinks that there's no need to use such powerful skills against her opponent. Maybe the difference in skill was just that wide. While the spectators discussed amongst themselves, Chen Gui and Tang Ru continued to jump. As of now, Su Muqing and the other pros were almost at the finish line. The other guest had already gone past the halfway point, as well. Chen Gui and Tang Ru were now starting at the bottom again. But after providing them with such a fun show, the people in the audience were very supportive of them and constantly shouted words of encouragement. After a few minutes, the four pros reached the top, one after the other. Su Muqing kept her initial lead and won first place. The others followed soon after, though they knew that this time, the match wasn't focused on them, but rather upon the two beauties who weren't even a quarter of the way up yet. The four pros stood at the top platform and looked down. Chen Gui and Tang Ru weren't making a fool of themselves and jumped up step by step. Even though they weren't nearly as nimble as the pros, they hadn't made any mistakes yet. Go! We're almost there. The two girls encouraged each other. They looked up and saw that the other guest had reached the top as well. They were the only two left. Go! Go! The audience cheered. Oh, no, an audience member suddenly cried. He saw Chen Gui make a mistake. Chasing Haze didn't jump high enough and missed the floating step. Tang Ru's battle mage leaped up and sent a sky strike at Chasing Haze. Chasing Haze was launched up and, as she fell, she landed on the floating step that she had previously missed. Little Tang! Chen Gui shouted and hastily turned her camera to look. Tang Ru's battle mage was standing on floating step 2 levels behind. I'm fine. Tang Ru laughed. It was also an attack, but it had been done between two friends to help each other. Compared to those attacks by the sharpshooter trying to undermine everyone else, this scene moved many among the audience. Even those standing at the finish line had their characters make an applauding motion. Chen Gui's Chasing Haze stood up from the floating step and didn't hurry to jump to the next one. She waited until Tang Ru's battle mage reached the same height and continued on together. After this, their jumping went smoothly and the two reached the finish line under the audience's cheers and shouts. The host went along and pushed forward to reach a greater climax. The 7 characters standing at the top waved their hands at the audience and then faded away. At the match platforms, the players walked down. Congratulations for your victory, Su Muqing. Is there anything that you'd like to say? Under normal circumstances, the champion would be the last to be interviewed by the host. But this time, the host switched the order. The first to be asked was the champion, Su Muqing. I'm very happy. But I'm even more happy that I was able to see such a beautiful scene in this event. I remember someone often said that glory has never been a game played alone. I really like this saying. And they perfectly showed this. I'm very moved. Su Muqing said. Was this what you wanted to see when you picked the two of them? The host said. Yes. I thank them for their outstanding performance. Su Muqing smiled. The audience applauded wildly. The host walked over to Chen and Tang Ru. The two of them had become this event's lead characters. "Congratulations, you two," the host said. From the audience's applause, we know that not only Su Mooching, but the entire audience was very moved by you two. "Are you two happy?" "Of course." Chen Guo really wanted to say that this was a stupid question, but in front of the cameras, she resisted. The display of friendship you two showed to everyone was very moving. "Can I ask how long you two have known each other?" the host asked. 2 years. Chen Guo continued to be in charge of replying, while Tang Ru stayed to the side, smiling. 2 years. 2 years couldn't be considered as just having met, but they couldn't be considered old friends, either. The host wasn't sure what to say. After a short pause, he quickly followed. "I can see that the two of you have a very strong relationship with each other. Did you two meet through Glory?" "No," Chen Guo replied honestly, though her answer didn't really fit in with the situation. "Oh, then do you two must play a lot of Glory together now, right?" the host asked. "In the future," Chen Guo said. "In the future? Why not before?" the host asked curiously. "Because she only started playing Glory not too long ago." Chen Guo looked to Tang Ru. This time, the biggest uproar came from the pro players' seats. This beauty, who had caught their attention, had unexpectedly only recently started playing. Her previous performance meant something completely different now. "Not too long ago? How long?" The host asked the question the pros were hoping to know. "About a month," Chen Guo said. "A month? Are you saying that before that, she had never touched Glory?" the host asked curiously. "Just a tiny bit," Tang Ru said. "How much is a tiny bit?" the host asked again. "I sometimes helped her with a few matches in the arena," Tang Ru said. "She even helped me finish the Heavenly Domain Challenge," Chen Guo added. The audience went into an uproar. For someone who barely touched Glory to have beaten the Heavenly Domain Challenge. And then after seeing her previous playing, how was that someone who had only played for a month? Of the countless players, how many of them could play like that? The pros all looked at one another. Heavenly Domain Challenge? It wasn't anything difficult in their eyes. But with this, they had a better understanding of Tang Ru's skill and knew what having such skill with only 1 month of playing meant. Before this, the pro player's evaluation was only an "oh, she's not bad." But after knowing that she was just a beginner who had only played for a month, now that was frightening. Chapter 321. After the fireworks. Even though Tang Ru made everyone feel astonished, this wasn't a stage that was set up for her, this was the all-star event. After the high jump, there were still other events. Which is why, no matter how mysterious and amazing Tang Ru was, the host could only give her so much attention. To have such skill after only a month of playing, that's quite amazing, no? The host walked to the 3 pros and asked them. "It's very amazing. I think she should consider entering the pro scene and further progress there," one of the pros said. The audience immediately turned into an uproar. Pro scene? That was a completely different existence. That was the true heavenly domain. However, the host had a lot of experience. He wasn't a stranger to these kinds of words. The words were more of an exaggerated compliment. He didn't want to switch the focus back to Tang Ru at this moment, so he just laughed and continued to interview the pros. Afterwards, he interviewed the remaining players, even the sharpshooter. Though when it got to him, the entire crowd booed. The sharpshooter clearly wasn't in a good mood. After answering 2 questions, he concluded the interview. The host gave the chosen guests souvenirs and ended the event. This result made Chen Guo very pleased. She had the chance to meet with her favorite idol and talk face-to-face with her. She received the entire stadium's cheers during the event and, in the end, she even won the acknowledgement of her idol. She couldn't be any happier. As for that shameful sharpshooter, she had long forgotten about him. Under the audience's envious stares, the 2 returned to their seats. Chen sat down and patted Yishio's back. She was the type of person who liked to share her happiness with others. Her way of sharing just happened to be more intense. That must have been fun. Yishio laughed. It was very fun, Chen said with her face full of smiles. And comrade Little Tang. Yishio put his hands up like a microphone and extended them towards Tang Ru's mouth as if he were interviewing her. It was pretty fun. Tang Ru smiled. The gaze she gave back to Yishio seemed to hold a profound meaning to them. After a short break, the host announced the third event, Targets. This was also a traditional game played during All Stars. The characters stood on a pillar and flying discs would come from all around them. Contestants could use any way they liked to break these flying discs and obtain points. The person who earned the most points was the overall winner. Next up, we invite Team Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian to pick this event for lucky guests, the host shouted. The lights dimmed and a pillar of light descended onto Huang Xiaoqian as he stood up and walked towards the stage. This guy actually did have a bit of stardom in him. As he walked, he waved to the crowd. Hello, Xiaoqian. The host shook Huang Xiaoqian's hand. Hi to you. Hi to me. Hi everybody. Huang Xiaoqian's opening words were always more than other people's. The host clearly knew about his situation and began to sweat on the inside. The event was a live broadcast, so there was a certain time limit for each event. He couldn't give him the chance to talk too much or else they would go off schedule. As he thought about this issue, the host didn't give an introduction and directly asked, Xiaoqian, how do you plan on picking our 4 lucky guests? I want to use 4 different ways to pick our 4 lucky guests. Huang Xiaoqian said. He really does like to talk. The host muttered to himself. With his face beaming like usual, then, how about we start? For the first method, I want to use the random selection. I want to see if I'll be able to yell out the number I'm looking for. Bro in charge of the machine, when you hear stop, you've got to be quick. Huang Xiaoqian said. The host didn't answer back. He waved his hand and the numbers began to roll. Just like that? Why didn't you tell me first? Can I say stop yet? You can, the host said. Stop. Huang Xiaoqian shouted and the numbers stopped rolling. Huang Xiaoqian claimed that it had stopped on the number he wanted. No one knew if he was telling the truth or not. The host just complimented him with an amazing, and then asked the person with that seat number to come up. The second method. The third method. The fourth method. Huang Xiaoqian really did use 4 different methods to choose for guests. The host quickened the pace and shortened the interviews. The 3 pros that signed up came up and then they were rushed over to their match platforms. The lights dimmed. This time, the projected map wasn't the first to appear. The 8 characters appeared, scattered around the stadium. They were quite far from each other. Afterwards, the sounds of metal clanging rang out and pillars of the same size began to rise up from the stadium, lifting the 8 characters into the air. Ready! After the pillars locked into place, the host shouted. Begin! As soon as his words fell, countless whooshes sounded out and flying discs began shooting towards the 8 players. Every flying disc was a different size and they flew at different speeds and angles. This was only the beginning, though. Even normal players wouldn't have trouble dealing with these flying discs. The 8 characters drew their weapons and the sound of them breaking the flying discs were quite pleasing to the ear. In addition, after the flying discs broke, they would explode into bright, dazzling colors like fireworks. This was a first for this event. Even though it was the same game, after each game, something new would be added. These fireworks didn't impact the game's difficulty, but under the projection technology, the visual effects made it look much better. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying discs continued to fly out, faster and faster, more and more. The normal players were beginning to have trouble and, soon, some were unable to keep up. If the flying disc hit a character, then the character would lose some health. And if the player wasn't careful, he could be hit off the pillar. If the character's health depletes to 0 or if the character falls off the pillar, then the player would be eliminated from the game. If the character dodged the flying discs, then no points would be earned. Oh, no! Along with a cry, one of the normal players made too large of a step when dodging and stepped off the pillar. He was immediately eliminated from the game. As for the other 3 normal players, even though they didn't directly fall down, in the end they weren't able to completely block the flying discs. The fireworks exploded on their bodies and the 3 eventually died. As for the pros, the 4 were very calm. Every one of the flying discs that shot towards them were hit down. The theory was the same as the high jump. The pros who signed up for the match were obviously those who had confidence in this area. In terms of just this one area for breaking flying discs, they might not be inferior to even a godlike Huang Xiaoqian. As the flying discs flew faster and faster, the bright fireworks continued to explode around the 4 pillars. The dazzling colors poured down, glimmering as if it were raining coins. The applause and cheers from the audience were like thunder, allowing these colorful flowers to fully boom. Finally, when the final round exploded and descended down like falling stars, the flying disc stopped flying out. The 4 characters were still standing on the pillars. If the contestants who signed up weren't able to last until the end, then they might end up as a laughingstock. The results quickly came out. Huang Xiaoqian won first, but even he wasn't able to hit every single one of the flying discs. In the end, he missed 2 of them. As for the other 3 pros, they missed many more. The pillars gradually fell. The characters were sent back to the ground and then faded away. The 8 participants returned to the center of the stage to be interviewed. This time, Huang Xiaoqian was put last. In addition, the host only asked him a single question about how he was feeling. The host answered with a short thank you and then concluded Huang Xiaoqian's interview. The 3 events all had their own good and bad points. Now, they were over. This time, there was a relatively long break in between. Many of the audience members got up to move around, go to the restroom, etc. Chen Guo's thoughts were still on the second event. Yishio seriously doubted that she had paid any attention to the third event. She was completely in her own dream. The stadium's lights brightened. Chen Guo came back to reality and after seeing everyone go to the restroom, she immediately had the same feeling. "Little Tang, are you going?" Chen Guo asked. "I don't need to," Tang Ru said. As a result, Chen Guo went by herself. Yishio continued to look around when he saw Tang Ru sitting at Chen Guo's seat, looking at him. "What's up? Who are you really?" Tang Ru suddenly asked. "HM. Moo Moo's voice is very pleasant to listen to and it's unique. I can recognize it," Tang Ru said. "Oh? What's unique about her voice?" "Her words are very clear and clean." "How is that unique?" "And also that Huang Xiaoqian is actually flowing tree, right?" Tang Ru said. "But you haven't heard much from him, right?" Yishio said. "But his voice is also unique. When he speaks very fast, his words become more pointed." Tang Ru said. "You seem to have very good ears." Yishio said, "You don't seem like anyone ordinary, either. Tell me, who are you?" Chapter 322. Secret Operation. Hee hee. Tang Ru gave a sly smile, "Keep on guessing. But isn't it already obvious who you are?" "Oh. Yishio is Yishio, no? Am I right?" Tang Ru asked. "Yup." Yishio's calm reply surprised Tang Ru. She thought that she had seen through his true identity, yet he didn't seem to have any sort of reaction to it. Be it giving an excuse or telling her to keep it a secret, she didn't expect him to reply so nonchalantly. If he really didn't care, then why did he go so far as to change his name in order to hide his identity? Tang Ru couldn't understand. She looked at Yishio and hoped to hear a reason why. But Yishio returned a sly smile. "You want to know why I use 2 names? Unfortunately, I can't tell you that." "Oh." Tang Ru answered calmly. Even though she was curious, she could control it. If he didn't want to reveal his secrets, then she wasn't going to dig deeper. "Can I tell Guogua?" Tang Ru asked. "Up to you." Yishio was as nonchalant as before. It isn't hard to imagine how she would react. Tang Ru grinned. "That's hard to say. She might feel like her dreams were crushed." Yishio said. After Tang Ru thought about it for a bit, she nodded her head. "That's true." Yishio chuckled and didn't say anything more. Tang Ru returned to her original seat, but Chen Guo still hadn't come back yet. After waiting a bit, the stadium's lights began to dim. The break was clearly over, and only then did she receive a short text from Chen Guo grumbling about the line to the restroom. The event continued. The next All-Star Weekend event was the most traditional event, player versus pro battle. For this event, the pros would come out and receive challenges from the audience. After the host announced this, Yishio looked towards Tang Ru. Sure enough, he saw that the girl looked very eager to have a go. After hearing the host say they would be using the answering device on the seat's armrest, she immediately put her hand on it. Once the host finished explaining the process, he began to introduce the pro that would go up, Team Samsara's Blade Master, Du Ming. Even though he wasn't a top-tier god, Du Ming was a part of Team Samsara's main roster. His foundation was sturdy and his playing was bold. He was a player whose style stood out and was nicknamed the Berserk Blade Master. With the home ground advantage, he was met with loud cheers and applause from the crowd. When Du Ming went up, he accepted a brief interview and then went to the competition platform. The host began to call for the audience members who wanted to challenge him to get ready. The instant that the electronic screen gives the signal, press on the answering device. Our system can detect them with an accuracy of 1/1000th of a second to determine who pressed it first. Everyone pay attention to the screens. Get ready. When the host finished his words, the stadium fell silent. There were quite a few audience members who wanted to challenge the pros. They were all focusing on the screen, waiting for the instant the signal popped up. Ding! All of the electronic screens flashed at the same time. There was even a ding, the in-game notification sound used in the game. Those who wanted to participate immediately pressed the answering device. The host also raised his head. The first participant would soon be revealed on the electronic screens. Area C, Row 18, Number 23. The instant the electronic screens revealed the result, the host shouted out the winner. Congratulations to this participant for having the chance to challenge Du Ming. The host finished his report. The entire stadium was in an uproar. Those who had a good memory looked at this familiar seat number and quickly remembered that in the high jump event, Sumuching had chosen this exact seat number. It was the beautiful battle mage. Impressive! Yishio was also amazed. He didn't expect Tang Ru to actually have pressed the answering device first. I guess it's luck. Tang Ru was also quite surprised. For a method like this, she really didn't expect herself to have won with just her own skill. Good luck, Yishio said. Of course. Tang Ru got up and headed towards the stage again. The surrounding audience members all had an astonished expression on their faces. To be called up onto stage twice in an All-Stars weekend had never happened before. Though the host didn't have a very good memory. When he looked at the seat number, he didn't find anything astonishing about it. But once he saw Tang Ru go up on stage, he finally realized that she had already gone up on stage before in the high jump event. She was one of the two very eye-catching beauties. Ha ha! The host organized his thoughts and then said, "Who would have thought that our winner would be an old friend? But we'll still be going on as planned. You'll still have to introduce yourself, even though everyone already knows you. My name is Tang Ru and I play as a battle mage." Tang Ru smiled. She has only played Glory for a month and she's already gotten the chance to play with a pro player up on stage. Not only that, but she's about to get her second chance. Miss Tang, your luck really isn't ordinary. Tang Ru had been the most eye-catching of all the guests that had come up on stage, so the host at least remembered this about her. I'm very honored, Tang Ru said. Then let us see how you'll do. Oh, right, do you still need an account? The host said. Yeah, I do. Tangru nodded her head. Is the one you used previously okay? The host asked. That's fine. Tangru didn't object. After receiving her account card, Tangru went to the competition platform. Right now, the audience were murmuring about her ridiculous luck. Chen returned from the restroom, and when she heard this, she cried out in surprise at Tangru's luck. Yixiao, on the other hand, was aware that it might not necessarily be luck. Tangru had talent in glory. No one doubted this. Even someone like Wang Jieshi recognized it. And today, under the eyes of all the pro teams, Tangru had made a grand display. After knowing that she had only played glory for only a month, that sort of performance was enough to catch the attention of these pro teams. As for Samsara, using their home ground advantage, they could very easily rig it so Tangru would be invited for this event. Tangru's second appearance might not have been luck. Yixiao thought of this as the match officially began. The maps were chosen by the player. Tangru didn't have any maps she was familiar with and just chose a random one. The two characters appeared on the map and rushed towards the middle of the stage. Soon after, they both appeared within each other's sights. The two players didn't have their characters stop. They continued to rush forward. Just before they were about to close in, a blade flashed. Duming had made the first move. Tangru immediately moved and her character sidestepped it. She was also the type who liked to initiate, but before she could do so, the other side attacked. For Tangru, being at a disadvantage as soon as the match started was something she rarely saw. Duming's hit didn't connect, but he didn't give any chances for Tangru to counterattack. His character turned his hands and used an upward slash. Tangru reacted quickly and rolled to the side, dodging it. Triple slash. Sword draw. Rising Dragon slash. A rapid combo flowed out from Duming's Blade Master. Blade light flashed around Tangru's character. After just barely dodging the triple slash, the Blade Master's next hit connected with her back. Experience was something Tangru was severely lacking. Her decision-making clearly wasn't good enough and she was hit by the sword draw. The following Rising Dragon launched Tangru's Battle Mage into the air. Falling Phoenix slash. Rising Dragon slash into a Falling Phoenix slash was a commonly used Blade Master combo. To the audience, seeing the combo coming out of a pro's hand seemed to add to the impact. The descending slash could not be dodged and she was cut down from her waist. Duming wouldn't let up. After a Falling Phoenix slash, he followed up with a Falling Light Blade and he chased after Tangru's falling character like an arrow. Tangru's quick fingers burst forth. As soon as she hit the ground, she quickly used a quick recover to roll to the side. Duming's Falling Light Blade descended, but it had been dodged. When he lifted his head after finishing the animation, a battle spear thrust towards him like a viper. Duming hastily put up a guard. Dang! He blocked the dragon tooth and was pushed back several steps. Even though the guard had been successful and he wasn't stunned, the damage was only reduced and he would still take damage. Under this situation, a Battle Mage chaser would be created. Tangru fired the neutral chaser towards Duming. The chaser automatically chased after the target and couldn't be dodged. But just as it was about to explode, a blade light flashed and the neutral chaser was split into two before exploding. Duming had sliced it apart. How unfortunate. The audience wasn't too interested in this match. They all hoped to be able to go up onto the stage and fight with a pro. As for those in the pro player seats, they were all watching the match intently. Like Yixiao, they were wondering if Samsara had rigged the event in order to have her come up onto the stage. Although, this was also what they wanted to see, too. Everyone wanted to know just how good this player, who had only played for a month, was. Chapter 323. Noob Strategy. How unlucky. Quite a few pros sighed after seeing Tangru's chaser get blocked. If she hadn't used Dragon Tooth that time and used a Rising Dragon Soars the Sky instead, then Duming probably would have been hit. Yeah, this girl's hands are very quick. If she had used a Rising Dragon, it would have certainly connected. So she really is a new player? she hasn't used a single level 40 and above skill. It truly is unfortunate. Usually, the pros rarely went into such a serious discussion over the 4-show All-Star weekend. And as the pros discussed, the audience's mood also began to move. They had thought that after being hit by the sword draw, Tang Ru's Battle Mage would be locked into a combo. No one had thought that Tang Ru would be able to quick recover after being hit by the Falling Phoenix Slash. It has to be known that a character hit by Falling Phoenix Slash would crash down like a meteor, which was extremely quick. By successfully using a quick recover and then immediately beginning a counterattack, the exchange had actually ended disfavorably for the pro player, Du Ming. Why didn't she use Rising Dragon Soars the Sky? Chen was an experienced player and even she had felt that that would have been the correct move. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky? She probably doesn't know how to use it. Yishio said. Oh right. I forgot. Chen suddenly realized. Do you think Little Tang has a chance at winning? Chen asked Yishio. You? Don't look down on pros. As soon as he said this, the tables turned. After Tang Ru comboed a few times, Du Ming quickly seized an opportunity to take back the initiative. He used several skills and normal attacks to restrict her, luring the inexperienced Tang Ru into a trap, which ended with Tang Ru getting hit by the level 70 Blade Master's ultimate skill, Formless Phantom Blade. Under the relentless slashes, blood flew out all over the stage from Tang Ru's Battle Mage. The electronic screen soon showed the combo count. Mirage Blade relied on the player's skill to fully utilize the combo. The higher the combo, the higher the damage. Currently, the highest record was 13 and there were already many Blade Masters who could reach this, but no one had gotten to the 14th blade yet. In order to achieve what looked to be the limit, the move's distance and angle had to be calculated. Du Ming's Mirage Blade had completed early because of Tang Ru's extremely quick reactions. She was able to force a dodge even in a hopeless situation, causing Du Ming to end the Mirage Blade at 10 blades. The final blade made by Mirage Blade had a strong blow-away effect. This attack was very important. If this attack didn't connect, then the 1-second stun from the end animation allowed for more than enough time to completely return the damage. As a pro, Du Ming obviously wouldn't mess up at this crucial moment. After the final blade came out, Tang Ru's Battle Mage was blown away. As of now, the opponent practically hadn't taken any damage, while Tang Ru's Battle Mage had already lost a fifth of her health. The current Tang Ru was no longer the same Tang Ru from before. She now understood the gap between her and Du Ming. Especially in the last move, she had been completely suppressed by her opponent. Blow after blow, the opponent forced her into a specific situation until she had no choice but to eat that final blow. In order to beat an opponent, one had to know where the gap was. Tang Ru remembered what Yishio said, but she discovered that the gap between her and these pros was truly too wide. Experience was the greatest difference between them. Tang Ru's battle experience was equivalent to a noob's. In front of these pros, it wasn't nearly enough. They could easily see through her intents and thwart her plans. And then they could easily lure her into a trap. She really is a new player. While Tang Ru thought about this, the pros were also discussing. Tang Ru was a new player. This was something that was thoroughly exposed after she had to face a pro like Du Ming. If some of them had been doubting it before, then now it was for certain. But this confirmation only made Tang Ru more valuable. Next up, how would the new player react? Everyone looked forward to seeing it. Tang Ru moved. Even though she clearly recognized the gap, when Du Ming charged forward, she did the same without hesitation. Dragon Tooth! This time, Tang Ru beat Du Ming to it. Her Battle Mage Dragon Tooth stabbed forward. Sky Strike. Double Stab. Circle Swing. Falling Flower Palm. Like before, she only used these pitiful low-level skills along with a few normal attacks mixed in. Du Ming calmly dodged them and prepared to strike back. An opening. Tang Ru's attack had unexpectedly completely missed. Du Ming saw the chance and used Sword Draw. Pu. The sound of an attack hitting. Ming discovered in astonishment that the one hit wasn't his opponent, but himself. The missed attack was somehow turned around towards his body. It was only a normal attack and it didn't do much damage, but it was completely out of Ming's expectations. Tang Ru's attacks continued. Ming gradually felt some pressure. He could clearly feel that his opponent's attacks were growing faster and faster. Her hand speed is increasing. The pros could sense this. They discovered in astonishment that Tang Ru's hand speed hadn't been at her limit before. Now, her attacks were growing faster and faster. So she was hiding her strength, one gasped. No. This isn't hidden strength. Her attacks might be faster. But there's no thought put into them. Many of the pros realized this. Tang Ru's attacks didn't seem to have any plans behind them. They were just being used for the sake of being used. If she didn't have any skills available, she would use normal attacks. This was a noob strategy, through and through. There was no showing of knowledge or decision-making. The attacks would simply go wherever the opponent was. This type of strategy shouldn't have any power behind it. But right now, it was completely suppressing Ming. Because of hand speed. Through just hand speed, Tang Ru's level was already at a pro level. It was just that her attacks weren't very accurate, so in order to maintain accuracy, she had to slow down her hands. But right now, she no longer cared about all this. She would do her utmost to send out her moves as quickly as possible. Her hand speed. How fast is it? That's hard to say. There's a lot of useless movement. The pros were all somewhat speechless. When they talked about hand speed, they usually only considered meaningful moves. But right now, Tang Ru didn't care. Speed, speed, speed. She was only seeking speed. Under her whirlwind hand speed, many of her attacks hit nothing. No one knew just how many missteps she made or just how many moves she wasted. Although, this type of method was enough to stop Ming, for now. How incredible! Chen was somewhat dumbstruck at the scene. How smart! Yishio smiled. What do you mean? She finally understood where their gaps were, so she chose to use a method to avoid her lacking parts. Yishio said. What? In a normal battle, because she lacks experience, she has no way of seizing the initiative. As a result, she simply decided not to think about all this. Right now, she is simply using the method she knows to attack her opponent as quickly as possible. Because of her exceptional hand speed, even a beginner like her could look mighty through her random attacks. Yishio smiled. So you're saying little Tang could win? Chen said excitedly. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Yishio sighed. Why? Because she'll get tired. How long can she keep up such attacks? Yishio said. Yishio wasn't the only one to see this point. All of the pros watching analyzed this. After Tang Ru's explosive hand speed, they could fully see her limit. No one knew better than the pros just how hard it was to keep such a hand speed up. With this type of rhythmless hand speed, the winner would be the person who endured the longest. Ming was a pro player, so he also understood this. However, as the Berserk Blade Master, being suppressed like this made him feel very depressed. But there was nothing he could do about it. There was no way he could have predicted that his opponent would do this, because she was just randomly attacking. He had no way of taking back the initiative, because he couldn't help but acknowledge that, based on hand speed, he was unexpectedly unable to keep up with this guest. This new player really does have some skill, though how long can she keep this up? Ming thought as he looked at his character's health. Chapter 324. Desire for Victory. Tired. Tang Ru quickly felt it. After not even a minute of such intense playing, her fingers began to feel tired. And then at her wrists, her elbows, and her arms, fatigue struck. How long could she last? Tang Ru didn't know and didn't think about it, either. Her concentration was entirely focused on her opponent. As she made fierce attacks, she also tried her hardest to maintain accuracy. She hoped that more of her attacks would fall on her opponent. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The expressions on the pros' faces began to change. They discovered that this girl's hand speed wasn't the scariest part about her, but rather it was her perseverance. For minutes. She was actually able to keep up such a hand speed for 4 minutes. Many of the pros were already asking themselves how long they could keep up their fastest hand speed. Even scarier was that she still wasn't done after 4 minutes. Her fast fingers continued to move. If she knew how to use more powerful skills, then she might have already won the match, one player said. That might not be true. Powerful skills have larger openings. With her random fighting, powerful skills will only create openings for her opponent and, no matter how fast her fingers are, it's not possible to get rid of the system's end animation. If it's like that, then only knowing how to use low-level skills is actually an advantage for her. Unfortunately, low-level skills don't do much damage and her accuracy is quite poor, too. With her current pace, if she wants to beat Dazzling, then she'd need at least 10 minutes. She can't keep it up for 10 minutes, right? No one dared to jump to the conclusion because Tang Ru already made them feel inconceivable. Such a strong desire to win was rare for a show like this. They already couldn't understand just how much energy she had. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes had passed and the Battle Mage's relentless play style continued being maintained. What's going on? Is she cheating? With every passing minute, Dazzling grew more and more nervous. His Blade Master's health had already gone down by more than half and there were no signs of weariness from his opponent or any extremely large openings. He could feel that the other side was trying her hardest. Even though she couldn't maintain accuracy, she was giving her utmost to win. Pu. Another sound of being hit. During these few minutes, Dazzling had already grown numb to these sounds. After being hit so many times, the only reason he was still here was because they were all either low-level skills or they were normal attacks. Dazzling didn't feel nervous towards these attacks and was actually trying to dodge these attacks. Whenever he was hit, it meant that his hand speed wasn't able to keep up. There was nothing that he could do about it. Pu. Who would have thought that not long after, another sound resounded. Dazzling was hit again by Tang Ru's battle spear. Poo 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 poo. In the next minute, the sounds of being hit became more and more hurried. Dazzling's Blade Master was hit multiple times. What's going on? Dazzling was startled. The pros were also startled. Her hand speed is still increasing. No. Not her. Suddenly, some of the more perceptive players noticed the issue. It's not that her hand speed increased, but rather Dazzling's hand speed slowed down. Even though her attacks have no strategy behind them, Dazzling has also been trying his utmost to dodge these attacks. If not for that, he would have died a long time ago. If the opponent attacks faster, then he also has to dodge faster. In a high-speed battle, speed isn't only used by one person, but rather, they were used by both sides. Even though Dazzling isn't using as much energy as his opponent, he was the first to be hit by the fatigue. Just when everyone was wondering whether Tang Ru would be able to last for 10 minutes, they astonishingly discovered that the first one that would be unable to persist was Dazzling. Attacks continued to land on the Blade Master. Dazzling startled at first, thinking that his opponent's hand speed had increased, but he quickly noticed that he had been the one that had slowed down. And now, he was already at a red blood status. He was going to lose. Dazzling finally realized. From the beginning to the end, he had never considered this. No matter how fast his opponent's hands were, she was just an inexperienced new player. How could she keep on using such a barbaric strategy to the end? This was the origin of Dazzling's confidence, but he didn't think that the opponent would really last until the end, up to the point where even he wasn't able to keep on going. Dazzling is going to lose. He lost because his desire to win wasn't a strong one-player side. Everyone was silent. Without a doubt, for a show like this, the pros really didn't care about winning. When going against normal players, they didn't need to care about winning. But for normal players, it was different. Beating a pro player had a different meaning to them. Their desire to win would, of course, be much greater than a pro's desire. The desire to win and their hand speed was the difference between Du Ming and Tang Ru. This difference was completely grasped by Tang Ru, while Du Ming's confidence that there was no way he would ever lose was now exposed. The already somewhat panicked Du Ming was unable to come back when in red blood and his blade master quickly fell to Tang Ru's battle mage. The entire stadium was silent. This year, there were too many unprecedented events in the All-Star weekend. And now, a normal player had even beat a pro player. This match clearly wasn't a match that was meticulously planned. Even the audience was able to see that Tang Ru's crazy hand speed had firmly suppressed Du Ming. No one thought of cheering at this moment. This was Samsara's home ground and Du Ming was one of their main players. Being beaten by a normal player was absolutely shameful to the majority of the audience. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly shouted angrily. After that, rowdy jeering spread to every corner of the stadium. For their own team, fans didn't only support them but when there was something that they weren't happy about, they would mercilessly speak out. This was where these angry shouts originated from. In addition, everyone was together. Nobody talked about what Tang Ru wasn't. They were all pointing out how useless Du Ming was. From the beginning till the end, not only did Du Ming lose, he lost miserably. In the end, the match took 7 minutes and 34 seconds. Du Ming had been thoroughly suppressed for 7 minutes, all the way until he had died. The angry shouts grew louder and louder and the words they were saying grew more and more varied. The audience was completely out of control. The host's voice was drowned out by them and no one could hear what he was saying. These sort of shouts weren't unfamiliar to a pro player. Many had experienced this before. For example, when Excellent Era's Liu Hao gave away the match, Excellent Era's fans mercilessly swore at him. Amidst these angry shouts, Tang Ru and Du Ming left their platforms and stood at the center of the stage. The shouts immediately rose to even high volumes and Du Ming was so sad that he wanted to die. After constant calls to keep order, the host was finally able to calm the down audience a bit. Look at that guy's face. Ha 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 ha. Chen excitedly handed the binoculars over to Yishio, while laughing uncontrollably. This immediately drew numerous angry glares from the surrounding audience members. After Yishio took the binoculars, he found that he was in a dangerous position. After all, Chen was a beautiful girl, so she had a bit of privilege. If he laughed as arrogantly as she did, then he couldn't guarantee that the furious audience members wouldn't get into a fight with him. After using the binoculars to take a look, he saw that Du Ming's expression really was quite splendid. On the other hand, Tang Ru didn't look any different than the previous match. Her energy and determination were definitely her greatest talents. After the stadium gradually calmed down, the host's voice could finally be heard. But the first to speak wasn't the host, it was Du Ming. He took the initiative to ask for another match with Tang Ru. His intent was obvious. He wanted to win the match to regain his honor. But who would have thought that he would bring in another round of laughter? A pro player wanted to compete with a normal player. In their eyes, his challenge only proved how little of a future he had. Du Ming's face turned even more ugly. He was shouted at for losing and for trying to win back his honor. Was there really nowhere he could turn to? Though amidst these shouts, Tang Ru's voice sounded out, "Okay, I accept your challenge." The entire stadium went into another uproar. The situation had turned into Du Ming challenging the normal player. There were still those who were angry at Du Ming for having no future, but Tang Ru's arrogance also brought about a lot of discontent. Quite a few impolite words were thrown down towards Tang Ru. After all, Du Ming was the person that they truly supported. It was tough love. They felt that it was okay for them to be angry, but if some outsider disrespected him, then they would stand at their player's side. Amidst these shouts, Tang Ru was actually even more mature than the pro. She didn't care at all and simply walked onto the competition platform. The host didn't know what to do. Playing another match just after finishing one was something that had never happened before. The experienced host could only feel that this year's All-Star event had truly become a mess. Chapter 325. It's a mess. A complete mess. Amidst the shouts that were coming from all around the stadium, Dooming returned to the match platform. Even though winning back a match would not be able to erase the previous match's loss, it would still be better than sitting back and doing nothing. Aside from playing another match, Dooming didn't know of any better method to come back. Tang Ru once again randomly chose a map and the match quickly began. The host hadn't even run off the stage yet, when the projection fell. The stadium's noise lessened after the match started. It had originally been an insignificant performance, but now they were beginning to care about who won or lost. Due to Tang Ru's previous arrogance, numerous people were hoping to see her get crushed in this match. This time, Dooming wouldn't be as careless. He wouldn't carry the attitude that he would certainly win. His focus was now 120% and he had the conviction that he had to be victorious during this match. The two sides fought and Dooming quickly seized the advantage. Dooming's fingers also flew quickly and he took the initiative, time and time again. He wanted to return everything Tang Ru had done to him, back to her. Dooming's hand speed might not be as good as Tang Ru's, but the quality of his actions was on a completely different level. Every action maintained accuracy and effectiveness. Even though he could randomly attack like Tang Ru previously did. As a pro player, if he used that sort of tactic, he'd probably drown in the audience's spittle. He had to win and he had to win beautifully to let everyone know that the previous loss was just a mishap, an anomaly. His own skill completely soared above this normal player. As for Tang Ru, she repeated her old strategy and randomly attacked by moving her fingers as fast as possible. This time, the feeling of fatigue struck faster while her opponent was brimming with battle spirit. The two sides began a true contest of hand speed. One side had quality. The other side had speed. Comparing the two, Tang Ru's hand speed really wasn't that much faster than his, but the quality of Dooming's actions were much, much better than hers. In the end, the quality won. But Dooming didn't have it easy, either. He couldn't have imagined that such a pretty girl, who just had an intense battle, would accept another match without any rest. He could win this match, but it would be quite difficult to win as beautifully as he'd have liked. Regardless, he had to win this time. Dooming clenched his teeth and fought. But Tang Ru didn't back down, either. The pros were once again astonished. Even under this situation where she had already won a match, she was still going to maintain such a strong desire to win? Was she really just a normal player? The pros discovered that they were all wrong. Even though her skill level was truly inferior to theirs, she still caught their attention. She wasn't like the other normal players. She wasn't thinking how amazing these pros were or how superior they were to them. She truly wanted to beat them. This wasn't just for fun. It was a true competition. This girl's abnormal. One player couldn't help but make this somewhat impolite evaluation. After seeing this girl, I suddenly want to go up and play. Quite a few players remarked. There weren't many players who were paying too much attention to the match now. With their experience, the pros quickly determined who would win the match. The reality was just like they had determined. Dooming's Blade Master took down Tang Ru's Battle Mage. How tiring, but how great! Dooming was dripping with joy after this battle. When he got down from the competition platform, he was nearly smiling. At the center of the stage, the host was already somewhat speechless towards these two. Then, Tang Ru unexpectedly spoke. "Can I challenge you again?" Dooming was startled. The host was startled. The audience was startled. The first to react was still the host. He hastily followed, "Miss, that doesn't conform to the rules, no." "What rules?" Tang Ru asked. According to the rules, after an audience member finishes a match, a new one would come up. This rule had already been broken and the one who broke it was Dooming. He did it in order to regain his reputation and dragged the audience member to play another round. They had already broken the rules once, so they couldn't just fix it again, right? It wouldn't be fair to say that the pro player had special privileges, right? The host didn't know what to say. Tang Ru ignored him and only asked Dooming. Dooming could only agree. He couldn't refuse because he couldn't find a reason to. If he had won the first time, then he had the right to refuse another challenge. But the problem now was that he had lost once and he had lost very badly, too. Now that the other side wanted to challenge him again, he had no way of refusing. If he refused, then people might think he was afraid. Because last match, he hadn't won without putting in effort, he couldn't help but admit that against a new player with that type of hand speed and that type of random attacking tactic, if he didn't focus, he really might lose just like he did the first time. Amidst the audience's confusion, the two started the third round. "It's a mess, a complete mess," the host muttered. The team responsible for the broadcast were also going crazy. But there was nothing that they could do. They couldn't just force them to leave the stage in front of all of these spectators, right? In the blink of an eye, the third match began and Tang Ru once again ferociously moved her fingers. Still so fierce. Compared to the worried host and broadcast team, the pros didn't care. In fact, they found it more interesting. Does this girl plan on using the same strategy over and over again to outlast Duming? Someone guessed. How fierce. But the host won't allow it. Or else it'll never end. Little Jew, what do you think? One pro even ran over to Samsara's team to ask. Now, the pros were no longer secretly whispering amongst their own team about Tang Ru's skill. The exciting scene made them gather together into one joyous group. Samsara wasn't included in these happy teams. Duming was one of their players, but when other pros ran over to ask them, Samsara's players stayed silent. Juzakai, who was mentioned by name, replied, "No idea. It'd be best if they didn't interrupt them, so we can see just what that girl is planning." One player said. "No idea." Juzakai repeated himself, making the other pros walk away speechlessly. They looked around, wanting to see what the host would try and do to stop them. Right now, no one was paying attention to the content of the match. Some weren't even paying attention to the end result. They just wanted to know if there would be a next match, whether there would be a fourth or a fifth match, and also whether it would continue until one person collapsed from exhaustion. The pros looked all around, but they didn't find anything. Though, for Yishio and Chen Gui, one of the employees there looked for them. "Miss, that Miss Tang on the stage is your friend, right?" The employee asked politely. "Yup." Chen Gui replied. She cared a lot about who won or lost. She watched intently and hadn't really noticed him. "Could I ask that both of you have her come down after the match ends?" The employee said. "HM." Only then did Chen Gui turn to look and discover that the host had unexpectedly run over. "You see, we have to give other people a chance. She's already played 3 rounds. The host tried to reason. He was clearly afraid that they were going to play another match after the current one ended. If they want to fight, then let them. Chen Gui didn't want the excitement to end. She didn't want to drag Tang Ru down. "But our event needs to continue. I beg of you. Isn't that the event right there?" Chen Gui said. These one-on-one matches usually only took a few minutes. The host personally running off stage to try and negotiate with Chen Gui was clearly a mistake. While they were talking, the two finished the match. And this time, Tang Ru unexpectedly won again. The two once again competed with their hand speeds, but this time, Tang Ru performed abnormally well. As for Duming, because he had won a match, he had relaxed considerably and hadn't expected Tang Ru to be so abnormally accurate with her actions. Her randomly thrown out attack suddenly jumped up a level and he hadn't able to adjust in time. Amidst another wave of shouts, he lost once again. The host was still begging Chen Gui when Yishio reminded him. The host turned around to look and almost coughed up blood. And this time, Tang Ru didn't come down again. Duming had challenged her again, which Tang Ru naturally accepted. The two didn't even wait for the host and directly started another round. Wow, Duming's luck is so bad. The pros were almost about to roll on the floor laughing. In this match, Tang Ru's unsteady action suddenly became more on point out of nowhere, catching Duming off guard. After losing a match, he had to win the next one to win back some of his reputation. If he won again after that, then that would truly be better. But he unexpectedly lost another one. Who knew how many more he needed to win in a row to win back his reputation? This time, the host didn't dare delay any further and hastily ran back. Forget about it. I'll cool her down, Yishio said. Chen Guo was a soft on the inside, but hard on the outside type of person. In reality, she had already been convinced by the host. Her previous words were done to delay the host and help Tang Ru play another match. Now that she heard Yishio say this, she nodded her head. All right, go ahead. Chapter 326. Refusing to give up. Du Ming's face fell ashen. He didn't dare be careless anymore. He brought out 120% of his concentration and quickly seized the advantage. At the pro player seats, besides Samsara's players, everyone else laughed crazily. They could all clearly see that Du Ming's skill level was absolutely above that girl's. It was just that the girl wasn't a simple normal player. Du Ming had been careless and had unexpectedly gotten into such a low probability occurrence and lost. And that wasn't all. When the low probability occurrence happened again, they were beginning to doubt whether it really was a low probability. In the audience's eyes, when a pro player fought against a normal player, the pro should win 10 times out of 10. But currently, they had played a total of 3 matches and Du Ming had actually lost 2 of them. Another wave of boos and shouts flooded the stadium. Right now, even if Du Ming won the next match, he wouldn't be able to win back his reputation. In order to prove that those 2 losses had just been lucky flukes, he'd have to win at least 18 matches in a row. But they were at the All-Star event, how could they be allowed to do that? Thinking of this, Du Ming's mood fell even further into depression. But he didn't dare get distracted. If he lost again, then he wouldn't be able to even show his face anymore. The complete mess of a match continued. The stage showed the projection and the host could only stand there with a face full of bitterness. He had already sent other employees to continue urging Chen Guo and he constantly looked over in that direction. In the end, he saw Yishio walk down and, after a short blank stare, he recognized him as someone who was with the 2 girls and immediately went to welcome him. I'll go cool her down, Yishio said to the host. Thank you. Thank you. The host was so moved that he almost broke down crying. Yishio looked around and pointed in a direction. Can I go up that way? The host stared blankly for a second before nodding his head. Yes, you can. Yishio nodded his head and followed along the edges of the stage to there. The host watched as Yishio walked and then the host scratched his head in doubt. Because of the projection, all of the lights were turned off for the match. The little ladder over there couldn't be seen in the darkness. That person seemed to be quite familiar with the stage. Although, in the end, he had come to save the event, so the host settled down and continued to pay attention to the match's situation. This time, Du Ming actually went all out and completely dismantled Tang Ru's random attacking strategy. Du Ming carefully determined which of the random attacks were effective, which ones were misses and, through this, he ferociously sent out counterattacks. This match ended very quickly and the host reckoned that his rescuer wouldn't be able to make it in time. But if the 2 came down to talk, there was no if. Tears streaked down the host's cheeks. The 2 didn't come down from their platforms and began a new match. And this time, the entire audience was able to see that the person to make the challenge was once again Du Ming and not the loser, Tang Ru. Tang Ru decisively accepted the challenge again. Du Ming's really impatient. Many of the pros were laughing. They knew what Du Ming was thinking. He was impatient to hurry and win more matches to take back some of his face. He knew that there wasn't enough time to completely negate those 2 losses, but he had no choice, he could only do things like this. Using what few minutes he had to win as many matches as possible. Tang Ru once again used her old strategy. Du Ming's desire to win now had finally reached its peak. He completely controlled the match and not a single opening appeared on him. He repeatedly attacked, finally showing why he was called the Berserk Blade Master. This match was won even quicker than the last. They didn't exit the match and fought again. The one to initiate the challenge was Du Ming again. The booing had stopped and the audience also realized what Du Ming wanted to do. He just wanted to prove himself. He wanted to return fire to the audience's boos. As a home player, the audience still supported Du Ming on the inside. Their boos could be considered a wake-up call to encourage him. And the results finally came through. Their boos weren't for nothing and the crowd felt very gratified. The next match started again. Even though the previous 2 matches had been finished quickly, the fact that it was the 6th match already was a reality. As the person responsible for controlling the event, the host was extremely nervous and hard-pressed. His headpiece was filled with sounds from the backstage crew to hurry up and resolve the problem. As for the broadcasting team, they just directly cut to the advertisements. But how was he going to resolve it? He had gone through a lot of trouble to find a way to get Tang Ru down, but how could he have known that the problem wasn't on Tang Ru's side, but Du Ming, who refused to give up proving himself after losing 2 times? Helpless, the host could only run over to the pro player seats again and hope that Samsara's players would persuade Du Ming. But in his heart, he felt that it wasn't likely. Samsara's players definitely didn't want Du Ming to lose face either, and might even support his current actions. Plus, with Juzukai's slow responses, he would be asked a question and then think about it for a minute. By the time he finished thinking, the match would be over. The host ran over to Samsara's side and, sure enough, they were all humming as if they were deaf and mute. Right now, Du Ming was going all out. With the opponent not running away and fighting head-on, the battles were extremely quick. The matches lasted 1 to 2 minutes. As soon as the host reached the pro player seats to say a few words, the match had already ended. The winner was, once again, Du Ming, and the person who refused to rest was also Du Ming. 3 wins in a row, Du Ming counted. How many matches did he need to win? He didn't have a count in his head. He just knew that there wouldn't be enough time for him to get all the matches he needed, so he didn't bother thinking about it. I'll just keep going until someone stops me. Du Ming thought and once again issued a challenge. The other side naturally accepted. The audience let out astonished cries. When was this complete mess of a battle going to end? As soon as they began, Du Ming immediately put his whole mind and body into the match. The host tried his hardest to persuade Samsara's members. However, these friends of Du Ming clearly exposed their team's tacit agreement. Their thoughts were the same as Du Ming, just keep going until someone stops them. But the ones who would stop them definitely weren't going to be Samsara. As a result, they all sought to delay or ignore the host. In the blink of an eye, another match concluded. Du Ming successfully won 4 times in a row. After displaying the skill a pro player should have, Tang Ru had no chance. Du Ming looked around and, since he didn't see anyone trying to stop them, he immediately issued another challenge. Tang Ru didn't hesitate and went to accept the next match. But when she moved her mouse, she felt a shudder. The instant she was about to click accept, a hand came out from the side and pressed down on her hand. Tang Ru was surprised, but she was quickly able to recognize who the hand belonged to. That's enough. Yishio called. Tang Ru lifted up her head, her gaze determined, I can win. Yishio nodded his head, you can win, but he can, too. For every 10 matches he wins, you will win 1. What is that supposed to mean? If you only wanted to prove that you could win, you've already done so. I can beat him. Tang Ru said. You think you can beat him? Yishio laughed, I think you're making a big misunderstanding. In Glory, you don't compete until the last player stands, you compete until the last character stands. Even if you kept playing until he became so tired that he had no way of continuing, I can assure you, the number of times he'll have won will be much greater than yours. In the end, he'll have been the one to win, not you. Tang Ru stared blankly. She stared at that battle mage on her screen and didn't say anything for a long time. And I have to remind you that among the pro players, there are many players who are just as determined and tenacious as you are. Don't look down on others. Yishio followed. The electronic screen stayed fixed like this. Previously, the match had always started immediately, but this time, there was no response. Why isn't she accepting it? Duming was very impatient. Currently, the score was 5-2. He felt that it wasn't even close to enough. He still wanted to win more to prove himself. What's wrong? Can she not go on? The pros weren't laughing anymore and were discussing amongst each other again. For the teens other than Samsara, they didn't care at all about what Duming was feeling. They wanted to use this opportunity to see just how good this new player was. The only happy one was the host. He reckoned that the rescuer had finally arrived and persuaded the girl to stop playing. As a result, the host stopped bothering with Samsara's players and ran back to the stage. On the screen, Tang Ru's game interface had gone dark. She had already logged out from the game. Tang Ru stood up and was ready to follow Yi Xiao out from the match platform. But who would have thought that Duming would suddenly shout from across the stage? What's wrong? You don't dare fight me. It was a provocation that pros often used, but it was a bit excessive to say that to a normal player. Though for Duming, he felt that he hadn't won enough. Since the opponent didn't want to fight anymore, he hoped that his opponent would say that she admitted defeat or something along those lines. Not dare? These weren't words in Tang Ru's dictionary. She immediately turned around to fight when Yi Xiao calmly turned on the booth speakers. How about I give it a try? Yi Xiao said. The entire audience went into an uproar. Where did this guy come from? Chapter 327. A true expert. The host, who was halfway to the stage, suddenly heard this and almost tripped. He suddenly felt that he had let a wolf into the house. The broadcast team backstage suddenly shouted at him, F***CK, where's the next person? Hurry up and get him on stage. We've already been broadcasting ads for 5 minutes. The host nearly rolled and crawled his way onto the stage when Duming asked the question that everyone wanted to know, who are you? The main player is tired. I'm the substitute. Yi Xiao replied calmly. The audience laughed. They were wondering if the event host had intentionally sent someone funny out. At this moment, the host jumped onto the stage. The lights lit up and he announced, gasping for breath, for the second challenger to come up. The host wanted to hurry up and get to the second challenger. Even though he knew that the person who had just gone up seemed to be someone who would mess things up, in any case, they at least moved a step forward. As a result, the second challenger didn't even get a round of polite applause. The people in the audience were still in disbelief. They didn't even know how this guy had gotten up onto the stage. The pro players all had a big question mark above them, as well. This year's All-Star event had turned into a complete mess. Even they didn't know what was going to happen next. Are you ready? Yi Xiao said. You have to log in first. Duming was depressed. Since things were already like this, he didn't withdraw. It's not like he could call for only that girl to come out. That would be too shameful. Oh, my bad, 1 sec. Yi Xiao said. The audience then heard a voice call out from the booth. Give me the account card. No need, I'll go. Don't be fussy. Hurry and give it to me. I refuse. Pa. Everyone in the stadium was dumbstruck. The booth speakers had been turned off. Pa. It sounded like the speakers had been hit on. Sounds of fighting transmitted out on and off. Ha ha, 1 second everyone. It looks like our employee and our challenger are having a bit of a problem exchanging account cards. With his forehead dripping with sweat, the host spoke nonsense. The audience immediately booed in response. Maybe I should go up and check, the host muttered. The game interface finally appeared on the electronic screens. The battle mage had finally logged in. What type of skill distribution is this? After hearing this, another pa, and the speaker turned off again. Duming felt like his luck was truly terrible today. Why did all of this happen to him? Just as he was feeling annoyed, the other side finished logging in and sent out a challenge. Duming accepted. No matter who the opponent was, he didn't dare be careless again. After the two had accepted the match, the two characters appeared on stage. On one end of the stage, Du Ming's Blade Master charged forward. With how he was feeling, he was prepared to use this match to vent his anger. It didn't matter who you were. Du Ming wasn't going to play nice anymore. He's coming. Tang Ru reminded Yi Xiu. Got it. Yi Xiu said. He was still looking at his character's equipment and skills. With Yi Xiu's skill, a quick look was enough for him to get a rough sketch of the Battle Mage stats. The map wasn't large, either. By the time he finished looking, Du Ming's Blade Master had arrived. The running Blade Master initiated with a triple slash to close even faster with Yi Xiu's Battle Mage. Tang Ru had already encountered this initiation several times. It wasn't hard to deal with, but she was curious as to what Yi Xiu would do. Then she saw that Yi Xiu didn't react at all. When the first blade of the triple slash came down, Yi Xiu's Battle Mage just stood there, not moving. But when the blade light slashed down, not a single bit of damage was inflicted. Du Ming was surprised. He didn't know if it was coincidence or whether the opponent had completely seen through his attack's range. If his opponent really had seen through it, he then saw that the Battle Mage had already stepped to the side, immediately signaling to Du Ming that it hadn't been a coincidence. With that step, the triple slash second attack wouldn't be able to reach him. And when this step came out, his opponent lifted his spear and slashed up with a sky strike. Du Ming had been prepared and hastily stopped his triple slash animation, putting up a guard to block the sky strike. But when he moved his mouse to lift his sword, he discovered that the sky strike had come at a nasty angle, making it so that his guard wouldn't be able to block it. Pu. Sure enough, the sky strike had arrived before the guard and Du Ming's Blade Master was launched into the air. All this had occurred in an instant. The audience members weren't fully paying attention yet, but for those at the pro player seats, their eyes were all wide open. A single step and a single sky strike had accurately launched Du Ming into the air, sending him up with an unblockable attack. An expert. Many of them were already thinking of this. But it was still too early to make the conclusion with just that. Under this surprise, the pros stowed away their banter and began seriously looking at the match. Du Ming wasn't without options in the air. He was very serious in his playing for this match. In the air, he quickly adjusted his position. A falling light blade was used to force his character to come down. But the instant he hit the ground, there was nothing but air in front of his eyes. The Battle Mage had disappeared. The audience could see very clearly that the instant his falling light blade descended down, the Battle Mage had circled behind him. But the pros astonishingly figured out that his movements had also avoided the Blade Master's camera, so Du Ming wasn't able to see what had happened. Vanishing step, many of them blurted out. Who is this guy? Many of them were looking at one another. 2 consecutive high-level movements were enough to verify this person's status as an expert. Many of them weren't paying attention to the projections anymore and switched to look at the screens. It was true that the projection was beautiful, but the spectators had a fixed view. It pretty much meant that their point of view was fixed. The pros needed to see from several perspectives in order to understand the second challenger's skill. Du Ming wasn't some noob, either. After using Falling Light Blade and not seeing anyone in front of him, he determined that the opponent was behind him. He immediately rolled forward and turned 180 degrees, sending out a sword draw at the same time. These movements were executed extremely smoothly. The audience was even about to applaud when they saw the Battle Mage rush forward diagonally. Facing the sword draw, it looked as if he would certainly be hit by it. But then they watched as the sword draw just passed through him. Taking advantage of the brief moment the Blade Master was still finishing his sword draw animation, he closed in and stabbed with a dragon tooth. The audience was completely dumbstruck. Speaking of this, Yi Xiu's previous astonishing movements, Sky Strike and Vanishing Step, were all very minute. With a normal player's skill level, it wasn't easy for them to see how incredible those moves were. But this time's sword draw was completely out in the open. This was because many of them knew the theory behind the move. The image of the sword aura hitting him was simply an afterimage. The instant the sword draw arced through him, he wouldn't take any damage. However, the timing for this was incredibly difficult. If he was too early, then he would take damage. If he was too late, then even though he wouldn't be hit, he wouldn't have made it in time to reach Du Ming while he was still in mid-animation. And this difficult move had been done immaculately by the challenger. The Blade Master didn't have any time to react to the Dragon Tooth. It wasn't that Du Ming didn't want to dodge, it was that he was still in the brief stun from the finishing animation and he had no way to move. The pros weren't the only ones to see the brilliance of his move. Except, should they still clap? Their two hands, which had originally been meant as applause for Du Ming's sword draw, were all suspended in mid-air now. The challenger's play had been brilliant, but he was still their home ground's opponent, so they were somewhat hesitant to clap. Though of course, there would still be a few who didn't care and cheered at the brilliant play. For example, Chen. She hadn't been a Samsara fan from the start and she knew that the one playing was Yushio, so why would she care? Of course she would support him. The moment Dragon Tooth shot out, Chen cheered and applauded as if Du Ming had been killed. After being hit by the Dragon Tooth, Du Ming's Blade Master was stunned again. Yushio followed up with a Sky Strike. The Blade Master was once again launched into the air, but his falling light blade was still on cooldown. He had no way of using the same method to get out and could only hastily adjust his camera to see what the opponent would do. But when he tried, there was no one there. Vanishing Step, Du Ming also realized at this moment. He almost wanted to cry. He was completely aware that he had come across an extremely difficult opponent. What the heck was this with this challenge competition? The following challenger was unexpectedly strong and it turned out that he was even having trouble keeping up. Someone who knew how to use Vanishing Step to such a degree obviously wasn't another abnormal new player. This time, he was up against a true expert. Chapter 328. Unable to fight back. Double Stab. Falling Flower Palm. Circle Swing. Along with these skills flew various chasers of different elements. They flew out, coiled around the spear, with dazzling colors. As for Du Ming, he was completely helpless against these attacks. After being hit by these low-level skills, he was slammed into the ground by a circle swing and blasted by numerous chasers, immediately dropping his healthy by a chunk. Who is this guy? A sliver of panic trembled across Du Ming's heart. Vanishing Step definitely wasn't a normal technique. It required a vast amount of experience as a base. Someone who didn't have a deep understanding of the game had no way of achieving it. Du Ming couldn't even determine what level the challenger's Vanishing Step had reached, but at the very least, he had already been caught by it twice. If it hadn't just been lucky and had been intentionally done, then this challenger's Vanishing Step had reached a frightening level. The previous opponent had been a new player who didn't even know how to use high-level skills. And now he was fighting against an experienced expert who even knew how to use Vanishing Step. He definitely couldn't be careless. Du Ming concentrated harder. Even though this was still a show in the All-Star event, because of what had happened previously, Du Ming couldn't lose. He hastily pressed a key and his Blade Master rolled backwards after touching the ground. He didn't immediately rush forward to attack, but backed out instead and leaped backwards twice. His leap backwards made it look like he was running away. Du Ming knew that it looked somewhat shameful and he could already hear a few boos from the crowd. However, running away was better than losing. Du Ming clearly understood that his challenger wasn't simple. He definitely wasn't the normal player like everyone else believed he was. Charging forward without feeling out the opponent's strength had been a very reckless action. He was nicknamed the Berserk Blade Master, but the Berserk pointed at his bold and unrestrained fighting, not recklessness. Du Ming knew that he was only a mid-tier character in the pro scene. It was quite possible that there was a pro player hiding in the audience. When he fought with Tang Ru, Du Ming had employed pro-level mechanics. But against Yi Xiu, he felt a huge pressure. He didn't have confidence in solely using mechanics to win and was now using tactics he knew of. Temporarily retreating, escaping out of the opponent's momentum and setting up a more favorable situation was his best option right now. After Du Ming made these movements, he earned a bit of disdain from the audience. Many of the players in the audience had limited skill. For high-level techniques like Vanishing Step, not just them, but even the pro players had difficulty recognizing it. Amidst these boos, the pro players' faces grew more and more serious. They were the same as Dooming and felt that this challenger wasn't ordinary. Some of them were even beginning to look around to see if one of them had snuck off to have some fun. But when they searched, they found that all of the pros were sitting at their respective seats. Besides Dooming, no one else was missing. What would happen next? Everyone looked forward to it. Dooming chose to retreat, but his opponent, the second challenger, chose to charge forward. His spear shook and he sent out another dragon tooth. This challenger clearly wasn't a new person, but he acted the same as that girl and only used low-level skills. Some of the Battle Mage pros could tell that the Battle Mage hadn't distributed the skill points normally. Perhaps because that girl didn't know how to use high-level skills, she had maxed out the low-level skills she knew well, and then because she still had points left, she put them into other skills randomly. When distributing skill points, the player didn't necessarily only seek for more damage. For example, if we take the low-level skill, Sky Strike, the higher the level, the greater the knock-up effect. For this skill, almost no one put points into it for more damage, but rather for the crowd control effect. And when things got to the pro level, these minute differences mattered more. Every person had a different play style, so the knock-up amount they required was different. Some players might feel like a level 7 Sky Strike had a good enough knock-up, but some might feel like a level 9 Sky Strike wasn't enough. But this Battle Mage, whether it was attacks or chases, every low-level skill was maxed out. Dooming couldn't just ignore these maxed-out low-level skills, either. He didn't dare to meet force with force, and so he chose to dodge. As a result, a somewhat historic scene resulted. The Berserk Blade Master Dooming didn't take the initiative to attack, but dodged around instead, waiting for an opportunity. As a result, this scenario lasted for several minutes. Dooming had unexpectedly been unable to find an opportunity to counter, and in the end, he was suppressed by his opponent's attacks. At this moment, if the audience still couldn't see that this challenger wasn't ordinary, then that would mean that they didn't understand glory. Even if it was just a show, and even if Dooming was intentionally letting him win, it shouldn't go so far as this, where he was only running around like a little mouse. That was a bit too embarrassing. Why isn't Dooming fighting back? The Samsara players who were on good terms with Dooming were having trouble watching and were feeling very worried for him. It's good to be cautious, one player said. He can't fight back. Juzakai, who was sitting on the very edge of their section, suddenly spoke. What? Everyone looked towards Juzakai. Juzakai lifted his head a bit and looked intently at the screens, looking at the scene through several angles. He then said after a short pause, "There aren't any opportunities." No opportunities. The pros who weren't able to see this were startled. Are you saying that it isn't that Dooming doesn't want to strike back, but he isn't able to? One player said in astonishment, and then immediately looked at the match more carefully. A bead of sweat rolled down his face for Dooming. No opportunities. This meant that, this time, Dooming was being completely suppressed. He only had a bead of sweat rolling down, but what about Dooming? Dooming's hands, head, and even his back was soaked with cold sweat. At first, he had been dodging and observing, hoping to figure out his opponent's pathing and an opening. But after a few minutes, he discovered that he had no choice but to dodge. Every time the opponent attacked, besides dodging, he couldn't think of any other method to react. The opponent's attacks were relentless. A continuous string of low-level skills, along with complex normal attacks mixed in, continued to batter him. From time to time, chasers would even fly at him. Dooming tried his hardest to search for an opening, but there just weren't any. Perhaps his ability just wasn't good enough. In short, in his current situation, dodging like this was already his best option. But he wasn't able to dodge everything completely. He would always be hit by a few attacks from time to time. The blood that blossomed out from the hit splattered along his escape route and looked quite horrifying to see. He couldn't keep going like this. He had to try fighting. Dooming immediately concluded this. He decided he would try a few methods that he wasn't very good at yet. As soon as he made the decision, Dooming immediately made his move. He executed a lunge and the tip of his blade emitted 2 cold streaks of light. My God, that idiot! How would that work? At the pro player seats, Huang Xiaoqian watched as Du Ming tried to initiate with a lunge and immediately sighed. The battle mage then used a Dragon Tooth, a low-level skill like the lunge. The other side's skill level is higher. Even if they were the same, Dragon Tooth has more priority over lunge. Using lunge at this moment is just looking to die. Huang Xiaoqian chattered and the results turned out just like he said. The 2 streaks of cold light from Du Ming's Blade Master immediately disappeared and the battle mage spear thrust through his head. The spear was pulled away, along with a stream of blood. The battle mage didn't waste the brief stun and chained a few attacks before ending with a sky strike. Du Ming's Blade Master was launched up. Unable to find where his opponent's attacks were coming from, he was comboed some more, except this time, the opponent switched strategies and ended with a falling flower palm. Du Ming's Blade Master was blown flying. He immediately steadied his camera, but then his body suddenly shook. His body crashed into the wall and then bounced off of it. Du Ming started. He saw the battle mage in front of him raise his spear with both hands. The tip of his spear seemed to grow brighter and brighter. Not good. Du Ming cried out in his heart. Battle mage level 65 skill, Dragon breaks the ranks. Chapter 329. Dragon raising its head. The battle mage finally unleashed a level 40 and above skill. In addition, it was a level 65 skill, Dragon breaks the ranks. In terms of physical damage, this skill was undoubtedly the battle mage's strongest skill. The level 70 skill Rising Dragon Soars the Sky was an AoE magic spell that did both physical and magic damage. Their combined damage did more than Dragon breaks the ranks, but in terms of physical damage, the two couldn't be compared. Once Du Ming saw the cold glint of the battle mage spear, he wanted to dodge. However, after being hit into the wall, his body entered into a mini-stun state and was unable to move. Du Ming panicked and rapidly mashed his keyboard, hoping to immediately move the instant that the stun wore off. In the end, the cold glint from the spear suddenly grew brighter and instantly transformed into a beam of light, fiercely striking the stunned Blade Master. Yishou's attack struck the lower half of Du Ming's Blade Master. The powerful force sent the Blade Master hurtling into the air. Just how fast Du Ming's character was spinning could be seen from the screen, which was showing Du Ming's first-person perspective. The screen spun so fast that it was impossible to distinguish anything clearly. At this moment, the player could only rely on his game sense, experience and knowledge. Du Ming subconsciously acted and sent out two cold slashes as he spun, although, to the audience, it only looked like he was juggling. Right now, everyone's attention was focused on the battle mage. The battle mage held onto his long spear. His right hand pulled the end of it behind him, while his left hand supported the spear's front, which was slanted into the air. Another skill appeared. Battle Mage level 60 skill, Furious Dragon strikes the heart. The battle mage hadn't used any high-level skills for quite a long time. But as soon as he had begun, he unexpectedly used them one after the other. However, Du Ming's Blade Master was hit and was tumbling into the air rapidly by Dragon breaks the ranks. Would he be able to hit him? He would. Reality provided him the best answer. When the Blade Master hit his peak, during the instant where he was about to fall, the battle mage spear soared. Like a bolt of lightning, the spear pierced through the falling Blade Master. Furious Dragon strikes the heart. But only a light passed through. The instant the spear pierced the Blade Master, he flew up once again, but only a few specks of blood fell. Would the offense stop here? Not yet. The battle mage chased after the Blade Master's body. His spear turned into a dragon. Its roar lifted up the earth and the dust as the dragon's head shot towards the Blade Master. Du Ming didn't give up. He had predicted this rising dragon soars the sky. The instant the skill was unleashed, he ferociously let loose a falling light blade, causing his Blade Master to crash down quickly. Would it hit? Everyone's heart leapt into their throats. During this moment, they didn't know who to side with. They had only hoped that the answer would come soon. It wouldn't. The falling light blade altered the Blade Master's flight path. With the sudden turn, the dragon missed. Those who had watched the Rookie Challenge yesterday suddenly felt that this scene looked somewhat familiar. The Sun Strong vs. Hand-Wenching match. Wasn't the deciding move in that match Rising Dragon Soars the Sky, which was dodged by Hand-Wenching through a precise eagle stamp, forcing his character to move in the air, allowing him to dodge it? And right now, a mid-tier pro player and unknown challenger unexpectedly repeated the same stunning scene that had previously occurred between two gods. In that match, the move had been the turning point. Hand-Wenching, who had dodged the Rising Dragon, struck down Sun Strong's one autumn leaf immediately after. And now? It wasn't the time for it to be the deciding move, but Duming, who had been suppressed the entire time, was finally able to find an opening. For a powerful skill like Rising Dragon Soars the Sky, the ending animation would certainly be very slow. A triple slash after landing could let him close in on his opponent before the animation was finished. The instant that Rising Dragon Soars the Sky flew past him, Duming had quickly made the decision. The audience who had watched Duming dodge the dragon's head also thought this way, as well. However, the dragon head that had already flown past him suddenly turned as if its neck had turned, and hit the Blade Master's body, gobbling up Duming's Blade Master. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky hit. The Blade Master wasn't dead yet, but Duming was completely at a loss. He had no idea what had happened. The spectators were all at a loss as well. They had seen it, but they thought that they had just seen it wrong. And at the pro player seats, shock flashed across their eyes. Dragon raising its head? Who's up on stage? Every pro player could hear Team Tyranny Captain Hand-Wenching's voice. Even some of the spectators who weren't that far from the pro player area could hear him. Dragon raising its head? That's Dragon raising its head. The discussion quickly spread. Let alone the audience, even for the pros, the majority of them had only seen this legendary battle mage technique from videos. And according to what they knew, only one person had the ability to pull off the technique. Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf's former owner, Yi Qiao. The top-tier god, who had recently left the stage for an unknown reason, suddenly showed off his soul special in the All-Star weekend. Is that really Dragon raising its head? Did I see that correctly? Why aren't they showing the replay? Why aren't they showing the replay? At Team Blue Rain's side, Huang Xiaoqian was chattering. So it's like that? At Team Samsara's side, Juzakai simply said. As for Team Tiny Herb's side, Wang Jieshi appeared to be the most calm. He had noticed Tang Ru long before this. When an even stronger expert appeared right after, Wang Jieshi had already reached his conclusion. All of the team's pro players were discussing in astonishment. While some of the younger generation weren't able to understand everyone else's astonishment, their seniors immediately informed them about the shocking scene. Afterwards, many of them looked towards Team Excellent Era's side. Excellent Era's players were even more complicated. Some were astonished. Some were hesitant. Some were puzzled. Some felt uneasy. The players were feeling all sorts of emotions. Vice Captain Liu Hao's gloominess seemed to drip off of him. But after seeing that many people were looking at them, he changed his expression. As for their ace player, Sun Strong, his eyes were filled with shock, as well as unhappiness. He couldn't help but think back to what Hand-Wenching had said to him yesterday. If that was Yi Xiao, he would have definitely hit that Rising Dragon Soars the Sky. And now, a similar situation appeared and, sure enough, Rising Dragon connected. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Dragon raising its head. Sun Strong had obviously heard of it. He also knew the theory behind this micro. He had even researched it, but he still hadn't been able to learn it. Though he did know that in the past 2 years, Yi Qiao hadn't used Dragon raising its head. This technique was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Knowledge, experience, and hand speed. The player couldn't be lacking in any of these aspects. Sun Strong had thought that Yi Qiao hadn't used it because his skill had gone down, so he wasn't able to use it anymore. And since he was still on the rise, there would be a day where he'd be able to use it, which was why he hadn't been worried. But today? No wonder that Han Wenqing said that if it was Yi Qiu, the rising dragon soars the sky wouldn't have missed. Sun Xiong heard a few discuss this. After seeing some of them look at him, Sun Xiong felt that there was a hint of contempt in their gazes. It was as if they were all saying, "Sure enough, he's not even close to good enough." Dragon raising its head. Sun Xiong ground his teeth and clenched his fists tightly as he muttered the words. The pros were so astonished that they had practically forgotten to continue watching the match. The match wasn't over. After 3 consecutive high-level skills, Du Ming's Blade Master didn't have much health left, but he wasn't dead yet. The reason for this was naturally because of Tang Ru's random skill point distribution. Because she had maxed all of the low-level skills, there weren't many skill points left for the high-level skills, so only Battle Spirit had been raised to the maximum. The rest of the points were just distributed randomly. She had learned the 3 skills, but their levels weren't high enough, so even though their damage couldn't be ignored, they didn't do nearly as much as they should have. As a result, after Rising Dragon soars the sky, Yi Xiu's battle mage once again rushed forward. At this moment, Du Ming had already lost all will to fight. He had completely no idea how that Rising Dragon soars the sky had hit him. He even wanted to rush out of his seat and look at the replay. Without any fighting spirit and a loss in confidence, Du Ming's movements were extremely stiff. He couldn't make any decisions and his actions lost all purpose. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Low-level skills continuously battered at him. Du Ming was still in his own little world. His mood had fallen extremely low. His Blade Master quickly fell. And only then did the pros realize that the match was officially over. As Du Ming's Blade Master fell, the shock extended to the entire stadium. Chapter 330. Quiet Withdrawal. Compared to the pros, the audience members were much quieter. The absolute majority of the audience were supporters of Du Ming. The match had been brilliant and they would clap, but it would only be a sign of courtesy and respect for the winner. No matter what, Du Ming losing wasn't something they could be happy about. However, this time, even though Du Ming lost, there weren't any boos. This was because those who understood glory could see that Du Ming wasn't against some random new player, but he was against a true expert. The more experienced players felt the same as the pros and recognized the legendary dragon raising its head. It was too incredible to believe, but it happened right in front of them. Who was this challenger? Everyone wanted to know the answer. Chen Gui, who had initially been shouting and jumping around excitedly, suddenly froze the instant dragon raising its head came out. But she still kept her posture straight until Du Ming's Blade Master fell. Dragon raising its head! Chen Gui was also an experienced glory player and, as a fan of excellent era for so many years, how could she not recognize Yi Qiu's sole specialty? Her thoughts returned to that night in the winter. Let me tell you a secret. I'm actually Yi Qiu. Chen Gui still remembered these words, but at that time, she hadn't believed him. This was because she had clearly seen Yi Qiu's ID card as proof. Someone could be called by different names, but their ID card couldn't be wrong, right? The ID card had dispelled all of Chen Gui's doubts towards Yi Qiu. From then on, she had considered Yi Qiu as a pro who hadn't been able to make it that far and eventually had no choice but to find a job at her internet cafe. Even though Yi Qiu displayed extraordinary skill, Chen Gui wasn't too surprised since he had still been a pro once. In the pro scene, there were differences in skill. However, no matter how bad they were within the pro circle, they would still be far superior when compared to a normal player in terms of skills, so being incredibly skilled wasn't anything strange. That was what Chen Gui had believed. But now, dragon raising its head appeared. Up until now, not a single person had been able to successfully recreate it, but Yi Qiu had. Could he really be Yi Qiu? Chen Gui's mind was a mess. Chen Gui wasn't the only one whose mind was a mess. When Du Ming's Blade Master fell, the host's mind went into a mess as well. His head replayed the previous scene, where the two players turned back and continued to fight non-stop. Ah! How unexpected! It seems like Du Ming's very nice today. This time, he unexpectedly let the challenger win again. Ha ha! Beating a pro must feel good, right, challenger? The host hastily announced the end of the match and began giving excuses for Du Ming. His words indicated that Du Ming had let the challenger win on purpose. The host wasn't unfamiliar with glory, but his words completely exposed the fact that he hadn't watched the match at all. In that match, Du Ming hadn't been nice at all. He had been suppressed from the very beginning to the very end. There wasn't any niceness in that. As soon as the host finished speaking, boos began to come out. These boos were directed at him. Putting the match in that kind of light was way too shameless. After hearing the audience's reaction, the host felt that he had made a mistake, but his eyes were stuck on the electronic screens, afraid that Du Ming would refuse to give up and would instead continue fighting. However, a new match didn't appear. The screens had already switched to the replay for the dragon raising its head. The commentators were already excitedly shouting, "Let us see the replay. The replay." Everyone look, the falling light blade should have allowed him to dodge it, but the head turned and then the chomp. That is without a doubt dragon raising its head. That is definitely it. Just who is this second challenger? Because of a few technical difficulties, we weren't able to see him come up onto the stage, but now that the match is over, will we be able to find out who this mysterious challenger is? Many of us have already thought of the same name, Yi Qiu. After seeing the replay, the commentator's words had shocked the host. That guy was God Yi Qiu. The host recalled the person's appearance, but it was somewhat fuzzy. At that time, he had been extremely anxious and hadn't paid attention to the rescuer's appearance. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and introduce the challenger to everyone. The commentators said to the host through his earpiece. The host regained his composure and glanced at the big screen. The two characters had already exited the game and the event looked like it had returned to its normal state. As the host walked to the center of the stage, he asked the players from both booths to come down. Du Ming came down. Right now, he no longer had that depressed face from when he lost to Tang Ru. His face was filled with complete surprise. And on the other side, Tang Ru had come down as well. She slowly walked over with a smile. But what about next to her? There was no one there. The second challenger, who had called himself a substitute, was nowhere to be seen. And him? The host unexpectedly didn't pay any heed to Du Ming and instead asked Tang Ru first. Which him? Tang Ru asked. Your friend. The one who just fought, the host said. Oh, he went to the restroom. The restroom. The host almost fainted. The backstage broadcasting team had also noticed the situation and called out to him, that guy? Where is he? He went to the restroom. The host said quietly and heard sounds like the other side falling over from his earpiece. The host, the backstage employees, the audience members, and even the pros, they had all wanted to see the challenger. Turn on the lights, the backstage team directed. The stadium immediately lit up. Everyone looked around wildly, but aside from those three on stage, there was no sign of anyone else. The challenger's stomach wasn't feeling too good, so he went to the restroom, the host said evasively. I don't suggest waiting for him to come back. Tang Ru said to the host. The host felt gloomy. Going to the restroom had clearly been an excuse. Had he slipped away? That meant that guy really might have been God Yi Qiu, the Yi Qiu who never exposed himself to the public. The host's mind accidentally wandered off, but it was quickly called back by the backstage broadcaster's shouts. At the pro player seats, the pros hadn't been able to see the challenger's face, so they could only guess. It's him. It's definitely him. Huang Xiaoqian said to Yu Wenju, restroom? Do you believe that? He definitely slipped away because he didn't want to be exposed. Yeah. Yu Wenju nodded his head, he's very experienced with playing cat and mouse. They probably won't be able to find him. Dragon raising its head, Huang Xiaoqian muttered and then looked at Sun Slong's ugly expression. It was as if he had slapped his face. Could he have been working together with Han Wenqing? Using dragon raising its head at that moment is very normal. Yu Wenju plainly said. Team Tyrannical Ambition, Team Tiny Herb, etc. There were many pros who were familiar with Yi Qiu. At this moment, they were all raising their heads and looking at that replay. Dragon raising its head. Han Wenqing had a thought. It was a move that hadn't been used in 2 years. To suddenly use it now in front of millions of people, was it really just a coincidence that he chose to use it? Dragon raising its head. Could he be saying that he wouldn't lower his head? Was it a declaration of his return? The majority of the pros were now even more certain that the challenger was Yi Qiu after seeing his stealthy escape. They continued to discuss, but in the end, there really wasn't too much they could talk about. It was just that they hadn't been prepared, which was why they had been so shocked. Yi Qiu had already withdrawn quietly. It was the same as every match he had ever been in. He would never appear in front of the public. The only thing that he left behind was his incredible achievements. How unfortunate for Du Ming. After seeing Du Ming return to his seat, it looked as if he had seen a ghost. Many empathized with him. In the end, they were only spectators. No one could be more shocked and frightened than Du Ming was. He had originally thought that he would be able to have a nice and relaxing time playing against some normal players, but in the end, he had been the one to be utterly crushed. When he got back to the team, the others went up to talk to him, but he had to take a while to answer, as if he were Juzakai. Yi Qiu. Every person in the stadium was discussing this name. The host continued on with the scheduled event and invited the second pro to come up. But the audience's claps were few and sparse. Their minds clearly weren't ready to move on yet. Tang Ru had already returned to her seat. The audience's attention towards her was even greater than for the pro player who had just gone up. Chen was finally no longer standing up like a statue. She had changed to a statue that was sitting down. When she saw that Tang Ru had returned, she looked at her blankly and asked, "And him?" "He left early," Tang Ru said, while looking around. The surrounding audience members were all looking towards her. One of the audience members who were sitting next to Tang Ru simply went up and asked, "Was that person God Yi Qiu?" The surrounding audience members were waiting for Tang Ru's reply. "Let's go." Chen suddenly stood up and pulled Tang Ru away. The audience members couldn't stop them from leaving and could only watch as the two left without answering their question. On stage, the host was getting the next lucky challenger to come up onto the stage, but who could care about that right now? Chapter 331. As if nothing happened. The All-Star event continued. Yi Qiu was already standing outside the stadium, all alone. This sort of situation was something that he was quite familiar with. In his many years as a pro, he had always left the stage early. He had never participated in any of the press conferences before or after the matches. As glory grew year by year, he received more and more attention and the media's pursuit and blockade grew fiercer and fiercer. Being able to last so long without being exposed could be seen as no easier than creating an era. He looked back at the great, brightly lit stadium. Compared to it, he looked so measly. TSK, TSK. Yi Qiu clicked his tongue. He had turned his head and prepared to head back to the hotel, when suddenly, he saw a girl sitting on a railing near the street in front of him. She carried a pair of binoculars around her neck and was currently waving at him. "Amazing! You're actually even faster than me." Yi Qiu greeted back and went to meet her. Hee. Su Muqing laughed and jumped down off of the railing. She was once again wrapped tightly in thick clothing, a cap, and a mouth mask. If Yi Qiu hadn't been familiar with her, he wouldn't have been able to recognize her. "The match is over. You want to grab some ice cream?" Su Muqing said. Yi Qiu was surprised and asked, "That store is still open?" "It still is." Su Muqing lifted her binoculars and looked towards the other side of the street, see. She then handed the binoculars over to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu looked and, sure enough, in a small street behind Samsara Stadium was a small ice cream shop that still had its lights on. "It's winter, though," Yi Qiu said. "Winter's the best time to eat ice cream. It won't melt as quickly, so you can eat it nice and slow." Su Muqing said. All right, let's go. Yixiao replied. Su Muqing climbed over the railing. Be more civilized, Yixiao muttered, but also crossed over slowly the same way. After crossing the street, they entered a small street. The small ice cream shop was still the same as ever. There were 4 little tables for 2 people to sit. The assortment of flavors was displayed on the refrigerator and they each had a small, handwritten price tag attached to them. The owner of the store was a 40 or so year old uncle. When he saw that there were customers, he neither greeted them warmly, nor ignored them coldly. He simply stood in front of the refrigerator and quietly waited for their order. I'll have this one, this one, this one, and this one. Can I have a quarter of each of them? Su Muqing selected skillfully. Sure. The owner grabbed a large cup and evenly distributed each of the 4 flavors. He stuck a small spoon into the cup, handed it over to Su Muqing and then turned his gaze over to Yixiao. Can I smoke here? Yixiao asked. Yes. The owner nodded his head and, seeing that Yixiao wasn't going to order anything, he then ignored him. At a little table inside, Su Muqing fiddled with her ice cream and quickly ate it. Yixiao smoked his cigarette and quietly sat in front of her. The weather was very cold and so was the ice cream. But this sort of familiar feeling made them feel especially warm. Outside of Samsara Stadium, Chen and Tang Ru finally ran out. Chen also had her binoculars ready. She immediately took them out in order to scout around, but didn't find any signs of Yixiao. How quick! Chen said. She and Tang Ru had exited the stadium fairly quickly. He said he'd head back first. Tang Ru said. Go. Let's go back. Chen stopped a cab and swiftly returned back to the hotel. They didn't even enter their rooms. They instead directly knocked on Yixiao's door, but there was no response. He's still not back. Chen asked, where'd he go? Maybe he went out on a stroll. Let's wait. Tang Ru opened their door and went in. Is he really Yixiao? Chen followed behind Tang Ru. Yeah. Tang Ru replied helplessly. Chen had asked this question for the 7th time. This guy? Chen mumbled to herself as she turned on the TV. She switched to the esports channel. The All-Star event was still going on and, just like in the past, the pros would accept the challenges from the audience. This time though, nothing unexpected occurred. The pros easily dispatched the audience members, but the atmosphere never grew as excited as it was before. With such a high climax, aside from the audience members who were chosen to go up, no one could feel as excited as they did before. Chen stared blankly. Her mind clearly wasn't on the TV. Whenever she heard a small movement from outside her room, she would rush out like an arrow, but it would not be Yixiao. Where'd he go? Chen mumbled. She would look outside the window with her binoculars for a while and then run outside her room to knock on the room next door to see if Yixiao had come back. After doing this over and over for at least an hour, the second day of the All-Stars weekend ended, but Yixiao still wasn't back. He doesn't even have a phone. Chen grumbled. At this moment, the event broadcast had ended and the press conference for the second day soon began. The challenge competition's unforeseen event was clearly today's main focus. As one of the main players in it, Duming was naturally selected to participate in the press conference and he received God-level treatment. Duming had calmed down quite a lot. If he couldn't let go of a loss, how would he survive in the pro scene? Even though losing to a normal player was quite embarrassing, he had still won 4 matches in a row afterwards to prove himself. In addition, the girl's skill had received a lot of acknowledgement after the match. As for that even more abnormal second challenger, even though no one saw his true face, pretty much everyone was certain that he was Yixiao. So in reality, there wasn't much that could be given from Duming. It obviously wouldn't be good for him to appear so unsportsmanlike, so he praised Tang Ru's skill and then showed his respect towards the god. What are your thoughts on God Yixiao's sudden appearance in the All-Star event? This was a question that practically every reporter asked to all of the pros being interviewed. They had even gone and asked some of the audience members. The replies from the audience members were obviously very brazen. As for the pros, they answered back cautiously and half-heartedly. For this issue on Yichio, the reporters obviously wouldn't let go of the chance they had to interrogate Team Excellent Era's players. In the end, Team Excellent Era's players replied very plainly, saying that they hoped he was doing well. There wasn't any substance to their replies. And since Sumuching, who was very close to Yichio, was nowhere to be seen, no one could interview her. The final highlight shined onto the interview with Han Wenqing. The domineering team captain stared at the camera and bluntly said, "I'll be waiting for your return." This phrase became the reporter's biggest catch and it became the headlines. The media had guessed that this meant Yichio was planning on coming back. The fact that Yichio had used Dragon raises its head, a move that no one else could replicate and a move that he hadn't used in 2 years. It was his way of telling everyone that he wasn't done yet. Seeing these assumptions from the media, Chen Guo felt a sort of pleased and superior feeling. While everyone was concerned about how he would do it, Chen Guo jumped up with her fists clenched. "Once that guy comes back, I'll definitely ask him." As she said this, she once again walked over to the window and then to outside of the room. Seeing that it was getting late and Yichio still wasn't back, Chen Guo was finally beginning to worry. "Don't tell me that after his revealing his identity, he won't be coming back." Tang Ru was also startled. "No way, right? He still hasn't received his first month's salary," Chen Guo suddenly said. Her tone was full of sadness. She suddenly discovered that, even though she still wasn't able to equate Yichio with Yichio, whether it was that lazy and irritating guy or that god that she respected greatly, him leaving so quietly left a bad taste in her mouth. Chen Guo suddenly quieted down and sat on her bed silently. "He'll come back." Tang Ru walked over to comfort her. Just as she said this, they heard a movement from outside their door. It was just that with Chen Guo's mood, she only let out a sigh, but didn't move. Except this time, the movements got closer and closer and then stopped outside of their door. "Is he back?" Chen Guo was still lost in thought. This time, Tang Ru said this and checked. When she opened the door, sure enough, Yichio was fiddling with his door. "You're still not asleep?" Yichio turned his head and greeted. Chen Guo had already rushed out from the room like the wind. In the end, Yichio simply opened his door, turned his head, said a try to sleep early and then went into his room. Chen Guo had so many things she wanted to say, but the guy just slipped away. What's going on? Chen Guo's mind wasn't able to process what had just happened. It's as if nothing ever happened. Tang Ru forced a smile. She reckoned that Chen Guo was about to set off. Sure enough, after a short pause, Chen Guo immediately rushed over and madly hammered at his door. Yichio opened the door. His face was filled with puzzlement as if he didn't know what was going on. Tang Ru was already speechless. What's wrong? Yichio asked. Explain yourself, Chen Guo said furiously. She had been thinking about how she would approach him. In her head, Yichio and Yichio were two completely different beings. Now that the two were one, should she talk to him like the poor internet cafe employee she knew or the idol she had respected for so many years? Chapter 332. Embarrassing Past. Chen Guo had initially been unsure of what tone to use when talking to Yichio. But after being infuriated by Yichio's attitude as if nothing had happened, she took out her usual furious state for Yichio. Okay, Yichio calmly said and nodded his head. What do you want me to explain? Chen Guo looked like she could pounce and attack him at any moment. Tang Ru hastily stepped in to be the mediator. She pushed the two into the room while saying, how about you two take a seat first before talking? Pick anywhere you'd like. Yichio brought them into his room and took the role as the room's owner. What exactly is up with you? After Chen Guo sat down, her tone became much calmer, but it could easily be heard from her voice's ups and downs that she was trying to keep her emotions under control. I'm Yichio. Didn't I already tell you that a long time ago? Yichio finally spoke. That counts. Chen Guo turned angry. Then how am I supposed to make it count? Yishio countered back. Chen Guo fell silent. True. How was he supposed to say it so she'd believe him? Chen Guo couldn't refrain from thinking about it. But after thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered, why had she been so certain that Yishio wasn't Yichio? Wasn't it because she had seen his ID card? If you're Yichio, then what's up with Yishio? Chen Guo immediately questioned. Yishio is me as well. Why do you have two names? Now that's a much more complicated question. Yishio said. Chen Guo sat upright, ready to listen to why he had these two names. In the end, her upright posture was for nothing as Yishio was done talking. He then moved a bit as if to tell Chen Guo that he was waiting for Chen Guo's next question. Chen Guo's expression began to gradually grow stiffer. Tang Ru silently turned her head to look out the window. The reason for having two names was something that anyone would be curious about, but Yishio had clearly expressed that answering the question wasn't convenient. He wasn't going to change his mind. From the window's reflection, Tang Ru could see Chen Guo grip her fist and say, "Why do you have two names?" Chen Guo didn't think that Yishio wouldn't be able to recognize that this was the question that needed the most explaining. "I can't tell you that," Yishio said. "Why?" "Because it's a secret," Yishio said helplessly. A reply without any substance, which hid everything of importance. No matter how badly Chen Guo wanted to know, she couldn't force him to speak. She breathed in deeply and calmed herself down. She then asked, "Then which one is your real name?" "Guess?" Yishio asked back. "Deep breaths. Deep breaths." Chen Guo took several deep breaths and then slowly stood up. She paced back and forth and then stopped at the window's side and actually guessed. "I've seen your ID card. Even though I personally can't tell if it's real or not, when I registered your name for the hotel, your ID wasn't a problem, so it looks like it's real," Chen Guo said. "But you've also been in the Pro Alliance. From what I know, the players in the Pro Alliance have to use their ID cards as well. I don't know if the Alliance allows you to change your registered name, since most people don't care. I'm not sure about that. You've played in the Pro Alliance for 7 years and you've never revealed your identity to the public. If I said you simply did it because you like to be secretive, it wouldn't make sense because you told me you were Yichio when we just met. You definitely have other reasons for not wanting to show yourself to the public, so your name of Yichio is probably fake and is also a cover-up for your real identity. That means that Yichio is your true name, right?" Chen Guo explained her guess and was quite logical. After saying this, she looked at Yichio, waiting for his response. Yichio was silent for a while, before nodding his head. "It seems like it was pretty easy to guess, huh?" "What do you mean, easy? Are you looking down on my ability to analyze things?" Chen Guo said angrily. It was a beautiful analysis. Yishio applauded. "So you're saying I'm correct?" Chen Guo said. "Is it okay if I don't say it?" Yishio said. "You're really intent on not letting me sleep." Chen Guo grinded her teeth. "Okay, I concede. You're correct. Yishio." "I'm Yishio." Yishio nodded his head. "Why do you need to use a fake name? Why don't you want to reveal your identity? What are you hiding for?" Chen Guo was beginning to ask more deeply. Yishio stood up. He also walked over to the window and looked outside. Tang Ru looked at his face and discovered an unexpected expression of hesitation. This sort of wavering look was something she had never seen on Yishio's face before. Chen Guo silently went back to her seat. She had asked what she wanted. If Yishio didn't answer, then she wouldn't force him, so she simply sat down, silent. Yishio turned around. His face now held a self-ridiculing smile. "The reason is actually very embarrassing." "Oh." The two girls' ears perked up. Was he actually going to say it? "It's because I ran away from home," Yishio said. "You? Ran away from home?" Chen Guo repeated stupidly. Tang Ru gave Yishio a weird look, which quickly disappeared. "Why did you run away?" Chen Guo asked. Yishio didn't answer. His face said, "You know why?" Chen Guo immediately understood and, along with a face full of astonishment, she said, "It's not because you wanted to play games, is it?" Yishio smiled bitterly. Chen Guo and Tang Ru looked at each other. Even for Chen Guo, who loved glory, she couldn't understand his actions. Running away from home to play games and becoming so addicted. Was there something wrong with his mind? The room immediately fell silent. Amidst the cloud of awkwardness, no one knew what to say. Yishio also returned to his seat. His expression continued to stay calm. But when Chen Guo looked at him again, apart from the skilled god and the infuriating smoking demon, he had another face, an extremely naive child. "You? When did you run away?" Chen Guo was the one to break the silence. 10 years ago. Yishio said. When Glory came out? Chen Guo asked. Around then. You ran away just to play Glory? Not exactly. I played other games before that, as well. Yishio said. Chen Guo didn't dig deeper because there wasn't much of a point. In the end, in order to put in every effort he could into playing games, he ran away from home. Then, after Glory came out, he threw himself into Glory, entered the pro scene, and then became a skilled god-level player. The result was very spectacular. On the other hand, Chen Guo was hoping that he had some sort of tragedy occur to him that forced him to run away. If that had happened, then it would have been a lot more moving to listen to. Though unfortunately, Yishio had already said that he had run away to play games, and he also admitted that it was very embarrassing. Yishio understood this very well. He had been very lucky to be talented at the game and also succeed upon the release of Glory. If not, then running away from home might have ended in a tragedy. Then what about now? You've never gone back home to visit? Chen Guo asked. I have. Yishio said. Oh. We parted on bad terms. Yishio said. How? Because in their eyes, playing games for a living will never be seen as an honest profession. Yishio calmly said. Chen Guo was silent. As a gaming fan, she clearly understood this sort of view. Even though Glory's esports scene was thriving and the pros had a luxurious income and a tremendous popularity, it required that the players give up on school. In addition, a pro's career was very short. There also wasn't a good system to guarantee their life's well-being after their retirement. These sort of problems still existed. The chance to become a pro was also very low. Of all of the players playing Glory, only 200 of them were able to make it into the pro scene. No family would encourage their child to walk this path. Every single one of the pros in the alliance had a moment of bitterness in their past. And Yishio seemed to be among the more tragic ones. He had run away from home to play. Chen Guo and even Yishio himself felt that he had gone somewhat overboard. And for those who looked down on gamers, this sort of behavior would only seem that much worse to them. At least you succeeded, Chen Guo suddenly said, because she suddenly felt that the disdain in her heart wasn't right. For some, gaming was seen as a terrible drug, the electronic version of heroin. As for Chen Guo and other players, they saw it as a way to kill time. But what about for Yishio and those other pros? Yishio hadn't run away from home just to have fun. Chen Guo felt that seeing things like what the majority of society did was somewhat harsh. Yishio had ran away from home for his passion, for his ideal, for his pursuit of a dream. If a youth ran away from home to pursue his dream in music, would he receive the same harshness? If a youth ran away from home to pursue his passion for science, wouldn't people see it as a testament to his ambition and drive? There were many examples of this. It was just that not many would accept gaming as one. But for Yishio, his dream and passion would never change. I wouldn't get tired even after 10 years. Chen Guo recalled Yishio's smile when he said this and suddenly felt the urge to cry. Chapter 333. A Sleepless Night. Chen Guo was never very good at controlling her emotions. When she wanted to laugh, she would laugh. When she wanted to be angry, she would be angry. When she wanted to cry, it was even more troublesome. She didn't hold back her tears. When she thought about Yishio's past and realized Yishio's helplessness, Chen Guo's nose turned sour and she knew that tears would soon be pouring down. I'm going to sleep. Chen Guo stood up, stamped her feet, and then rushed out. Yishio was a bit surprised. From his understanding of her, he assumed that she would begin conducting another, even deeper, interrogation. Who would have thought that the boss would just run out like that? Yishio scratched his head and looked towards Tang Ru. Tang Ru smiled and stood up. Then I guess I'll go back and rest as well. All right. Yishio nodded his head. After seeing her begin leaving, he put a cigarette to his mouth. Tang Ru walked towards the door and pulled it open. Suddenly, she stopped and turned her head towards Yishio. Do you regret running away from home? Never. I just feel a bit sorry. If I regretted it, then I would have gone back long ago. We're still family. Yishio said. That's true. Tang Ru paused, nodded her head, and then left the room. The door to the other room was unlocked. Tang Ru didn't hurry in. She leaned on the wall for a bit before finally pushing the door open. When she looked inside, she saw Chen Guo lying there on the bed. Her head was squished between two pillows, like the stuffing in a steamed bun. Ah. What happened? You don't like your hairstyle. Tang Ru walked up and said. You're back? Chen Guo pulled her head out from the pillows and said as if nothing had happened. Her tears had been wiped clean by the pillows already, but her two red eyes couldn't be hidden. Tang Ru kept smiling and said as if she hadn't noticed it, rest early. Quickly, the room turned dark. Chen Guo's eyes were still wide open as she looked towards the stars. Little Tang, are you asleep yet? Chen Guo suddenly asked. Not yet. Tang Ru replied. Do you approve of Yishio's reckless playing? Chen Guo asked. Yeah. A simple reply. But now. He can't play. Chen Guo said. Silence. Tang Ru obviously understood what Chen Guo was trying to say. For Yishio, the Pro Alliance was his stage. However, he had already retired. On the Dazzling All-Star stage, he could only be put together with the normal audience and sit there as a spectator. What would he be feeling during those moments? He's not done yet. Tang Ru said. What do you mean? Someone who was determined enough to run away in order to play wouldn't give up so easily. His Lord Grimm will definitely stand on the stage once again. Tang Ru said. Right, Lord Grimm. Chen Guo thought of that account. An unspecialized has never appeared on stage before. He also has that self-made 1000-chance umbrella. When the time comes, he'll definitely be scary, no? Yeah, that'll be fun. Tang Ru said. But? Chen Guo was still worried. She had been following Glory up until now and was a fan of Team Excellent Era. She had quietly watched the downfall of the team and had read all sorts of media reporting Yishio's slipping condition. Even though she had her own thoughts on it, with so many people saying the same thing, Chen Guo didn't feel very encouraged. It's not that simple. Tang Ru said after listening to Chen Guo's doubts. What do you mean? Chen Guo didn't understand. One night, Tang Ru quickly explained the night when Liu Hao paid a visit to the internet cafe. So there was something like that. Chen Guo jumped up from her bed in astonishment. That's why I think that there is still a lot being hidden about his retirement. Tang Ru said. Chen Guo nodded her head repeatedly. I don't really have a good understanding of that stuff though, so there's only so much I can guess about it. Tang Ru said. I don't know too much about the inner workings of the club, either. However, with Yishio's seniority and status in Excellent Era, I don't really think that such a three-footed cat like Liu Hao would be able to do too much. Chen Guo said. She hadn't originally been so disgusted by him. She had actually supported him before this because he was the vice-captain, but in the blink of an eye, her impression of him turned into a three-footed cat. So you're saying that there's no way these guys could cause such a storm and that there are most definitely other reasons as well? Tang Ru said. But in Excellent Era, only the club's owner would have a higher status than him, right? Chen Guo said. If the owner wanted to kick him out, then it would be easy to do it, right? Tang Ru said. In theory. But he has to consider a lot of things too. For example, his team's stability, the fans' feelings, the sponsors, etc. Chen Guo had never experienced it herself, but she had seen it before. After following Glory for so many years, she understood quite a few things. If for you it's like that, then what if some of the players on the team objected to him, so even if he left the team wouldn't become a mess but, on the contrary, be even more steady? Tang Ru said. Ah. And as for the sponsors, he never showed his face, so he had no one to speak for him. He also doesn't help advertise what the sponsors want, so no matter how amazing he is at the game, he's of very little value to the sponsors. Chen Guo said. As for the fans' feelings, they saw that the team was performing poorly and that the captain's condition had been falling as well. For those reports you talked about, they often put those 2 points as one and the same? For these reports, were these truthful public media reports or was there someone in the dark leading the discussion? Tang Ru said. If there was someone spinning the webs behind all this, then the two girls discovered that there were many more possibilities now. So you're saying that Team Excellent Era basically wanted to kick him out? Chen Guo said in astonishment. And it's not just kicking him out of Team Excellent Era, but also kicking him out of the Glory Pro scene. Tang Ru said. That's going too far. Chen Guo jumped up again. When she thought of Yishio's hidden heavy feelings and how hard he had worked in order to open the path for Team Excellent Era's golden age, only to be kicked out after considerable planning, she felt sympathetic towards him. How terrible! Chen Guo jumped down from her bed. She ran to grab a cup of water and drained it down. These are all just guesses. Tang Ru said. It sounds right. Why else would he suddenly retire out of nowhere? His condition is slipping? Did you know? When he fought with Duming, he used Dragon Raises its head. Do you know what that is? Maybe you don't know yet, but this is a move that only one person in the entire Glory can pull off. Even though it hadn't been used in a while, he used it again today. Slipping condition? Bullsh *T. Chen Guo fired off like a cannon. Ah. Then there's something else I analyzed. Want to listen? Tang Ru asked. Go ahead. Chen Guo threw down her cup, wiped her mouth and returned back to bed. He said before, that when he went back home, he parted on bad terms, right? Tang Ru said. Yeah. What's the salary for a pro player in Glory? Compared to the average person? Tang Ru said. How could they be compared? Each and every contract is at a sky-high price in addition to other sponsorship money. The above-average ones can easily get more in a year than what you can get in 100 years staying in my internet cafe. Chen Guo said. Yishio had been a top-tier god in Glory since the very beginning. Even if his family doesn't understand his achievements, with just his income, his family should have at least been able to recognize that, even though there are several problems with being a pro gamer, Yishio's an exception. He had already become a top-tier player in the pro scene and he shouldn't be so disdained like that, right? Tang Ru said. Yeah. That's true. With his status, he shouldn't have too much to worry about. Chen Guo said. However, they still parted on bad terms. That's why I think that his family probably isn't an ordinary family. His status as a Glory Pro player and his income didn't mean anything in front of his family's eyes. Tang Ru said. Could he be from an extremely wealthy family? Chen Guo said in astonishment. That's hard to say, but his family can't be so simple. Whether his family is high up in the political world, business world, or even literary world, his future had already been decided when he was born. He might have a bit of leeway in his choices, but for him to become a pro gamer, that choice probably didn't exist. That's why, no matter how incredible his achievements are, his family will never acknowledge him. Tang Ru said. That makes sense. Chen Guo nodded her head. Tang Ru went silent for a moment. After seeing that Chen Guo wasn't going to say anything, she continued, if we go further, when Yishio is no longer able to go on any longer in the pro scene, where will he go then? Is his home his first choice? When things got here, Chen Guo suddenly understood, so you're saying that his retirement might also have something to do with his family? Yeah. I have that sort of feeling. Tang Ru said. That. Chen Guo didn't know what to say. If it had only been Excellent Era conspiring, then she could still justly support Yishio and look down on Excellent Era. But if it really was Yishio's family causing mischief, that would become a family issue and she wasn't in any position to say anything. What status did she have? A fan? Yishio's current boss? If his family really had been working behind the scenes, then his family's background can't be simple. We might be able to look for clues about his family's background from his ID card's address. Tang Ru said. Chen Guo heard this, stunned. After a short pause, she said, I just discovered that your talent in gossiping is even greater than mine. Chapter 334. Day 3. The two girls still didn't sleep. They were once again whispering to each other. This was when Tang Ru's deduction stopped though because, in the end, she didn't really understand the Glory Pro scene that well. Even after she began playing the game seriously, most of her attention was still focused on improving herself. She wasn't a true fan like Chen Guo, who paid attention to the news reports on the pro scene and all the random gossip there. The two did a recount of what they had discussed. Even though they had deduced all sorts of scenarios, it would be way too disrespectful and impolite to actually take Yishio's ID card and force him to explain his background. It'd be better to ask when an opportunity comes. If he doesn't want to say it, then that's that. Tang Ru said. Okay. The gossip demon inside Chen Guo was still burning, but she was still someone who understood what proper behavior was. The real question is, what is he planning on doing for the future? Is he just going to wait around for a year and then apply with his unspecialized Lord Grimm? With his ability, he wouldn't have any trouble getting in, but which team does he plan on joining? Excellent Era probably isn't an option, no. Chen Guo said. It'd be best to wait for an opportunity to ask. Tang Ru said. Okay. The two girls chatted until they finally fell asleep. Early next morning, the sunlight lit up the room around their wake-up time. After telling each other good morning, they did their daily routines and then looked at each other. The two sneakily walked up outside their neighboring door. After hearing Yishio reveal a bunch of stuff yesterday night and then analyzing it, they realized that Yishio had a lot of things he needed to worry about. They couldn't help but prod carefully, afraid that they might accidentally trigger something. The two girls put their heads against the door, one on top, one on the bottom, in order to listen. The cleaning lady came out of the neighboring room, pushing a small cart and looked suspiciously at the two of them. Cough. Tang Ru immediately coughed after realizing that they had been discovered. Chen Guo hastily stood up, turned her head to look at the cleaning lady, and officially said, "There's no need to clean our room today." Understood, the service lady said, pushing her cart over and turning her head every couple of steps. The two felt too embarrassed to continue with their previous actions. They also had to do something to try and explain themselves, so they directly knocked on the door. After a while, Yishio opened the door. His eyes were sleepy as he looked at the two of them. Why so early? Are we going on a walk again? Even if you try to kill me, I'm not going. Ah, you're still not awake? Then go sleep a bit longer. Chen Guo said. Before yesterday, she didn't think she'd have been able to speak so nicely to Yishio. Tang Ru shivered. Yishio also straightened up and immediately woke up. He looked at Chen Guo and after a short pause, he asked, "How long is a bit?" "However long you want." Chen Guo said. Yishio continued to be shocked. He looked towards Tang Ru and pointed at Chen Guo. Did something happen? Tang Ru looked up at the ceiling. It's probably your strength as her idol. Really? Wow. Yishio put out the expression pros used when they looked at the camera after winning a match. Buy me breakfast and send it to my room. Bang! Yishio closed the door, almost hitting Chen Guo's nose. Tang Ru watched as Chen Guo's warm expression gradually disappeared. After a few twitches, she looked as if she was about to kick the door down when Tang Ru hastily stopped her. "Can't you see that he was doing it intentionally? Why do you always fall for his traps?" Who knew if it was because of Tang Ru's urge or her idol status, but Chen Guo didn't kick the door. She tugged on Tang Ru. "HMPH, we're going to eat breakfast." In the dining hall, Chen Guo's furious munching on her steamed buns attracted a few glances from other guests. They were all astonished at how such a pure-looking girl could eat so barbarically. For a moment, glances toward Tang Ru's pleasing appearance were snatched away cleanly. After annihilating her breakfast, Chen Guo looked at the menu and revealed a hesitant expression. Tang Ru laughed and asked, while wiping her mouth, "Should we bring him something?" "No. Never." It had probably been better not to say anything. When Tang Ru asked this, Chen Guo immediately made a decision and got up to leave. Tang Ru laughed once again. She stayed a bit behind her, calling for a waiter to send that room some breakfast. Chen Guo saw her doing this from the reflection from a window, but pretended she didn't know. Back at her room, Chen Guo continued to vent her anger through the TV by mashing the remote control and switching channels randomly. Tang Ru didn't say anything about that. She turned on the computer and logged into the game. When she got in, she discovered that Yishio was online. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Tang Ru said, surprised. "I woke up from the noise and didn't want to sleep anymore." Yishio replied. "Breakfast will be sent to you soon." "Oh, thanks." After only a short exchange, Chen Guo came over. Seeing that Tang Ru was playing Glory and then the chat, she angrily said, "Didn't he say he was sleepy?" She then rushed out of the room to knock on the neighboring room's door. Yishio went to open it. Chen Guo wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. Yishio lowered his head and looked suspiciously at her two hands. "Where's my breakfast?" "2 steamed buns the size of my fists." "You want them?" Chen Guo raised her fists. They looked like the striker's collapsing fist, which Yishio's rival Han Wenqing was an expert at using. "Little Tang, I thought you said that breakfast was coming. Did you set me up?" Yishio cried out for help. "A misunderstanding." Tang Ru's voice floated by. They had only finished half of their planned shopping spree yesterday, but Yishio said that he refused to come today. Chen Guo and Tang Ru discussed for a bit and then decided not to go, either. As a result, the two rooms turned into 2 internet cafe booths where Glory was being played. Yishio was watching TV, though. Each room had a computer. Tang Ru and Chen Guo occupied both stations, while Yishio had been kicked out. The reasoning couldn't be disputed. "You're already so skilled, so why do you need to practice?" "To level up." "If it's just that, then I can help you," Chen Guo said. As a result, Chen Guo played on Yishio's Lord Grim account. A normal player getting the chance to use a silver weapon? Plus, the 1000-chance umbrella could change forms. Yishio taught her how to use it and then Chen Guo slowly began playing with it. She was practically always switching forms. How was she killing monsters to level up? Wasn't she just using his weapon as a toy to play with? Seeing that she was having so much fun, he didn't stop her. Yishio ran over to look at Tang Ru and instructed her on a few battle mage techniques. Dragon raises its head. This type of high-end technique was obviously way beyond someone like Tang Ru, who wasn't even level 40 yet. Even though she had been watching yesterday, Dragon raises its head didn't seem like much in her eyes. She didn't really know what was so startling about it. However, yesterday night, Chen Guo had explained repeatedly how incredible Dragon raises its head was. She didn't know how many times she had repeated herself, but in the end, it made Tang Ru change her mind and realize why it had been so shocking. Now that the user was here, Tang Ru really wanted to ask him. It was still early, though. Her character's level wasn't quite there yet and there was no way she could practice it yet, so what was the point in knowing? Although, now, her motivation to level was even greater. "What did you think about yesterday night?" After Yishio came in, he asked for Tang Ru's opinion on the match. It felt good. Tang Ru recalled. Her emotions were quite complicated. She wasn't able to figure out how to describe it. She just felt that something had sprouted in her and was making her itch all over. Do you want to come with me into the Pro Alliance? Yishio asked. Go with you? Yeah. I'm definitely going back. As for you, you'd definitely be good enough to become a pro. The real peak of glory isn't a single strong person, but rather to be the champions of the Pro Alliance. Occasionally beating someone isn't anything to be praised for. Being able to complete the challenges over the entire season and finally beating every single opponent, now that's the true throne. Yishio said. But you've already become the champion 3 times. What's that to you? Tang Ru laughed. There's no highest, there's only higher. Yishio replied. So you're saying that surpassing you really is going to be hard. Just beating you in PK isn't going to be enough. Tang Ru said. Kid. Why do you like competing with me so much? No matter how you say it, you're also at the peak of glory. We can just look at how many championships you've won to see it. Even if your 3 championship titles weren't consecutive titles, you're still the one with the most titles in glory, right? Oh, if you say it like that, then I really am quite amazing. Yishio looked out from the window. Who do you think will stand at the top this year? Tang Ru suddenly asked. This year? Yishio was startled. Tang Ru had unexpectedly asked this question. He hadn't been prepared for it. You can't know until the last day. That's what makes things interesting. Yishio said. That's true. Not being able to know until it happens is the most interesting. Tang Ru said. Keep it up. You can definitely become a participant and not a bystander. Okay, I'll think about it. Tang Ru nodded her head. If you've made a decision, then don't be like me. Yishio said. Tang Ru listened and understood what he was saying. She turned her head towards Yishio and laughed. I'm not 15. I haven't been 15 in a long time, either. Yishio grinned. Today, nothing else happened until it was time for the All-Star event. Yesterday, the 3 had shone in the spotlight, especially Yishio. In the press conference after the event, many of the pros straight up told the reporters that he had to be Yishio. Would their seats be surrounded by dogs today? Chapter 335. All-Star 24-1. From up above in the hotel, the bright Samsara Stadium could be seen from the window. They were already busily preparing for the final day. The All-Star weekend was a 3-day event and only had a 1-day pass and a 3-day pass. Chen had managed to obtain 3-day passes. But just from their retail price, it could be seen that the ticket for the 3rd day was the most expensive. There was only one event on the 3rd day, the All-Star competitions. The 24 players that were chosen by the fans, in other words, the 24 most popular players, would be split into 2 teams and would compete in an official match format with an individual competition, a group competition, and a team competition. Even though the competition was simply just for show, the number of viewers and the ratings it received could be compared to those of the finals in the regular season. As a result, Chen would be very conflicted as to whether she wouldn't be able to watch the All-Star event live at the stadium. Tang Ru and Yishio, on the other hand, didn't really care. Tang Ru still hadn't logged out of the game, while Yishio was still giving her pointers. They would only turn their heads around whenever Chen said something. In reality, your family all know that you're a pro player, right? Chen suddenly asked Yishio. Yeah. Yishio didn't turn his head around this time. Then why are you still afraid of revealing yourself? Chen found the chance to dig deeper. Initially, I didn't want them to find out, but later. I didn't want to embarrass them. In their eyes, no matter how great I become, I'm just a failure to them. Yishio said. Chen fell silent. She realized that she shouldn't have dug so deep into Yishio's roots. Perhaps he didn't want to remember these things, but she had helped him in bringing them up. She felt extremely bad for doing so. With this ounce of regret, Chen Gui immediately patted the TV. Forget about it, then. We won't go tonight. We can just watch from the TV. Actually, it'll be fine if only I don't go. It's not like it matters if you two go. Yishio said. Oh, that's true. When the reporters come, I can give my internet cafe some advertisement. Chen Gui spoke her thoughts. Tang Ru turned her head and said, but if you do that, when the customers come, they might be there to crowd around instead of going online, no. Oh, Chen Gui sighed in lament, I forgot about that. Go, go. You guys go ahead. Yishio stood behind Tang Ru and urged them. What are you going to do? Tang Ru turned her head to look at him. You're going to watch the event, no? Let me play. Yishio exclaimed. That isn't your actual reason, is it? You just want to play the game. Chen Gui said. No way. Didn't I already tell you about my difficulties? Yishio said. It was just that his tone was very casual and didn't sound pained. Chen Gui doubted for a second, but then decided not to say anything more and turned towards Tang Ru. Tang Ru obviously knew that no matter what, Chen Gui still wanted to go very much. It hadn't been easy getting the tickets. Missing the big event like this would be something that no fan wouldn't regret. As a result, she got up and gave the seat to Yishio. Then we'll be going now. Go, go. Yishio waved his hands. He swiftly logged out of Tang Ru's Soft Mist account and logged on to play his Lord Grimm. You're not going to watch the All-Star event? Chen Gui asked. I will, but it's still early, no? When the time comes, I'll watch, while playing the game. Yishio said. Thus, the two girls left the room, leaving Yishio alone. The All-Star competition deserved to be comparable with the finals. It greatly impacted the number of players online. In the afternoon, the leveling areas were still quite crowded, but as it got closer to the peak hours at night, there were fewer players. Playing while watching? That wasn't something easy to do. An intensive game like Glory didn't allow for much room to be distracted when fighting. As a result, Yishio played for a bit and then, when he saw that it was almost time, he logged out of the game and turned on the TV. The press conference began before the competition. At this moment, the 24 All-Stars hadn't yet got on stage yet, when suddenly they were swarmed by reporters. The first one to be interviewed was at the pro player seats. He had arrived early, the Upright Team Tyranny Vice Captain, Zhong Xinjie. Hello, Vice Captain. The reporter hastily went forward. Hello. Zhong Xinjie nodded his head. Even though it's the All-Star event, you've still kept your habit of arriving on stage 30 minutes earlier. The reporter began to talk. Yes. Zhong Xinjie nodded his head. I'm sure our audience is looking forward to how the teams will be split. Could you give us an early reveal? The reporter said. Zhong Xinjie looked at the reporter strangely. Isn't one of the rules not to reveal things early? Ha ha, it's about to start in half an hour anyways. It's not like it's going to matter much, the reporter said. Zhong Xinjie shook his head, no comment. The atmosphere stiffened. The reporter could only switch to a different topic. With Vice Captain's class, you're probably going to be competing in the team competition. As one of the master tacticians, could you have already prepared some sort of amazing strategy? You'll know when the time comes. Zhong Xinjie politely replied. His tone didn't reveal anything. Thank you, Vice Captain. The reporter was helpless and could only end this pointless interview. Afterwards, he looked around and saw that someone was already sitting at Team Excellent Era's seat, Su Muqing, one of the 24 All-Star players. The relationship between Su Muqing and Yishio wasn't a secret and it was currently an extremely good topic to talk about. The reporter wouldn't let this opportunity slip and immediately rushed forward along with the cameraman. Muqing, could you give the audience a wave? The reporter said. Hi. Su Muqing waved her hands at the camera. Are you watching TV? Yishio, who was sitting in front of the TV, was completely speechless. Wasn't that wave a bit personal? Sure enough, the reporter caught it and laughed. Your wave was a bit special. Was there some sort of special meaning to it? Su Muqing smiled. You understand. Were you waving to Yi Qiu? The reporter understood. Yup. Su Muqing confirmed. So you're saying? Yi Qiu won't be coming to watch today. The reporter immediately became aware of this issue. I actually have no idea. Su Muqing said. But you just waved your hands at the camera, the reporter said. Isn't it the same thing? If he's watching in front of the TV, then he'll have seen me. If he's at the stadium, then he'll see me on the big screen, as well. Su Muqing pointed to the big screen in the stadium, which was broadcasting this interview. So it's like that. Thank you, Muqing. The interview ended. The frame temporarily cut off and the reporter went to find another target. The broadcast turned the camera around towards the audience. Yi Qiu looked. Wasn't the camera pointed at Chen Guo and Tang Ru? The broadcast team had clearly prepared for this and began to focus in on them. These two beautiful girls very naturally looked good on camera. Even though it didn't have the same feeling as it did yesterday, they were still pleasing to look at. However, the feature clearly wasn't towards them. The camera turned and then stopped at the empty seat beside the two of them. After the reporter found another all-star to interview, the camera turned back to the interview. For matches like these, the pros were more relaxed. Very few of them would be as official like Zhong Xinjie was. They joked around with the reporter and made fun of pros they were friends with. The 30 minutes before the event officially began went by quickly. When the event officially began, the stadium's lights turned off. Even though the list of which 24 players were chosen had been released on the first day of the event, the true all-star event really only began on the final day. The spotlights flashed on. The first to come up on stage was Samsara's ace player, Juzakai. Under the dazzling lights, he stepped onto the stage and a projection appeared beside him, which was Juzakai's character, Cloud Pisser. The crowd gave a deafening cheer for their home team's ace. Juzakai also acted very appropriately. Along with his looks, he gave off an air that was fit for a god. The second player to come up on stage was also a Samsara player, Jiang Butao. His character Empty Waves was a spellblade and was second in Team Samsara only to Juzakai. Only the player's name and character was introduced, so the introductions went by very quickly. After Samsara's two players, next up was Team Blue Rain. They had 3 players in this year's All-Star event. Yu Wenju. Character, Swaksar. Class, Warlock. Huang Xiaoqian. Character, Troubling Rain. Class, Blademaster. Yufeng. Character, Brilliant Edge. Class, Berserker. Next came Team Misty Rain's 2 players. Chu Yunxiu. Character, Windy Rain. Class, Elementalist. Li Hua. Character, Dark Forest. Class, Ninja. Team 100 Blossoms. Tang Hao. Character, Delillo. Class, Brawler. Zhu Yuan. Character, Dazzling 100 Blossoms. Class, Spitfire. The 2 Team 100 Blossom players were somewhat of an anomaly. Tang Hao was a rookie who had only been a pro for 2 years. His character Delillo wasn't anything special in the pro circle, but based on his outstanding performance in the last year, he had won over many fans and was able to obtain a spot as an all-star despite his mediocre account. As for Zhu Yuan, he was the exact opposite of Tang Hao. This hastily found substitute, using their original team captain Zhong Jiala's Dazzling 100 Blossom, didn't have much going for him. The reason he was able to become one of the 24 All-Stars was largely because of Dazzling 100 Blossom's popularity. There were too many Glory fans who didn't want to see this god-level character missing from the All-Star stage. Zhu Yuan clearly understood this. On the stage, he quietly stepped back when the projection of Dazzling 100 Blossoms appeared. Chapter 336. All-Star 24, 2. Compared to the All-Stars that introduced before them, of the 200 Blossom players, one of them was lacking in terms of his character and his experience, while the other was lacking in skill. Though for Tang to be able to say the junior succeeds the senior, it meant that he was also a very arrogant guy. He didn't care too much about all of this and stood there proudly. As for Zhu Yuan, he was more uneasy. He stood behind his character and it appeared as if he was too afraid to look at the audience. Next up was Team Excellent Era's two players, Sun Slong and Su Muqing. Their characters, the Battle Mage, One Autumn Leaf, and the Launcher, Dancing Rain, were quickly projected onto the stage. These two were originally the closest partners in the alliance, but it was different now. Dancing Rain's owner didn't hide her thoughts. She stayed a good distance away from Sun Slong, instead, standing closer to 100 Blossoms player, Zhu Yuan. The broadcast team knew what they had to do and immediately featured this point. They shifted to the empty seat where Yi Xiao was supposed to be at and once again paused on it. After them came Team 301's captain, Yang Tsong, with his assassin, Scene Killer. Even though he was also the ace of a team, Yang Tsong's character couldn't be considered top tier and so, when it stood up on stage, it gave off a very modest appearance. Following Yang Tsong's introduction was a short break. The audience counted 12 players on stage and immediately understood that these 12 players comprised one of the all-star teams. Tonight, they temporarily became teammates. Team Samsara's Ju Zakai turned into the all-star team's temporary captain. However, this appointment was simply a title. Ju Zakai carried the team captain name, but in reality, the one who took on the role of team captain was Team Blue Rain's Yu Wenju. No one had any objections to this. This friendly and polite team captain had exceptionally good relations with everyone in the pro circle. The host conducted brief interviews with each of the 12 players and had them sit in specially prepared seats. The 12 players sat down on one end of the stage and then, the other 12 players began to come onto the stage. First up was Team Tiny Herb and, like Blue Rain, they too, had 3 all-stars. Team Captain Wang Jieshi. Character, Vicaria. Class, Witch. Vice Captain Deng Fusheng. Character, Angelica. Class, Knight. Anna Grappler. Li Yihui. Character, Flying Drops. He was also one of Team Tiny Herb's main pillars. Next up was 2 players from Team Tyranny, the team captain and vice captain, Han Wenqing and Zhong Xinjie. Han Wenqing's character was naturally extremely famous, the king of fighting, Desert Smoke. Class, Striker. Zhong Xinjie's character, on the other hand, was a cleric. Character, Immovable Rock. After them was Team Void's Li Xian. Character, Sobbing Ghost. Class, Ghostblade. Alongside him was Wu Yu's from the same team. Character, Carved Ghost. Class, Ghostblade. He and Li Xian's duo Ghostblade combo was another classic combo in the pro scene and had been competitors against Yi Xiao and Su Muqing's title of best partners ever since their creation. Following Team Void was Team Wind Howl's Lin Jingyan. Even though his condition had fallen and now that he had been beaten by Tang Hao, the All-Star invitation was based on popularity, not skill. A god like Lin Jingyan could easily make it into the 24 All-Stars with just his past achievements. In addition, he also had 3 hits, the reputed #1 brawler character. Lin Jingyan hadn't come alone from Team Wind Howl. There was also Fang Rui. Character, Doubtful Demon. Class, Thief. His signature style was playing dirty, and dirty. Next up was Team Thunderclap's captain, Xiao Shiqin, one of Glory's for master tacticians. He was someone who could take a bad hand and give any team trouble. His character, Life Extinguisher. The name sounded extremely murderous, but his class was actually a mechanic, which was not a character that could fight against another face-to-face. After Xiao Shiqin was Team Royal Styles Chen Sen, who had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. The energy from his build was enough to make one tremble. Pro players were practically all shut-ins. Very few of them exercised to such extents. As a result, a pro with a muscular physique was very rarely seen. Chen Sen's character was called Peaceful Hermit. Class, Exorcist. It was also a very old god-level character. Chen Sen was already the 3rd owner of this character. With every following successor for this character, Team Royal's style turned worse and worse. Even with a top-tier character, they still weren't even able to make it to the playoffs. Following Chen was Zhao Yang, Team Seaside's ace player. Character, Boundless Sea. Class, Chi Master. Their team's situation was the same as Yang Tsung. The player himself and his character weren't considered as extremely top-tier, but that was only when it was compared to the top of the top. After all, anyone on the 24 All-Stars list was still an excellent player. The final 12 players had joined the stage. This team had Wang Jieshi as the temporary captain. He represented the team and said a few words. Afterwards, the host did a brief interview with each of them and the 12 sat down on opposite sides of the stage, facing the other 12 players. Who would participate in the individual competition? Who would participate in the group competition? And who would participate in the team competition that hadn't been announced yet? The audience was already quite excited. Even though the All-Star event was just for show, if they were too relaxed, the viewers would lose interest. As a result, the Alliance would also set things up to fire up the All-Stars. For example, in this event, they had Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, Excellent Era and Tyranny, the two big rivalries, split into two different teams. By doing this, the players wouldn't play so half-heartedly. Even if the players didn't care, the fans still would. Some opponents, no matter the time, no matter the location, would never go easy. With these types of players bringing in the energy, what was there to be worried about? The 24 players were, after all, the 24 most popular players in Glory, so they didn't need a big introduction. The event quickly entered the competitive stage. The first round for the individual competition was about to begin. Who would be chosen among the two sides? The viewers watching at the stadium and those who were watching the TV were all impatiently waiting for the answer. The host purposefully slowed down his words when announcing the first contestant in order to heighten the suspense. In the end, the first team chose Team 301's Yang Tsung, while the second team chose Team Royal Styles' Chen. Of the 24 players, there weren't any that even the top-tier gods would be able to steamroll over. Their performance on stage was way more important in this level of competition. Though for these two players, the end-deciding factor was actually the differences in their characters. Peaceful Hermit was more than powerful enough to be considered a god-level character. Comparatively, Yang Tsung's scene kill was a bit inferior. Chen took advantage of his character's superiority and struck steadily and surely without giving any major openings, until he won the match. After finishing the match, the two received interviews on the spot. Naturally, the winner said that the loser had played well and that he had won through luck. As for the loser, they said that the winner had played better and deserved the victory. After all, this was only the All-Star event. The two didn't have any enmity towards each other and weren't affected by any riling up. The two happily shook each other's hand and the first match ended. For the second match, Team 100 Blossoms' Zhu Yuan was sent out. For the second team, they sent out Team Tiny Herb's grappler, Li Yihui. Zhu Yuan's Dazzling 100 Blossom was undoubtedly a god-level account. It was just that there was nothing praiseworthy about his performance in the season. This hastily found substitute had to take the place of God Zhong Jiala and he also had to use the team's core account. The amount of pressure on Zhu Yuan was unimaginable. Though for this all-star event, where there didn't need to be any pressure, the relaxed Zhu Yuan unexpectedly gave off his most outstanding performance of the season. He defeated the champion team's Li Yihui, obtaining a heated round of applause. After another modest interview, the third match began. For the individual competition, each match was one round. There was no best-of-3 format. As a result, there wasn't a need for too much thinking for who to send out. For the first team, they sent out Team Blue Rain's Berserker Yu Feng. As for the second team, they sent out Team Wind Howl's Dirty Fang Rui. In the individual competition, the two rivals, Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, had both sent out players. Unfortunately, they had missed each other. If these two teams' players fought, the audience members were certain that the match would be more intense. From this, it could be seen that the host split the teams accordingly, but when it came to the actual competition, which players were sent out entirely depended on the players. If not, then how could the Alliance miss out on such an opportunity? Yufeng's Berserker was a class that went for direct attacks. Fang Rui's character, on the other hand, was a dirty thief. This match turned into a game of hide and seek, but no one dared to look down on the amount of skill involved in the match. The two were carefully examining the other side's movements and slowly wearing down their opponent. Of the 3 individual matches, this one took the longest. After a good 5 minutes, Fang Rui's dirty thief made a mistake, which was seized by Yufeng, who directly ended the match. The applause was deafening. A dirty way of fighting was one type of extreme. Some people loved it, while others hated it. The audience members who were clapping like crazy were naturally those who hated that sort of dirty fighting. Seeing the dirty Fang Rui get cut down brought them incomparable delight. Chapter 337. All-Star Competition. Even though the audience cheered when the dirty Fang Rui fell, he didn't care at all. Although many did not like his way of fighting, he had many supporters as well. If not, then he wouldn't have been able to enter the ranks of the All-Stars. He politely waved his hands towards the audience along with the victorious Yufeng and then left the stage. The individual stage was over. Team 1 had earned 2 points, while Team 2's had earned 1 point. Team 2 was current losing. Although it was only for show, the spectators still cared about who won or lost. They paid attention to which side their favorite pros were on. For example, Chen naturally supported the team that Su Muqing was on. After a few minutes, the second competition, the group competition, began. The viewers quietly discussed the possible arrangements for the groups as the players for the first match went out. For Team 1, the first player to come out was Excellent Era's ace, Sun Strong. As soon as one autumn leaf was projected onto the stage, the crowd erupted into cheers. For Team 2's, their first player was Wind Howl's Lin Jingyan. Sun Slong's mechanics were not below Tang Hao's and one autumn leaf was absolutely the better character. On paper, Sun Strong had the higher chance of winning. However, the paper didn't account for the two's current conditions. In the Rookie Challenge competition, one had been beaten with a junior succeeds the senior, while one had been beaten with a still 2 green. Both defeats had been somewhat embarrassing. Especially for Sun Strong, since he had dug the hole himself. It had only been 2 days since then. If their mental states hadn't adjusted, then their performance on stage could very likely be affected. When the two sides fought, Lin Jingyan performed efficient and ruthless as always, while Sun Strong clearly was having a bit of situation. Young people could rarely compete with the veterans in having this type of inequality. Even though Sun Strong was stronger on paper, the deciding factor in a match was still their performance on stage. Nothing praiseworthy could be said about Sun Strong's current performance. In the end, Lin Jingyan's 3 hits still had a quarter of his health left when one autumn leaf fell. Sun Strong silently exited his booth amidst the crowd's boos. Chen was even less polite and began ridiculing him. If this had been yesterday, she wouldn't have gone so far, but after hearing of Yishio's past, Chen didn't have any good feelings towards Team Excellent Era. This clearly showed that Chen cared more about the players than the team, so when she discovered a bad relationship between a player and his team, with the team being unjust, her opinions of the team naturally turned sour. How could she care about Sun Strong, Yishio's replacement? As soon as she saw that he wasn't helping the team win any advantages, she immediately looked down on him. After Sun Strong answered a few interview questions, he hastily exited the stage. The second player in Team 1's group was Team Misty Rain's Li Hua using the ninja, Dark Forest. Li Hua was known for his quick mechanics and constantly changing movements. This type of player was the bane of a veteran with a deteriorating condition like Lin Jingyan. In addition, Dark Forest had a full health bar, while 3 hits only had a quarter health left. This time, Lin Jingyan was defeated. Team 2's followed up with Team Seaside's Zhao Yang using his Chi Master, Boundless Sea. Chi Masters were an all-around class. They had both offensive and defensive skills. They could support and burst. They were very easy to pick up. However, once things reached the pro level, there wasn't any advantage in being easy to pick up. No matter how difficult the class, at that level, all of them were being played at extremely high levels. The battle between these two was another intense fight. Each side displayed their character and play style strengths. Neither side made any obvious mistakes either. In the end, Zhao Yang was able to defeat Li Hua with the small advantage Lin Jingyan had brought. The final player to come out for Team 1 was Team 100 Blossoms Tang Hao. He had succeeded earlier with his junior succeeds the senior and was at peak condition. Against Zhao Yang's Boundless Sea, he easily defeated him. Team 2's final player was unexpectedly Team Thunderclap's Xiao Shiqin. The audience was very surprised by this arrangement. This was because they all knew that Xiao Shiqin was good at team play. In the All-Star competition, players weren't allowed to participate in more than one competition, so the audience had expected Xiao Shiqin to participate in the team competition. In this team of All-Stars, all of them should be a better choice than Xiao Shiqin, no? In any case, the match began and just as expected, Xiao Shiqin's solo ability couldn't be compared to Tang Hao. Even if his character Life Extinguisher was slightly better than Tang Hao's Delillo, he was still beaten. In the end, Xiao Shiqin was defeated and Tang Hao had made a turnaround for Team 1. Team 1 won the group competition and earned 2 points. They were now winning 3-2. Undoubtedly, the final team competition would determine who won and who lost. Before that, there was a quick rest break and highlight replay. The audience recalled the All-Stars that played in the group competition. They discovered that on paper, Team 1 had the advantage. Sun Srong and Tang Hao, the 2 second-year rookies, already had god-level skill, while the players that came out for Team 2's truly weren't as good. Of course, Sun Srong didn't play well and lost the first match, making many of them look down on him. In the end, Tang Hao defeated 2 opponents and played outstandingly in this All-Star competition. The players he had defeated were, after all, All-Star level players. After a short break, the final performance in the All-Star weekend was about to begin. This sort of brawl between All-Stars could really only be seen in the All-Star competition. That sort of one-on-one play could be seen normally when 2 teams fought against each other. As for which players were chosen for the 2 teams, all the audience had to do was eliminate the ones that had already gone up. The only part they didn't know was who would be the substitute player. 12 players came up on stage one after the other. After receiving interviews asking random nonsense like if they had the confidence to win or not, the 12 players entered their respective booths. The map was projected onto the stage and the arrangement for the 2 teams was immediately clear. For Team 1, the main roster consisted of Samsara's Zhu Zikai, Blue Rain's Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian, Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu, and Excellent Era's Su Muqing. Their reserve player was Samsara's Jiang Butao. For Team 2's, the main roster consisted of Tiny Herb's Wang Jieshi and Deng Fusheng, Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie, Void's Li Xian and Wu Yu's. Their reserve player was unexpectedly Han Wenqing. Han Wenqing being the substitute was a big surprise to the viewers. However, after looking more closely at Team 2's arrangement, they understood why they had Xiao Shiqin participate in the group competition. Team 2's had 2 master tacticians, so with Zhong Xinjie there, they could let Xiao Shiqin participate in the group competition. The 6 remaining players on Team 2's was their most balanced formation. Wang Xinjie and Deng Fusheng, 1 active, 1 quiet. Han Wenqing and Zhong Xinjie, 1 offensive, 1 supportive. Li Xian and Wu Yu's, the Ghost Blade duo. Without a doubt, Team 2's play style would be full of variations. As for Team 1, they were clearly an offensive-oriented formation. Apart from Yu Wenchu's Warlock, Swaksar, their team didn't have any other supports. Huang Xiaoqian's Blade Master Troubling Rain, Zhu Zikai's Sharpshooter Cloud Pisser, Chu Yunxiu's Elementalist Windy Rain, Su Muqing's Launcher Dancing Rain. They were all offensive classes. Only their reserve player, Jiang Butao Spellblade Empty Waves had decent crowd control with his Wave Sword and Wave Boundary. However, looking at them from an offensive perspective, Team 1 had both extremely long-ranged and close-ranged members. Just from their range, they had an all-around offense. Their team formation hadn't been randomly chosen. As for their team lacking the very important support and crowd control classes, there wasn't much they could do about it in the All-Star competition. After all, the more popular players were certainly the ones who were more offensive-oriented players. It was just like how in football, the forwards were definitely more eye-catching than the rear guard. And since the All-Stars were chosen by popular vote, they wouldn't have such a good team composition like a normal team. Their end result had clear faults, but there wasn't much they could do about it. In comparison, Team 2's had included both supports and crowd control characters inside, so their formation was more perfect. The host and broadcast clearly recognized that this was the true climax for the All-Star event and began to build up the suspense. The commentators analyzed both sides' team formation. When the excitement hits its peak, that was when the All-Star event's team competition officially began. An impressive 10 of Glory's top-tier characters from their respective classes were participating in this battle. Team 1's shot caller was Yu Wenju. As for Team 2's, even though Wang Jiesh's shot calling was good, he gave the position to Zhong Xinjie. These two master tacticians would lead the confrontation between the two sides. Team 1 arranged their troops and then directly rushed forward. Team 2 seemed to have understood their intent. Their 5 players scattered and found their own spots on the map, waiting for the other team's players to come up. This sort of tactical intent obviously couldn't be revealed to the opponent. However, there was a flaw in this All-Star event due to the projection. The hosts had specially installed windows in the player booths to let the players have a taste of the projection technology. However, at this moment, the projection technology allowed Team 1 to see Team 2's tactical intent. This was something that the hosts had miscalculated. They had only been paying attention to the experience the projection provided and had compromised the competitiveness on accident. Chapter 338. Know yourself, know your enemy. Team 1 quickly adjusted their advances. Those who had some sense of strategy immediately understood their intent. They discovered that the adjustments had been made to counter Team 2's formation. The spectators didn't know that there was such a large flaw in the booths. At the moment, they were all gasping in surprise. They thought that it was Team 1's master tactician, Yu Wenju, who was predicting Team 2's formation like an all-knowing god. As for Team 2 supporters, when they saw this, they looked like captured lambs and immediately felt worried. They wished that they could rush up on stage and warn Team 2. As Team 1's players closed in, quite a few members of the crowd anxiously stood up when they suddenly saw Team 2's formation change. The scattered players contracted together and were ready for the Team 1's incoming assault. However, Team 1 reacted quickly as well. Their initial strategy was tossed away and they contracted as well, in preparation for a direct confrontation with Team 2. The audience members who understood what was going on were clapping wildly. They felt that the two shot callers deserved to be called master tacticians. They were like true gods, predicting what the other side was going to do next. How could they know that the shot callers on both sides, Yu Wenju and Zhong Xinjie, were both laughing bitterly? They were both smart, but their opponents weren't stupid either. In reality, the two sides could see the other side's movements just from looking at the projection. They weren't making any godly predictions. They were just looking at the map. Because both teams consisted of top-tier players with a solid knowledge of tactics and strategies, even though they weren't from the same team, their coordination wouldn't be too poor. Their movements after hearing the commands were clean and crisp. It looked as if their adjustments to their formations had been practiced beforehand. The unknowing spectators only felt how amazing and spectacular they were. Yu Wenju and Zhong Xinjie could see how sharp both sides were. Planning a sneak attack or flanking each other weren't going to work. In this match, a direct confrontation was clearly their only option. Zhong Xinjie felt like their side had the advantage in a direct confrontation. After all, their team had the balanced team composition. As for Team 1's offense-oriented team, they were better at bullying, but both teams consisted of all-stars. Their skill levels were equal, so there was no way that they would be pushed down so easily. Thus, Zhong Xinjie stopped playing tricks. He gave an order and Team 2 advanced forward in an X formation. The audience saw that it seemed like the fight would start soon. But who would have thought that the initially aggressive Team 1 would suddenly have their hands and feet bound and, instead of meeting the fight, they actually began to retreat. Their movements made the audience very confused. But what made the audience even more confused was that, when Team 1 began to retreat, Team 2 suddenly halted. The audience members looked at one another. What were these two tacticians thinking? They couldn't understand at all. The audience was completely confused. Zhong Xinjie, on the other hand, had sweat pouring down from his head. Why did Team 2 suddenly stop? The reason they had stopped was because, as soon as Team 1 began to retreat, they were unable to see the positions of Team 1's players anymore from their booth windows. Team 1's 5 players utilized their dead angle in order to hide from them. Zhong Xinjie would naturally be alarmed. He immediately understood that Yu Wenshu's strategic sight was better than his. He had thought about how normal matches and this match differed and that both sides had the ability to see the general overview of the battle through the projection. This was something that official matches definitely wouldn't have, which was why Yu Wenju had specially took note of the position of Zhong Xinjie's booth in order to determine where his blind spot was. And now, he had used this point, giving his team, Team 1, the chance to hide. Team 2 was now fighting against an invisible enemy. The momentum immediately shifted. As for Zhong Xinjie, he hadn't taken note of the position of Yu Wenshu's booth. It wouldn't be good to randomly guess either, so his only option was to have his team halt temporarily. Zhong Xinjie didn't hide anything and told his team of his current predicament. "I can see from here," Wang Jieshi replied. The positions of their booths were different, so they had different viewing angles. Zhong Xinjie's dead angle could be seen from Wang Jieshi's point of view. "Then I'll hand the shot calling over to you." Zhong Xinjie gave him the authority. He may be called a master tactician, but that didn't mean that their victory would be guaranteed with his shot calling. Handing the shot calling over to Wang Jieshi, in order to solve their current predicament, didn't mean that they were necessarily going to lose. After Wang Jieshi observed Team 1's formation, he read and understood the opponent's intent and Team 2 naturally made their adjustments. The adjustment was simple. Their goal was to not suffer losses. They weren't thinking of using the knowledge of their opponent's positions to their advantage. This was because this match truly was too transparent. The flaw in the booths made it so that both sides knew themselves and knew their enemies. Even when Yu Wenju used his knowledge of Zhong Xinjie's point of view to his advantage, by switching the command over to Wang Jieshi, everything had gone back to the beginning. Neither side could deceive the other. Even if they took Wang Jieshi into account, there was still Li Xian and Deng Fusheng. It wasn't like Yu Wenju could account for everyone's point of view, right? If he really did, then their movements would be very limited and they wouldn't be able to make any sneak attacks. These exchanges truly showed the two sides' abilities. It was just that, to the audience members, they couldn't really understand what was going on. Only Yi Xiao, who was an expert and who had gone up on stage before, could tell from their movements what their situation was. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. "Ah, this isn't very fun. You can see us. We can see you. Hide and seek? They might as well just send one player up at a time and play the group competition out." Up until now, the two sides still hadn't fought each other yet. But Team 1's chat window suddenly exploded with Huang Xiaoqian's chatter. These words couldn't be seen from the projection, but they could clearly be seen on the electronic screens that were broadcasting the battle, as well as on the players' computers. Huang Xiaoqian represented everyone and directly stood out, challenging the other side to duels. "Do you dare? Are you coming? You afraid? Could it be that you want to fight me in a 2v1? No one on either side responded. Huang Xiaoqian was obviously ridiculing them. He was indicating that not accepting his challenge would be too shameful. The audience clearly wasn't as cool-headed as the pros were. They had already begun to get riled up. Team 1 supporters looked down on Team 2's cowardice. Team 2, on the other hand, were ridiculing Huang Xiaoqian's competitive attitude and how he wanted the team competition to turn into individual duels. At this moment, the players on stage still hadn't done anything and the audience members were already on the verge of breaking into a brawl. Team 2 stayed cool-headed the entire way through. On one hand, they were used to it. But on the other hand, Huang Xiaoqian was continuously taunting them. But he wasn't wrong though, their Team 2 didn't dare. Dueling also depended on the team composition. As a whole, Team 2 had support and crowd control classes. They were very complete. But in duels, they were against burst characters. If Zhong Xinjia's cleric from Team 2 went up, that would just be giving Team 1 free points. How could they agree to duels? But there was no escape. Huang Xiaoqian saw through this point and knew that they wouldn't agree, so he continued to taunt at them. This was also a part of his style. Team 2 consisted of all stars, so they wouldn't be so easily incited. As a result, they could only laugh bitterly. There were some from Team 2 that wanted to respond back to Huang Xiaoqian, but Han Wenqing was currently crouching at his reserve seat. Being taunted at like that wasn't good for their reputation. Team 2 advanced forward to pressure them, but Team 1 seemed to take delight in watching Huang Xiaoqian taunt them and retreated in response. If Team 2 had someone who liked to trash talk, then they would have spoken up long ago. But the problem was, in Team 2, not a single one of them liked to trash talk. And for Team 1, they had the king of trash talking, so they had the complete advantage in the chat window. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Team 1 only retreated, while Team 2 only advanced. Sometimes the person that was doing the trash talking didn't know if it was working. Team 2 thought that they were being very cool-headed in response to Huang Xiaoqian's trash talk, but to the outsiders, they thought that they had been provoked by Huang Xiaoqian. Team 2 continued to push forward and, just as they were about to fight, Team 1's 5 players suddenly scattered. Team 2 still hadn't figured what was going on yet, when suddenly, Team 1's players disappeared from their sight. The 5 players were already used to looking out of the window to see the projection. None. 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 None here. None. The 5 players communicated and immediately became alarmed. Had the other side actually figured out where all of their dead angles were? Hurry and retreat. Zhong Xinjiu shouted. He had already realized that they were in one of their opponent's formations. They seemed to have intentionally lured them to this spot and created this situation. Zhong Xinjiu retreated along with everyone else, while carefully observing the terrain around them, looking at those spots that they weren't able to see. Everyone, stay in position. Zhong Xinjiu quickly reminded. He discovered that there were too many places here for the opponent to hide. At this moment, the first attack of the match struck. Pshoo! Team 2 nimbly stepped to the side. A laser beam split their formation into 2. Ha ha ha, I can finally move. A word bubble popped out from above Huang Xiaoqian's troubling reign. Who knew where he had come from? He struck with a falling light blade from up above, directly into the 5 players' formation. Chapter 339. Each side with their own shortcomings. If this type of surprise attack agitated their team, then Team 2 wouldn't deserve to be called all-stars. Huang Xiaoqian's falling light blade had been sudden, but Team 2 didn't react slowly. Tiny Herb Vice Captain Deng Fusheng's Knight Angelica stepped out on his own and raised his shield to take the blow, shield counter. Shield counter's effects were determined by the skill that was used against it. When a direct attack was shield countered, the damage from the attack and its effects would be reflected back onto the attacker according to a certain percentage. It could be considered quite an abnormal defensive skill. Even though falling light blade fell from the sky, against the shield, it had no way of continuing down. The reflect from the shield would give rise to a knock-up effect. How could the experienced Huang Xiaoqian not know this? He immediately dispelled his skill and switched to a falling phoenix slash, sweeping past the lone defender. Huang Xiaoqian being able to use so many movements in such a short amount of time wasn't something an ordinary Glory fan could do. The crowd had already erupted into cheers. Deng Fusheng had no way of using shield counter to receive falling phoenix slash. If he changed directions and his position, allowing him to use another skill, he could try again. However, shield counter was on cooldown right now. How could he use it again? However, he wasn't the only player on Team 2. Wang Jiesh's Vicaria, dressed in a black magic robe and a large wizard cap, hopped to the side. He waved his arms and a shadow cloak headed towards Troubling Rain. Dark Mantle was a grab skill and had high priority. At this moment, Wang Jieshi choosing use it against Troubling Rain's falling phoenix slash meant that he had the utmost confidence he would be able to block it. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser had rushed out, firing rapidly towards them. Amidst the high-speed exchange, his gun aimed towards Wang Jieshi's Vicaria. If Wang Jieshi persisted in using Dark Mantle, then he would certainly be hit by Juzukai's firing. Wang Jieshi immediately decided to cancel his Dark Mantle and leap backwards. Deng Fuxing's Angelica perfectly switched positions with him. Angelica's shield blocked Juzukai's firing. Huang Xiaoqian's falling phoenix slash didn't receive any hindrances, but his target had already moved away, causing him to miss. Li Xian and Wu Yu's didn't idle around either. They cast an ice boundary and flame boundary. Ice and fire overlapped headed towards Troubling Rain. No matter how good Huang Xiaoqian was, he had no way to run from this encirclement. Team Void relied mainly on Ghost Blades. Li Xian's Sobbing Ghost was also considered the #1 Phantom Demon. Wu Yu's Carved Ghost was also a top-tier Ghost Blade. In setting up an ice and fire boundary, who could do it better than these two? Sobbing Ghost Silver Tachi, for heavenly dances, buffed ice, fire, and dark attribute skills. The boundary set up by his Ghost Blade would certainly be stronger than a normal one. Even for Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain, being surrounded by these two Ghost Blade boundaries immediately made the situation difficult for him. If it had just been a flame boundary, then with Huang Xiaoqian's exceptional mechanics, dodging those fire ghosts wouldn't have posed a problem. However, with an ice boundary on top of it, he didn't immediately get turned into ice, however his movement speed had slowed down. With this movement debuff, how could he dodge these fire ghosts? A mob of ghosts instantly leaped onto Troubling Rain's body, enveloping him in a purple fire. With Troubling Rain trapped, Team 2 prepared to surround him. Suddenly, a bang reverberated through the air and several ice walls erupted from the ground, putting up a wall protecting Troubling Rain. Chu Yunxiu's Elementalist Windy Rain had come out. Retreat! Zhong Xinjiu immediately shouted. But these experienced all-stars didn't need his reminder and had already scattered. Sure enough, Windy Rain waved her hands forming a magic symbol. Bang! The ice walls shattered and ice shards shot wildly into the surroundings. But Team 2 had backed away in time. The damage from 1 or 2 ice shards hitting could be ignored. Amidst the rain of ice, Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain rushed forward with a triple slash. His speed was even faster than those ice shards and in an instant, he had closed in on Sobbing Ghost. Sobbing Ghost might be a powerful phantom demon, but the Sword Saint Troubling Rain wasn't an ordinary blade master. Troubling Rain moved like a shooting star and arrived in front of Sobbing Ghost in the blink of an eye. Troubling Rain clearly had movement speed increases on his equipment. He initiated with an upward slash and this time, no one could save Sobbing Ghost as he was launched into the air. Li Xian immediately adjusted himself in order to break the knock-up when a cannon shot fired from far away. Su Muqing's Dancing Rain had sent over an artillery shell. Team 2's players were quite helpless against Su Muqing's attacks. Their team composition consisted of a witch, a knight, 2 ghost blades, and a cleric. They didn't have anyone that could match a launcher's range. In terms of pure DPS, their Team 2 had no way of competing against Team 1. They required teamwork using different strategies to outlast the other team. There was nothing they could do about the long-ranged attacks, but their team wouldn't fall into disarray just because of that. Under Zhong Xinjia's shot calling, Team 2's players didn't hurry to surround Su Muqing and instead went to save Sobbing Ghost. Li Xian's Sobbing Ghost still hadn't come down yet after being launched up. Huang Xiaoqian had completed the first step and Su Muqing had completed the second step by firing an explosion to get him away from his allies. Next up was Juzukai, who executed a brilliant delivery gun. Their plan was to send Sobbing Ghost farther away in order to take him down first. It seemed like trying to save him wouldn't be easy. Chu Yunxiu's Elementalist continued to fire AoE magic attacks, blocking their advances. Huang Xiaoqian's Troubling Rain stuck close to them, charging in and out. His head also carried a bunch of word bubbles, adding to his annoyance. Apart from this, Su Muqing's launcher chased after behind them with artillery shells. Team 2 could only grit their teeth and dodge. As an all-star and the #1 god of ghost blades, it wasn't as if Li Xian could do nothing about the delivery gun. However, the problem was delivery gun wasn't the only thing he had to worry about. Yu Wenju, Team 1's shot caller, hadn't joined in on the intense battle previously, but at this moment, he came out. His warlock Swaksar calmly cast all sorts of curses and magic. His movements weren't quick, but they were extremely accurate. In addition, his action synergized very well with Juzukai's firing. It was very difficult to believe that these two had never played together before. With these two top-tier players coordinating spectacularly together, Li Xian was unable to escape. The reason he was able to hang on though was because of his character's advantage. Ghost blades had relatively high innate dark resistance. The warlock's curses and magic were all dark attribute attacks. As a result, Sobbing Ghost didn't take as much damage. This issue could be eliminated by increasing the tempo, however, everyone in Glory knew of Yu Wenchu's famous handicapped hands. Besides increasing the tempo, you could have him do anything else. It was a pity. His hands weren't able to keep up. This sort of weakness couldn't be resolved. However, this issue only dragged things out a bit longer, that was all. Ghost Blades had never been solo characters, plus, it was a 1v2. Wasn't he already in an extremely unfavorable position? Li Xian urgently needed help, but help was coming late. Even though Team 2 were strong as a whole, they had one clear weakness: range. Su Muqing couldn't be ignored, and since she was used to supporting behind Yi Xiu, this formation was extremely favorable for her. Under Yu Wenchu's lead, every player's strengths were completely brought out. For example, Huang Xiaoqian charging in and causing a disturbance. Causing a disturbance would make the opponents feel annoyed, and who else was better at this than Huang Xiaoqian? He could put out 2 attacks as well. Those strings of word bubbles were already making some of the audience members unable to bear it. Team 2 could do nothing about their slow advance. In the end, Li Xian's reinforcements didn't arrive on time, and under the suppression by those 2 players, his character died in battle. Team 1 supporters immediately cheered and felt like this team competition was completely worth the ticket price. As soon as Li Xian's Sobbing Ghost died, Huang Xiaoqian immediately ran away in order to avoid them switching their focus to him. Chu Yunxiu and Su Muqing had changed their attack patterns as well. To their surprise, Team 2 used this time to suddenly break out from their previous restrictions and immediately blocked off Yu Wenchu's Swaksar. Escaping from an encirclement couldn't be done with just decision-making and knowledge. After all, some decisions could only be made with a high enough hand speed. This once again hit upon Yu Wenchu's weakness. His current plight was extremely terrible as the four assaulted him fiercely. However, Team 1's rescue wasn't as restricted as Team 2's. Juzukai's Cloud Pisser slide kicked into the encirclement to the audience's cries of alarm. They all thought he had thrown himself into a trap and killed himself. But then, Cloud Pisser jumped up, dodged an attack, took out 2 guns, crossed them in front of his head and repeatedly fired. Sharpshooter skill, random firing. Sidestepping, turning, stretching his arms, crossing his arms, Cloud Pisser continued to shift stances as if Juzukai was controlling the random firing. Gunshots rang through the air and bullets flew out randomly. The 4 players on Team 2 had actually all been blown away out of their formation. Wu Yus controlled his Ghost Blade to quickly jump back in order to get out of range, but who would have thought that after this jump, he would never touch the ground again. The stadium once again erupted into cheers. Juzukai was even using delivery gun while randomly firing. Chapter 340. The Gods Erupt. Random firing. This was the Boneyard Wild Boss Blood Gunner Yag's Berserk skill. As for players, this was a Sharpshooter level 60 skill. But compared to the boss's random firing, who knew how many times better the Great Gunner Cloud Pisser's random firing was? The Blood Gunner's was a true random firing, but Cloud Pisser's had order within the randomness. Being able to accurately hit targets without missing was already incredible, but even more terrifying was that during the brief moment, he completed a delivery gun. This was a godly performance. Being Samsara's home stadium, there were naturally many Juzakai fans. With such an astonishing display, the largest craze today erupted. Wild applause and cheers drowned out the broadcast. As for the broadcast, they were all delighted. The crowd's excitement was exactly what they wanted to see from the crowd. Juzakai might not be very good at interviews, but on stage, his ability to stir up the crowd didn't lose to any player. Team 2s for players had been forced back. Wu Yu's carved phantom had been directly sent flying away. The other 3 didn't have an opportunity to rescue him, they were still being suppressed by the random firing. As soon as random firing stopped, Cloud Pisser continued his barrage. He sprinted forward, chasing after Carved Ghost. The force-back 3 players were finally released. Deng Fuxing's Angelica rushed forward with his shield raised, hoping to block Cloud Pisser's bullets. Suddenly, Juzakai slide kicked, diving past Deng Fuxing's Angelica. Deng Fuxing immediately had Angelica jump to the side. The moment the two passed each other, Cloud Pisser suddenly stood up and struck out with a knee strike. The attack had been both fast and sudden, but Deng Fuxing wasn't slow. He raised his shield and backed away. He didn't try to block him off because he knew that gunners had the skill, Punisher, which would force him to be knocked down. Against this type of skill, even using shield counter wouldn't block its effects. The instant Deng Fuxing felt the strike hit his shield, he moved his shield to one side and stabbed forward with a holy punishment. His blade flashed with light and a cross appeared on the ground. However, Juzakai's Cloud Pisser was already gone. Deng Fuxing was surprised, but then he saw a shadow flit across the ground. He hastily lifted up his head to look, but blood had already splashed into his line of sight. Juzakai's Cloud Pisser had leaped over his head, and at the same time, the 2 guns in his hands continued to dance about. This time, the bullets poured down onto him like rain. Random firing. Random firing again. Except this time, the random firing had been done in the air, making it more difficult to use. But it seemed like this sort of problem didn't exist for Juzakai. The even more difficult maneuver, hitting a single target using random fire, had been achieved beautifully. Of course, a level 60 skill like random firing wouldn't have a short cooldown. However, sharpshooters had a skill called dual load, which allowed them to repeat a skill that was on cooldown. Juzakai had clearly used this and doubled random firing's cooldown. This was what allowed him to use random firing in quick succession. Random firing was supposed to be an AoE skill, but in Juzakai's hands, it had been twisted into a single target skill. The entire attack focused onto Deng Fuxing's knight. Even though the knight was the class with the highest defense, it wasn't a small blow. Even worse, Juzakai's attacks didn't stop there. He ignored the target he had been chasing, and after landing on the ground, he began circling around Angelica, running and firing. The atmosphere of the crowd grew even wilder. Juzakai was actually suppressing Deng Fuxing. For such a situation to occur on 2 all-stars didn't mean that Deng Fuxing was weak, but rather Juzakai was too strong. So strong that it was beyond the norm. There were already die-hard Juzakai fans waving around banners calling him the Glory's #1 expert. With Juzakai's current performance, he really was living up to the name. Team 2s for players had practically been broken up by him alone. Wang Jieshi, Deng Fuxing, Zhong Xinjie, Wu Yu's, these were all famous and resounding figures, yet in front of him, they appeared as if they were just random players. Team 2 hurriedly tried to turn the situation around. Wang Jieshi's Vicaria flew after Cloud Pisser but was suddenly blocked by Huang Shaoqian. The two fought a dazzling battle, and for now, it was difficult to say who was on top. As for Wu Yu's carved ghost, which had been sent flying away by Juzakai, was now being taken care of by the sole 2 female all-stars. These 2 had a good sense for tactics and were also good friends. In private, the 2 often played together, and as a result, their current coordination showed this. Wu Yu's carved ghost was a rare kind in the pro scene, a phantom demon and sword demon hybrid. However, despite his all-roundness, he was unable to keep up with the 2v1 and was slowly being pushed back. Zhong Xinjie's cleric was a support class without many DPS skills. He wanted to go and save them, but he was suddenly blocked by Yu Wenshu's Swaksar. The two began battling unhurried. Zhong Xinjie observed the situation. Team 1's intents really had been what Huang Xiaoqian had been chattering about. They wanted to split them apart and fight 1v1s. After their formation was broken apart, the two formed this type of situation. Team 1 consisted of completely offensive characters. In a 1v1, Team 2 would certainly suffer. In addition, Li Xian's sobbing ghost had already died. After quickly scanning around him, he saw that Wang Jieshi and Huang Xiaoqian were in a deadlock. Deng Fusheng was being suppressed by Zhu Zikai quite miserably. As for Wu Yu's, calling it miserably would be an understatement. In a 1v2 situation, he was simply taking a beating. It had to be known that Chu Yunxiu's biggest weakness was that she often collapsed under pressure, but since this was the all-star competition and just for show, she had absolutely no pressure on her. Her performance right now wouldn't lose to top-tier gods like Wang Jieshi or Huang Xiaoqian. With her as the main attacker and Su Muqing, who was an expert at coordinating with others, Wu Yu's had practically no way of fighting back. Speaking of top-tier gods, Team 2 had one more. Han Wenqing and his Desert Dust had originally been on the reserve player seat. After Li Xian's sobbing ghost died, his character would automatically take his place. There were many areas on the map his character could appear at. Even if they were in the middle of a battle, as long as they were in such an area, they could switch positions. However, the switched-out character would be in a cooldown state. Even with health or mana recovery equipment, the character would not be able to recover until he was switched back in onto the field. Han Wenqing and Desert Dust had already been switched in, but he still hadn't arrived yet. Zhong Xinjie glanced at the map and discovered that the two sides were fighting in an area a distance away from any exchange area. No matter where Han Wenqing chose, it would require some time for him to arrive. Wang Jieshi and he weren't in any danger. Deng Fusheng was being suppressed, but he could hang on. However, Wu Yu's couldn't wait. Against an attack on all sides like this, it wouldn't even take 30 seconds for him to die, let alone that in a 2v1. He originally thought that he'd be able to rush over and heal him, but as it turned out, that plan wasn't going to work. Zhong Xinjie was growing very worried. What type of opponent was he up against? Yu Wenju wasn't trying to do damage to Zhong Xinjie's immovable rock, his goal was simply to stop him from aiding his ally. This was something completely within Yu Wenshu's capabilities. If this situation continued, Team 2 would be in a deep trouble. Zhong Xinjie saw that dragging it on wasn't an option. The other three also realized this, but the only person who could do something was Wang Jieshi. Neither Wang Jieshi nor Huang Xiaoqian could find an advantage. Once Wang Jieshi saw that his team was in a very bad predicament, continuing to fight with his chatterbox was a complete waste of time. He turned his broom around and Vicaria flew off. He didn't try and save Wu Yu's carved ghost and instead went to the aid of Zhong Xinjie. This decision made Zhong Xinjie very pleased. Wang Xinjie flew over and threw down a lava flask, surrounding Yu Wenshu's Swaksar in sea of flames. Vicaria chased after him and began attacking randomly. This sort of tactic could be considered Yu Wenshu's greatest bane. He could see what Wang Jieshi was trying to do and he knew what he was going to do, but no matter how well he understood it, he wasn't able to respond. In this type of situation, Yu Wenju could only let out a bitter laugh as he ran for his life. Huang Xiaoqian naturally understood that his team's captain would suffer greatly against Wang Jieshi, so he hurried over to save him. But then, Wang Jieshi completely abandoned him as his Vicaria flew around the skies like an arrow, not only messing with Blue Rain's two players, but also randomly throwing magic and items at Zhu Zikai, Chu Yunxiu, and Su Muqing. In terms of damage and threat, it did very little. But similar to Zhu Zikai's initial random firing, Wang Jieshi's sudden eruption instantly threw Team 1 into disorder. Deng Fusheng took advantage of this moment to group up with Zhong Xinjie. Knight and Cleric, one defense one support, would have trouble killing someone, but would also be very difficult to kill. A very disgusting combo. The almost dead Wu Yu suddenly received support. His spirit immediately rose and tried to find a chance to regroup with Zhong Xinjia's cleric. However, to his surprise, Chu Yunxiu suddenly displayed an unprecedented toughness. After Wang Jieshi resolved the other teammates' situations, he focused his attention on messing with the two female players. But Chu Yunxiu didn't back away. Instead, she shot forward with her defenseless elementalist and actually planned on taking the incoming damage in order to blast apart Wu Yu's carved ghost once and for all. Chapter 341. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. Wang Jieshi's play style was both flashy and quick. On the other hand, most elementalist spells required a long cast time. Even if you didn't dodge his attacks, using magic to attack wouldn't be easy. However, Chu Yunxiu wasn't the only person who was fighting. Su Muqing served as her helper. Seeing that Chu Yunxiu was intent on charging forward, she immediately began firing back ferociously. Artillery shells soared through the air, trying to force Wang Jieshi's Vicaria to retreat. Chu Yunxiu seized this opportunity. As long as the attacks that reached her didn't interrupt her cast time, she wouldn't need to care about them. A long chain of spells fired towards Wu Yu's carved ghost. Ice, fire, light, dark elemental spells. Some were main skills Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain chose to learn, while others were only learned for use when stalling for cooldowns. Right now, she was using all of them, creating a magic explosion that could flatten the lands. Wu Yu's carved ghost didn't have much health left in the first place, so when he saw Chu Yunxiu's map bomb, he immediately felt a sudden surge of despair. On his team, Zhong Xinjia's cleric Immovable Rock had hastily run over to rescue him, but in the end, he was one step too late and Wu Yu's carved ghost died under who knew which spell. After a short moment, carved ghost's name faded away from the team list. Glory Alliance's famous Ghost Blade duo had fallen. Now, Team 2 only had 3 players remaining in battle: Wang Jieshi, Deng Fusheng, Zhong Xinjia. It had been said that these 3 players' classes comprised of the classic iron triangle formation with their tank, mage, and cleric. It was true that this type of formation was incredible in PvE, but it was also a very balanced formation in PvP. However, they were unfortunately in a 3v5 situation. Even with this formation, perhaps only a miracle could save them. The pros wouldn't give up so easily though. Team 1's biggest weakness was that they had no heals. Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain had forcefully pushed forward to kill off Carved Ghost and she currently had the least health on her team. Wang Jieshi could only watch as Carved Ghost died in battle and switched his focus onto Windy Rain. Chu Yunxiu had just used everything she had, so the majority of her spells were on cooldown. Her health pool and defense were low as well. If this was a 1v1 duel, then Wang Jieshi could probably take her down in less than 30 seconds. Unfortunately, she still had 4 teammates. If Wang Jieshi wanted to attack her, how would Team 1's other 4 players not notice? As a result, Team 1 immediately rushed forward in order to save her. For a brief moment, it was as if Deng Fusheng and Zhong Xinjia had been forgotten. Wang Jieshi's awareness and decision-making were extremely good. When he saw that Team 1 was coming to defend Chu Yunxiu, he immediately made the decision to give up on the easiest target to kill and switch to Su Muqing's Dancing Rain as his main focus. Vicaria swept his broom and shot forward, directly at Dancing Rain. Su Muqing didn't react slowly either. She lifted her hands and fired anti-tank missiles towards Vicaria. Suddenly, a shadow jumped out. To her surprise, it was Deng Fusheng's Knight Angelica. He didn't have enough time to interrupt Su Muqing's attack, so he leaped into the air with his shield raised. The artillery barrage was dispersed as he took the attack for Vicaria. Deng Fusheng and Wang Jieshi were partners on the same team. This sort of coordination was already like an instinct to them. Vicaria blocked the anti-tank missiles and, as soon as his body began falling back to the ground, Vicaria flew past him. In mid-air, he simultaneously leaped off his broom, while doing a sweep. Su Muqing didn't have time to dodge and was launched into the air by Vicaria. Shua 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 shua. In the air, Vicaria's broom danced in the air. The arcs left by his broom looked as if the broom were cleaning up the air. Vicaria's broom wasn't any ordinary item. It was also a famous silver weapon with quite a haughty name too, Stardust Extermination. Truthfully, his attacks on Dancing Rain were only normal attacks, but the dazzling visual effects looked as if he were using all sorts of skills. Every time his broom swept, it seemed as if the stars were being shattered into glittering dust. Team 1's other teammates weren't just going to stand around and watch. They immediately pounced forward to rescue her. Juzakai had already begun firing, but Deng Fusheng once again leaped up to defend. As the bullets were being blocked, Zhong Xinjie's immovable rock didn't stand still either. He healed and also cast Sacred Fire-type skills to restrict the wolf-like pursuers. With just this, it wouldn't be enough to block these for gods, but the battle dragged on. He should be here soon, Zhong Xinjie thought to himself. It wasn't a coincidence that Team 1 had intentionally chosen this place to fight in Team 2's dead angles. Team 1 had the ability to see the projection though, and they noticed that Team 2's reserve player had finally arrived. Careful! Yu Wenju warned. He saw that Han Wenqing's desert dust was approaching from a rooftop behind them. As soon as his warning fell, Han Wenqing's desert dust leapt over the rooftop. As he landed, his left fist extended out in front of him, while his right fist was next to his waist as if it were storing energy. Ferocious Tiger Flurry. As soon as they saw his stance, they immediately knew what desert dust was about to do. Striker level 70 skill, Ferocious Tiger Flurry. His fist shot forward and the strong wind surged into a tiger's roar as a blurry image of a tiger appeared behind him. His punch exploded towards the right shoulder of Yu Wenju Swaksar. Yu Wenju had known what Han Wenqing was going to do. Even though his hands were slow, it wasn't so slow that there was nothing he could do. When his punch exploded forward, Yu Wenju was able to roll backwards, allowing Swaksar to dodge it. However, Ferocious Tiger Flurry didn't end with just a single punch. Desert dust landed on the ground and shot forward like a shooting star. His strikes came out from every direction, trapping Team 1 in his flurry of fists, especially Swaksar, who was in the middle of it all. This sort of chain attack was very difficult for Yu Wenju to deal with. After a few exchanges, his methods were blown apart as Han Wenqing's desert dust continued to attack unceasingly. Bang! Amidst the Ferocious Tiger Flurry, a clear bang like a dragon's roar sounded out. A blade light flashed like thunder, ripping apart the storm, slicing towards desert dust. Oh! The stadium erupted into cries of astonishment. Huang Shaoqian's troubling rain had finally acted. This was also a Blade Master high-level skill, Formless Phantom Blade. The blade light intersected. The flurry of fists howled. Han Wenqing couldn't ignore it. He immediately turned the direction of his Ferocious Tiger Flurry to directly meet with Formless Phantom Blade head-on. This was his favorite fighting style. They were both level 70 skills. It was impossible to say which one was stronger or weaker. It all depended on how the players wielded them. One was a sword saint. The other a king of fighting. No matter if it was player or character, they both stood at the top of glory. Huang Shaoqian was at his prime. On the other hand, Han Wenqing was one of the oldest players there. Even if he refused to admit it, he knew that he no longer had the same energy as he did during his prime. He could only rely on his stubborn determination and his everlasting desire for victory to push him forward now. Even if this was the all-star competition, Han Wenqing's drive burned as strong as ever. Against such an opponent, Huang Shaoqian was clearly feeling enormous pressure. At the very least, he didn't have time to do any trash talk word bubble attacks. In the end, the two sides were equal and neither could gain an advantage over the other. However, these types of skills didn't last forever. Ferocious Tiger Flurry had exploded out first, while Formless Phantom Blade had come after. In any case, Ferocious Tiger Flurry would certainly stop first, and at that moment came in the blink of an eye. Ferocious Tiger Flurry's final fist was a fierce punch from his right hand, but Huang Shaoqian had been waiting for this moment. He gently leaped backwards and dodged outside of the attack's range. His blade flashed like lightning and Formless Phantom Blade continued to slice forward. This was the scariest part about Huang Shaoqian. His ability to seize an opportunity was what made him tower above others at the peak of glory. Even for Han Wenqing, there was no way of dodging it. His ferocious tiger flurry was in its ending animation. No matter how exceptional one's mechanics were or how determined one was, there was no way one could change how the system worked. However, this wasn't a 1v1 duel. This was a team battle. Huang Xiaotian's troubling rain stepped forward and his blade thrust out, but a field of white flames suddenly erupted from in front of him. This step forward had to be made. When he had dodged Ferocious Tiger Flurry's final strike, he had to jump away one step. If he didn't step forward, then his attack wouldn't have hit. By the time Huang Xiaotian saw the flames, it was already too late. Due to the nature of the chain skill, his hands were working faster than his mind was. When he realized he needed to get away, his troubling rain had already rushed forward. Sacred Fire. The Sacred Fire from Zhong Xinjia's cleric, Immovable Rock. The instant the Sacred Fire ignited his body, the level 70 skill was immediately interrupted. The support cleric had only this one pure offensive skill, which silenced the character and the player. Even with no skills left to use, Huang Xiaotian refused to let this opportunity go by. His normal attack stabbed towards Desert Dust, who was still in his ending animation. He then retreated, seeking his team's protection temporarily. The battle was now a 5v4. Team 1 had the numbers advantage, but Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain had lost a lot of health and had no way of recover it. Huang Xiaotian's Troubling Rain was still being burned by Sacred Fire and wouldn't be able to use skills for 3 seconds. However, even worse was Su Muqing's Dancing Rain. Han Wenqing's sudden attack had disrupted Team 1's rescue mission. At this moment, Su Muqing was being suppressed miserably by Wang Jiexi's attacks and it looked as if she wasn't going to be able to hang on for much longer. Chapter 342. The Violent Ladies. In the All-Star competition, there would certainly be a shot caller. However, when an individual chose to go on his own, the shot caller wouldn't forcefully stop him. After all, this was only for fun. The audience watched it for fun and most of the players wanted to have fun, too. For example, in normal matches where a win or loss mattered, risky strategies might only be employed under very careful consideration, but in the All-Star competition, they wouldn't give it a second thought. Chu Yunxiu's previous forceful maneuver was something she would very rarely do in an official match. And this time, Chu Yunxiu once again went out heroically on her own. When she saw that her good friend, Su Muqing, was getting bullied by Wang Jieshi, she immediately mustered up her courage and abandoned the team. Her elementalist charged forward like a brave war god in order to rescue her. Yu Wenju looked at this and saw that things were starting to get messy. He wasn't unfamiliar with this type of scene and he didn't really care. He was also an old god. He had participated in the All-Stars several times and had taken the responsibility of shot caller several times as well. When the battle got heated, some players liked to fight on their own. This was something that happened every time in the All-Star match, so no one really cared. But this time, the first one to get heated up in Team 1 was unexpectedly Chu Yunxiu. This was something that surprised Yu Wenju. The god, who was well known for breaking down at crucial moments, seemed to be having a lot of fun today. But when he thought again more carefully, in their team composition, Chu Yunxiu really might be the only person who would run out heroically like that. On their team, Yu Wenju certainly wouldn't and Huang Xiaotian was his teammate. If the shot caller had been someone else, then he might have jumped out to go solo. But with Yu Wenju taking the seat, he wasn't going to sell off his team captain's face. As for Su Muqing, she was someone who was accustomed to supporting and coordinating with others. In all her years of playing, she had never displayed any individual style. Besides them, Juzukai's playing was certainly dazzling, but he himself was more of the quiet and obedient type. Playing flashily was certainly his play style, but his individual personality wasn't the show-off type. As for Chu Yunxiu, she didn't seem like the sort of player to do this, but compared to the rest of them, she was the most likely. And the reality showed this. She was already beginning to ignore everyone else and play on her own. This was already almost a type of rule in the All-Star competition. It might be someone starting off making a scene and then get more and more serious, or it might be starting off serious and then slowly relaxing. This time, the battle started off abnormally intense. And now, someone had finally stepped out in an all-star competition style. No one would complain about this. When Yu Wenju saw Chu Yunxiu charge forward, he immediately had the others coordinate with her. Even though this wasn't the best choice of tactics, no one would actually argue over something like this. Team 2 immediately understood Team 1's intent. Han Wenqing, Zhong Xinjie and Deng Fusheng grouped together to face them. Han Wenqing was the main attacker. Deng Fusheng would defend. Zhong Xinjie would give support. It was another iron triangle formation and the three played exceptionally well. For a short while, they were actually able to block Team 1's for players. Scatter! Yu Wenju said. Facing the iron triangle head-on wasn't going to work. The other side had a knight with high defense to protect and a cleric to heal. And what did they have? They were all DPS and they could only attack. If they were hit by their opponent, then that damage would stick with them. They didn't have any way to recover from it. Under Yu Wenchu's orders, the team still followed them like before. They immediately scattered. Huang Xiaoqian's troubling rain continued to charge forward. On the other hand, Juzukai's cloud pisser circled around to their side wing, firing while heading towards Wang Jieshi. Su Muqing was getting closer now. The only thought on Chu Yunxiu's mind had been to rescue Su Muqing. There was nothing to hesitate about. She directly treated the three blockers as air and rushed forward to rescue her. As for Yu Wenju, he was beginning to coordinate with Huang Xiaoqian in order to restrict the iron triangle. Team 2's three players concentrated on meeting the attack and as they were pushed back, they remained in communication with Wang Jieshi. They couldn't let Wang Jieshi get isolated by the enemy. Right now, even though they only had 4 players, because they had heals, they weren't too worried. Zhong Xinjie was a top-tier cleric and he was extremely adept at long, drawn-out battles. Chen Guo was very worried because the player she most supported was in a very bad spot. Chen Guo also played a launcher, so she was very familiar with the class. Launchers possessed the highest range out of all 24 classes, but their ability in close combat was quite poor. On the other hand, Wang Jieshi's which was a class that had all sorts of different attacks. Wang Jieshi also had the name a magician. Su Muqing had nowhere to run and was being suppressed thoroughly. How long can I last? Su Muqing asked herself. Even though this was only the all-star competition, it wasn't like she'd be happy if she lost. That would be too unprofessional. Su Muqing tried hard to hang on and saw her teammates coming, especially Chu Yunxiu, who was practically not caring about anything else other than helping her to escape. But she didn't feel much hope for the rescue. She was even feeling a bit bad because of it. She couldn't help but think of someone. If it was him, would she be bullied like this by Wang Jieshi? Bully. Using that word was a bit excessive, but her current situation really did look like that. Su Muqing couldn't do anything about Wang Jieshi's attacks. It wasn't as if she didn't have any confidence in her teammates. Yu Wenchu's tactics and shot calling wouldn't be any weaker than Yi Xiu's. Huang Xiaoqian and Juzukai's mechanics were top tier. And when Chu Yunxiu rushed forward to rescue her, she didn't care about anything else but the rescue. She knew all this, but she always felt that if Yi Xiu was there, it definitely wouldn't be the same. Even if it was only him, it definitely wouldn't. Su Muqing discovered that, in the end, she wasn't very tough. The times when she was tough were times where she knew that even if he wasn't beside her, he would always be supporting her. Even if the heavens collapsed, he would definitely hold it up and she would be standing in a corner, okay. But this time... Su Muqing glanced at the audience, but she didn't see anything. However, she understood that that spot wouldn't have anyone sitting there. He wouldn't be coming today, let alone suddenly jumping out onto the stage, playing in the match, and fighting the opponent like yesterday. What she wanted to happen, wouldn't happen. Right now, she could only rely on herself. Yu Wenju? Huang Xiaoqian? Juzukai? Even Chu Yunxiu. Su Muqing had never thought of relying on them. She had to rely on herself. When he left the scene, she had already made this decision. But why did she completely forget it when she saw that he wasn't far away? The current him wasn't in a very good situation. If she kept on relying on him, wouldn't she turn into a burden? She liked to be by his side as a helper, but she didn't want to be a burden. It was time to rely on herself. Su Muqing told herself again. She glanced at her situation and then suddenly swung her gun. Swing was a low-level knock-up skill. The cannon in her hands would swing up at the opponent. It hit. Even Su Muqing wasn't sure if it was because she was fired up or because she had made a lucky hit, but her perception and fingers suddenly erupted. In any case, when Wang Jiexi's Vicaria shot towards her dancing rain, her swing accurately connected with Vicaria. Vicaria was immediately launched into the air. Su Muqing's fundamentals were solid. She followed up with a barbecue and, even for a godlike Wang Jiexi, he didn't have time to defend. A knee strike hit Vicaria, launching him even higher into the air. She then used a Gatling gun and the chain of bullets battered Vicaria. This low-level skill's damage might not do much in the overall scheme of the battle, but after using barbecue, Wang Jiexi's Vicaria was sent far away. Using this barbecue, Su Muqing beautifully performed a delivery gun and planned to send Vicaria all the way to the Iron Triangle formation. This change was too sudden. Let alone others, even Su Muqing was surprised that her move actually disrupted Wang Jiexi's attacks. What's with the two girls today? Why are they suddenly so brave all of a sudden? Yu Wenju muttered, but his hand stayed as steady as ever. Seeing that the situation had changed, he immediately set up a new formation. Nice! Huang Shaoqian's spirits fired up as well. He brandished his blade and rushed forward to welcome Vicaria. In the end, barbecue wasn't a skill with an enforced knockdown effect. The system didn't enforce it. As for Wang Jiexi, sending his Vicaria over to crash into his teammates like a meat bullet simply wasn't going to happen. At this moment, Huang Shaoqian wanted to follow up. Seeing that Wang Jiexi was about to fall, he suddenly drew his sword and used a falling phoenix slash in order to knock down Vicaria. Wang Jiexi had seen this coming. He could still move a bit in the air. He forced his broom to turn and his character swirled around like a snake. The broom attack of his had an extremely long range and, in an instant, it arrived before Huang Shaoqian's falling phoenix slash. Huang Shaoqian was also extremely good at adapting. As soon as he saw that his attack wasn't going to hit, he immediately changed to a guard and was knocked back by the broom attack. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Vicaria. The pillar of light crashed to the ground and then split into 6 smaller pillars of light. They swept across the field and even caught Han Wenqing and the other Team 2 members in it. Everyone recognized that this was the launcher level 70 skill satellite beam, which dealt tons of damage. Girls today really are quite violent, huh? Yu Wenju mumbled. Without a doubt, this satellite beam had been executed by Su Muqing. Chapter 343. Satisfying conclusion. When this satellite beam came out, Team 2 finally fell into disorder. Wang Jiexi's Vicaria had been caught directly in the middle of the beam. Let alone flying away, if he didn't get pressed to the ground, that would have already been considered quite impressive. Furthermore, the 4 revolving, smaller pillars disrupted the Iron Triangle formation. How could Huang Shaoqian and Zhu Zikai miss this opportunity? They were on the same team as Su Muqing, so they were immune to her skills. The satellite beam wouldn't do anything to them. As soon as Huang Shaoqian's troubling rain landed on the ground, he used a triple slash to close in and make his way into the middle of the enemy team. Zhu Zikai's cloud pisser was even faster. He hadn't even arrived yet and bullets were already being fired. Their two thoughts were one and the same. They wanted to seize this opportunity to take down Zhong Xinjia's cleric. Clerics weren't good in combat. Without any support, dodging the satellite beam while facing the attacks from 2 gods, Zhong Xinjia's play was as meticulous as ever. But he truly wasn't able to defend against the 2 of them. At the same time, when Yu Wenju saw that the enemy team was in disorder, he immediately used a high-level skill. He summoned chaotic rain and the skies transformed into a field of chaotic, black smoke, filled with evil intent. Anyone who saw the dark purple rain fall down would immediately feel disgusted by it. This chaotic rain special effect was that there was a chance to confuse an enemy target inside the rain. Under the status effect, the character's movements could not be controlled, which was naturally very troublesome to deal with. Han Wenqing had originally planned on saving Zhong Xinjie, but as soon as he saw this skill being used, he didn't dare go up and instead jumped out from the attack's range. But then, with a crash, Chu Yunxiu's elementalist summoned several ice walls in a straight line. She didn't explode them, either. She was clearly trying to block him. Team 1's players didn't need any shot calling. They naturally coordinated together simply because it was too obvious what they needed to do. Their levels of tactical insight were all very high, so they all made the same decisions. The audience's applause never stopped. This year's All-Star competition simply had way too many highlights. Almost all of the All-Stars had their own astonishing moments, upping the intensity with each play. And this time, Su Muqing's sudden gleam of light had turned into the deciding play. For a moment, Team 2's players weren't able to find a way to fight back. Against Huang Xiaoqian's and Zhu Zikai's combined efforts, Zhong Xinjie was finally unrescuable and became Team 2's third death in this battle. Now, the result was obvious. Zhong Xinjie's cleric had originally been Team 2's biggest advantage. Now that they were at a numbers disadvantage and without their biggest advantage, their chances of winning were very low. Even worse, not a single player on Team 1 had yet to die. If they could last until the end, it would be a perfect victory, which would be quite embarrassing for Team 2's players. However, this was the All-Star competition after all. At this point, if this were an official match, they would certainly continue fighting. But for this competition, they wouldn't take it as seriously. However, Team 2 had Han Wenqing. This veteran would never cower at any moment. From Team 1's perspective, they didn't want Team 2 to become too embarrassed, so they charged in and recklessly fought. In the end, Team 2 was finally wiped out, but Team 1 had also lost 3 characters, so there was no perfect victory. No one bickered about the end result. Both sides had played quite garishly. Even though no other high tide appeared, the excited atmosphere was still held. When Team 2's Han Wenqing's desert dust finally fell, the applause and cheers hit its peak. Many of Team 1's fans stood up, yelling the names of the players they supported. Without a doubt, the 2 words Zhu Zikai stood out the loudest. "Old Han, how fierce," Yu Wenju muttered again. Han Wenqing had fought till the very last moment. If Team 1 hadn't taken it seriously at the end, they might have been the ones wiped out. Amidst the crowd's applause and cheers, the 12 players came down from their booths and returned to the center, along with the other All-Stars who had played in the individual and group competition. The electronic screen displayed the final point count. Team 1 had obtained the victory. Team 1's fans were happy and excited. But for Team 2, even though they knew that it didn't count for anything, it still didn't feel good to lose. In the end, the team representatives received interviews and Samsara's Zhu Zikai went up once again. This was, after all, his team's home stadium. The questions asked in the interview were simply courtesy words. The match was amazing, the audience was great, this year's All-Star weekend was successful, and he hoped he could come back again next year. With Zhu Zikai's style, it had taken a lot of effort to get the answers out of him. It basically went like this. Did you find the match amazing or not? Yes. Did you find the crowd great or not? Great. What did you think of this year's All-Star weekend? Very successful. What are your hopes for next time? That I can participate. And so on. Once the official part of the event was over, the rest was just an event where they gave out souvenirs, and there was no lack of souvenirs with the All-Star signatures on them. If this was in the past, Chen would have risked her life to get Su Muqing's signature. But now? Now that she knew Yi Xiu's identity, Chen felt a sense of superiority arise. This was because she was very clear that, with her relationship with Yi Xiu, getting Su Muqing's signature wouldn't be difficult at all. As a result, she didn't feel pressed to get it. At the same time, her relationship with Yi Xiu also made it difficult for them to get out of the stadium. they were unexpectedly ambushed by a mob of reporters. As soon as they saw the two of them, they took out their pens, notepads, etc. and surrounded them. They were naturally there to ask about Yi Chio's situation. Chen Guo had originally thought of simply replying with "I don't know." But Tang Ru stopped her and actually went up to politely respond to the reporters' questions. After hearing Tang Ru's replies, Chen Guo suddenly understood and sighed to herself. She had been way too careless. Saying "I don't know" was the same as saying no comment to them. She clearly knew something, it was just that she wasn't going to say it. If she did that, the reporters would certainly begin to dig deeper. But with Tang Ru's replies, she didn't say that she didn't know anything. She simply avoided all of the important parts. The one part they did make up was that the two of them didn't know that he was Yi Chio in the beginning. They had only sat together with him coincidentally and got to know him, thinking that he was just a normal audience member. This was quite believable. Let alone two normal audience members, if Yi Chio had swaggered his way over to them, they wouldn't have known that he was Yi Chio, either. Helpless, the reporters could only ask if the two had any photos with him, which they naturally didn't. And then they asked if they could describe Yi Chio's appearance, which came down to Chen Guo to answer. It wasn't because she was good at describing people, but rather it was because she was one of Yi Chio's fans and had seen rumors of Yi Chio's appearance on the internet. She simply took one of them and talked about it. As soon as they heard this, they saw that it matched with other reports in the past, so they didn't doubt it. By doing this, they were able to escape from the reporters. The two let out a sigh of relief. However, Tang Ru was clearly more vigilant than Chen Guo was. After escaping from their claws, she would look around from time to time to see if they had any dogs following them. Once she saw that there weren't any of these people, she finally relaxed and returned to the hotel with Chen Guo. Thus, the All-Star weekend ended. At the hotel, Yi Chio had already turned off the TV long ago, once he saw that the competition was over. When the two returned, he was sitting in front of the computer playing Glory. Chen Guo's excitement wouldn't die down so quickly. Now that she knew of Yi Chio's identity, she would naturally want to hear a god's opinion. Su Muqing's sudden display was the final deciding factor in the team competition. Yi Chio picked a comment that Chen Guo would definitely want to hear. Sure enough, Chen Guo looked pleased with herself as if she had gotten the piece of candy she had wanted. She then went to chat with Tang Ru. They had talked all the way until it was time to sleep. Then they shooed Yi Chio out of their room and turned off the lights. The next day, they left the hotel early in the morning in order to catch their flight back. At the airport, Chen Guo looked around to see if they would coincidentally bump into any excellent era players. Even though Chen Guo no longer felt good about the club anymore, her support for Su Muqing wouldn't fade. As for whether she would be happy if excellent era lost, she still wasn't sure about this. She would feel bad because of Yi Chio if she looked forward to them winning. But she would also feel bad because of Su Muqing if she looked forward to them losing. Though for this season with the amount of points excellent era has, losing or winning doesn't really matter, right? On the plane, Chen Guo finally found something she could accept as a reason. Yeah. Yi Chio nodded his head. After a complicated period since Sun Xiong joined the team, their records have turned around for the better and they were starting to rise up on the standings. However, they were simply too far behind now. If they wanted to make a comeback and make it into the playoffs, trying hard wouldn't be enough. The teams ahead of them would have to do poorly. Entering the playoffs was already nearly unachievable in theory. Excellent Era's fans were already talking about the next season and what their future would be then. On the internet, Glory's fans were currently focused on the discussion of this year's All-Star weekend. From Day 1's Rookie Challenge to Day 2's events to Day 3's All-Star competition, there were simply way too many topics to talk about. When Yi Chio and the girls returned to Happy Internet Cafe, some of the more frequent customers looked at Chen Guo and Tang Ru like they were heroes of some sort. They were all Glory fans, so they would definitely watch the All-Star weekend. The two going unstage on the second day made them very surprised. Seeing someone they knew unstage felt quite miraculous. Chen Guo easily accepted everyone's respects. Even after standing 8,000 meters up above everyone, her warmth never faded and she immediately began to chat with them. Lady Tang, how incredible! To think that you could actually beat a pro. In reality, they paid greater attention to Tang Ru. Normal players weren't as ambitious as Tang Ru. Beating a pro once was already amazing to them. Ha ha ha, of course there are talents in my internet cafe. Chen wasn't jealous. She said it very happily. Though when she said this, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiu. But Yi Xiu had already snatched a computer station and was browsing the internet, not caring about their discussion in the slightest. Chapter 344. Chen Guo's determination. After chatting happily with the customers for a good while, the crowd eventually dispersed. A few of the more clever ones, who hadn't participated much earlier, stealthily snuck up after everyone left to talk to Chen Guo, surprising her. These customers had noticed that Chen Guo, Tang Ru, and Yi Xiu had gone to the all-star competition together. When Tang Ru was in a difficult situation, God Yi Xiu, who had come out to save her, seemed to be someone Tang Ru knew. From this, it was too easy putting 2 and 2 together. Chen Guo had already understood what their intent was before they finished speaking. Luckily, they had already experienced what it was like to be surrounded by reporters yesterday, when the All-Star weekend ended. Even those crafty reporters had been tricked. How could these customers compare to them? Although Tang Ru did most of the work, Chen Guo had still been a part of it. Using what Tang Ru had said yesterday, she sighed together with them, lamenting their chance to meet the god. As for Yi Xiu, in her eyes, he was just her lackey. After dealing with those customers, Chen Guo still couldn't rest. After all, she hadn't been in the internet cafe for 3 days and, as the owner, there were still a few matters she had to take care of. She wasn't like Yi Xiu and Tang Ru, who could simply throw their luggage to one side after returning and immediately start playing. To be more accurate, only Tang Ru had thrown her luggage. Yi Xiu made a beeline for the computer as soon as he had arrived. He hadn't brought any luggage with him and went with them empty-handed. All of the toiletries he used were the ones provided by the hotel. As a result, he returned empty-handed as well. If she hadn't seen everything with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that he had just come back from a trip. For the past 3 days, Yi Xiu and Tang Ru had gone on, but not for very long. Overall, not much had changed. The top guilds had taken Yi Xiu's guides for the level 40 to 43,000 Waves Lake dungeon to level and compete for the records. Yi Xiu didn't care who got the final record. After getting online, he checked his friends' list to see what everyone's levels were. Even though the All-Star weekend had been extremely exciting, the game had been very normal during those 3 days. But even if the players didn't go watch it live at the stadium, the majority of players would still watch it through the broadcast. Because of this, the leveling speed during those 3 days was a bit slower. On his friends' list, those from the top guilds had all leveled to 41. As for Steamed Bun Invasion and Concealed Light, they were still pitifully climbing at level 32 and 33. In the Christmas event, the players who hadn't been in Sin City had been tossed far away. Even worse, Steamed Bun Invasion hadn't participated in that event whatsoever. Xiao Yifan's 1-inch was doing better than Steamed Bun Invasion, though. Yi Xiu saw that he was still online, so he messaged him. However, the system informed him that it was rejected. Xiao Yifan had been in City S the entire time. There was no way he had the time to level, which meant that he had handed it over for someone to level it for him. With his background as a pro player, Xiao Yifan didn't need to learn and understand the game starting from zero like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion. Simply getting a max level account and slowly studying it would be the same. It was just that Xiao Yifan wanted to learn from God, which was why he made 1-inch. But because he missed the Christmas event opportunity, he had no choice but to find someone to level it for him. And since their levels were higher, the difference in experience was greater and it was already difficult for him to catch up. Seeing this, Yi Xiu saw that they wouldn't be able to play together for now. As a result, only he and Tang Ru went to dungeon together. The huge gap in levels due to the Christmas event hadn't shrunk much during these 3 days. The players from the top guilds, who had always been ahead of them, pulled ahead a bit more and were now all at 1,000 Waves Lake. Because of this, Sin City was very empty. There weren't even any signs of ghosts at the dungeon entrance when the two entered. The two of them were quite familiar with the dungeon and directly finished their 3 runs of the day. By the time they were done, Chen finished dealing with her matters and logged into the game, as well. Yixiao casually glanced at her screen and saw that the first thing she did after logging in was leaving her guild. "You're leaving your guild?" Yixiao asked. "Yeah." Chen nodded her head. "Excellent dynasty," Yixiao said. "Yeah, they're disgusting," Chen said. Chen was clearly disgusted by Club Excellent Era now. Their guild, Excellent Dynasty, no longer made her feel proud, either. She decisively left the guild without any signs of reluctance. Apart from this, she also felt worried for Su Muqing. It was as if she thought Su Muqing was in some sort of prison. "Do you really need to go that far?" Yixiao laughed, seeing what Chen was thinking. "I'll make my own guild," Chen said, while replying back to messages. She had been in Excellent Dynasty for a long time, so she had a lot of friends there. Her leaving the guild even before saying hi to them caused a lot of her friends to ask her what was going on. "Excellent Era is rotten. I'm going to make my own guild," Chen replied in this way to everyone. Her friends who received them were confused. They were doing just fine. What did she mean Excellent Era was rotten? "Sis, is it because of Sun Slong?" Her friends began guessing. Sun Slong's performance in the All-Star competition truly was too embarrassing. Sun Slong losing to their rival Han Wenqing made a lot of Excellent Era's fans unhappy. To their understanding of her, such a shameful event really was enough to make her leave impulsively. "No," Chen concluded, "in any case, I don't want to be in this lame guild. Who wants to join me?" For a moment, very few replied back. Developing a guild in the heavenly domain wasn't easy. Here, the competition was crueler and fiercer. The benefits from joining a top guild like Excellent Dynasty couldn't be compared to those on their own or those in a regular guild. In the heavenly domain, the top guilds weren't only seeking for more numbers like the new server. The qualifications needed to enter one were much higher. In order to join a top guild in the heavenly domain, the player needed to have a certain level of skill. Many of them cherished their status. In addition, those who joined the guild were all supporters of Excellent Era. Their guild, Excellent Dynasty, also had an emotional aspect to it. This sort of loyalty wasn't something normal guilds had. Plus, Chen didn't give a concrete reason to. She simply left for seemingly no reason and then just asked if they wanted to join. Of course they weren't going to respond. If they agreed, then that'd be too careless. If they didn't agree, it wouldn't be good for Chen Guo's reputation. For a moment, they pretended they were dead as if they didn't receive any messages. Some of them even logged out of the game. Only her most ironclad friends replied back, wanting to know why Chen Guo wanted to do so. These were the friends Chen Guo trusted the most in-game, so she didn't hide anything, directly revealing to them why she didn't feel good about Excellent Era. Her friends hadn't even replied back yet, when Yixiao said in surprise, "You know a lot." Chen Guo had told her friends about all those things she and Tang Ru had analyzed that night, the guesses they had made about Club Excellent Era. And now that Yixiao showed his surprise, Chen Guo turned his head to ask, "Is it like that?" Yixiao forced a smile. HMPH. Chen Guo's displeasure was obviously aimed at Club Excellent Era. To her friends, these speculations were too shocking. They couldn't accept them so easily. "You say Yixiao's condition had been declining? Did you see that dragon raises its head in the All-Star competition?" Chen Guo asked. "Right, he can still use dragon raises its head." "Declining, my ass. It really is Excellent Era scheming," one of Chen Guo's die-hard friends shouted. This player was also one of Yixiao's loyal fans. He was able to accept it very easily like Chen Guo. "That. You couldn't have made so many speculations just because of one dragon raises its head, right?" Of course, some of them were more prudent. Truthfully, this was the more logical decision. The previous player had been a brainless fan like Chen Guo and had an easier time accepting news that favored his idol. HMPH, there's more. But I won't tell you. Anyways, it's like that. I've already left. I'm going to create a guild and overthrow Excellent Dynasty. Chen said. Ridiculous. Yishio suddenly blurted out. Chen immediately turned her head to glare at him. The determination glinting in her eyes frightened Yishio. Even though Boss Chen was usually all ominous towards him, Yishio had never seen this sort of determination from her. Topple Excellent Dynasty? Is she serious? Truthfully, for a top guild like Excellent Dynasty, someone like Yishio could cause trouble for them in the new server. But to actually topple them was something even Yishio didn't dare think of. After all, the guild was a very important part of the club's business. This was because the Glory Pro Alliance and the game weren't completely separate. No matter how good the pro players' accounts were, they were still linked to an account card like everybody else's. In addition, upgrading their equipment and improving their skills required in-game materials, experience, and skill points. The creation of the guild in-game could be considered as a safeguard for the pro teams, especially for providing materials. They might be able to set the development of the guild back like what Yishio was doing in the 10th server, but if they were ever in danger of being destroyed, how could the club just sit back and watch? When that time came, the in-game guilds would ask their pros to help and the pros would come to set things right again. It wasn't as if this had never happened before. Pros participating in the battles because of the competition between guilds had happened many times in Glory's history, especially after the creation of the Heavenly Domain. After all, the Heavenly Domain was a place where all the high-level accounts gathered together. Chapter 345. The first step in development. It's good that you're determined. But your goal really is a bit impractical. After a brief moment of shock from Chengua's determination, Yishio returned to his usual calm self. HMPH, I know that. I'm just saying that this is my goal. Chengua said. Good luck. Yishio said. You're still planning on coming out of retirement, right? Chengua asked. Yishio nodded his head. When you come out of retirement, don't tell me you're going back to Excellent Era. That's probably not going to happen. Yishio forced a smile. How about forming your own team? Chengua suddenly said. That's actually a great idea. Were you planning on doing this from the start? Chengua asked. I've been thinking about it. Yishio said. If your goal in forming a team is to get into the Pro Alliance, then that's going to require a lot of investment. Chengua said. Yishio nodded his head. Players, money to register for the Alliance, a stadium, Chengua began counting with her fingers. Wow, you seem to understand a lot. Yishio said. I've been thinking about it. Chengua repeated what Yishio said. Starting yesterday or from the day before. Yishio easily saw through her. Chengua could only have thought of doing this after knowing Yishio's identity. With how much she knew, she probably learned all about it during these past 2 days. What? Is there something wrong with that? Chengua didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. Aren't you a bit impulsive? Of course not. Chengua said, I've thought about it very carefully. It'll still take around a year before you can come out of retirement. During that time, we can start to prepare for it. That'll require you to put up your savings. Yishio said. Chengua's only property was Happy Internet Cafe. Yishio had been working for there for some time, so he had an idea on the cafe's income. Having been in a pro team for so many years, Yishio also had an idea on what a pro team needed. That wasn't something that Chengua's internet cafe could provide. Their initial investment would definitely require Chengua's savings. As for how much the boss had, Yishio didn't know. You don't need to worry about that. Right now, as the boss, I appoint you as the team captain. Chengua lifted her head high. What? It's been created just like that. Yishio was astonished. Yup. This historic moment has to be recorded. Come here. Smile. Chengua suddenly took out her phone. Hey, Yishio didn't have time to object. Chen Guo swiftly pressed near. Tang Ru had also snuck her head in. The camera flashed and, just like that, the photo was taken. Don't worry. I won't spread it around. Chen Guo laughed and carefully stored the photo. Yishio turned his head and stared at Tang Ru, who had suddenly snuck into the scene. Captain. Tang Ru saluted. When did you two think of this? Yishio was speechless. You don't need to worry about that. Chen Guo said, in short, the team's been created. We three are the first members of the team. Yishio looked at the two of them. After a brief moment of silence, he looked at Chen Guo. You should be the boss. As a player, cough. I'll just be in there until you get enough players. Chen Guo angrily said. Yishio was obviously trying to say that she simply wasn't good enough to be a player. Chen Guo obviously knew this. Plus, with her age, there wasn't enough time for her to get any better. In the team, she could only be the manager. As for being a player, at best, she could take it up nominally as a sort of comfort. Okay, now that the team's been created, the first thing you two need to do is hurry up and level up. Then, we'll group up in the heavenly domain. While you guys are doing that, I'll create a guild and wait for you guys. Our development starts with the guild. Chen Guo commanded in a serious tone. Can I ask what this team will be called? Yishio asked. Of course it'll be called a happy dot. Chen Guo replied instantly. Yishio didn't say anything and turned his head to continue playing. Do you have any objections? Chen Guo asked. No, I just wanted to know. Yishio said. Truthfully, he didn't care what the name was. Chen Guo's decision to set up a team seemed to be real, but he also felt that it seemed a bit out of nowhere, so Yishio didn't bother thinking about it too much. He'll just see how things go first before making any real decisions. In any case, it's not like they could really do anything right now. After the days go by, he'll see if boss Chen Guo was actually serious or not. After talking, Chen Guo's friends finally responded. In the end, only one fan of Yishio left Excellent Dynasty with Chen Guo. As for the others, they just laughed as if it was all a big joke. Chen Guo wasn't going to force them. Having one already made her feel thankful. She immediately introduced her friend to Yishio. Forest Landscape. Battle Mage. His mechanics aren't bad. They're just a bit worse than mine. Chen Guo said. Just a bit worse than yours? Yishio repeated, that tone doesn't suit you. In the past, there was no way Chen Guo could bear this sort of mocking tone. But now, even though she couldn't bear it, she had to. Because she finally knew who he was. A god looking down on her skill was completely reasonable. As a result, Chen Guo could only take a deep breath and pretend she didn't hear it. She continued, right now, it's just us two. We can't create a guild yet. We'll need more people. Yeah. Yishio nodded his head. It wasn't easy creating a guild in the heavenly domain. There weren't any new players. In order to enter the heavenly domain, everyone that was there had to have a certain level of mechanics and skill. Those who wanted to join a guild would have already done so back when they were in their normal server. Finding people to join a new guild in the heavenly domain would prove to be quite difficult. Usually, guilds were first created in the normal server. Then, once everyone reached level 70 and entered the heavenly domain, they would then create a guild in the heavenly domain. The two guilds would then set up a link. After that link was created, guild players that were able to enter the heavenly domain from the normal player server would directly join the guild with the same name. Directly creating a guild in the heavenly domain would require the creator to have a certain amount of appeal, or it could be achieved through spending money. For appeal, Chen Guo's circle of friends were all from Excellent Dynasty. With Excellent Era's backing behind Excellent Dynasty, they had who knew how much more appeal over Chen Guo's new guild. Pro characters like One Autumn Leaf and Dancing Rain all had their names registered under Excellent Dynasty in the heavenly domain. Members of the guild could easily search up the entire team's pro characters. As for money, that was a bottomless pit. In addition, those who joined would only be there while there were still advantages, so Chen didn't want to use this method. "Hey, can I use your name?" Chen asked Yishio. "As if others would believe you." Yishio said. "That's true." Chen thought. She didn't have any fame, but Yishio was different. If she used Yishio's name, creating a guild wouldn't be a problem. The problem was that no one would believe her. Glory had been going on for a long time. Cheating people by lying about their identity had been done who knew how many times. If she said that she was some pro player, the only thing she'd summon would be an angry mob. Chen thought and thought, but she couldn't come up with anything. Let alone her, even if Yishio personally came out, the players would still be doubtful. This was already a type of taboo in Glory. Even if I created one in the normal server, it'd still be troublesome. I'm in an old server, so there aren't many new players. Chen sighed. Her chasing haze was in the 5th server. It had already been several years since its creation. "Oh. I've got it. You create the guild in the 10th server." Chen suddenly said. "I create it." Yishio stared blankly. "Yeah. Creating a guild in a new server shouldn't be hard." Chen said. "That's true," Yishio said, while staring at his character. Lord Grimm. With his character's fame, creating a guild would be way too easy. His fame was simply incomparable. New servers would have a lot of young and naive new players. Players like Tang Ru, who had never touched Glory before without any knowledge of the guilds backed by pros, would only know that in the 10th server, Lord Grimm was number 1. "Hurry, hurry. Hurry up and create it," Chen urged. "Okay." Yishio nodded his head. To create a team, if they wanted to develop it into a business, then an in-game guild was a requirement. Creating a guild right now was perfect. They could take advantage of being in the new server to snatch resources. It would be their first step for their future. As a result, Yishio sent out a message in the global chat that he would be creating a guild to test out what the response would be like. There had been a long period of peace after the Christmas event. Suddenly, Lord Grimm came out with a bang and flung a heavy explosive. The global chat immediately erupted into chaos. His friends list also began flashing repeatedly. It was currently Monday afternoon. Nearly everyone online right now on his friends list were from the top guilds. All of them sent him messages in order to pry out more information. For these top guilds, Lord Grimm creating his own guild was absolutely terrible news. Chapter 346. Beaten Black and Blue. Lord Grimm was going to create a guild. When the news came, the top guilds spread the word at top speed to their core circles. Those who weren't online at that moment all received notifications through their phones. Even those who had been tucked in bed all nice and sound were immediately wide awake after hearing this news. This wasn't small news, especially to those who were competing for the dungeon records. If Lord Grimm actually created his own guild, he would certainly have the strength to compete with them for the dungeon records, and with Lord Grimm's fame in the 10th server, it would be extremely easy for him to create a very powerful guild. Even if the players who joined weren't good, they would still be able to support their dungeon team. The guilds backed by clubs had an innate advantage. However, at the same time, they also had restrictions placed on them because of their clubs. This was because their guilds could be considered as the club's and the team's in-game representative. These guilds had to work hard to create a perfect image for themselves. Some of their more dubious activities couldn't be exposed to the public. For example, their great chase after Lord Grimm. That was already a fairly risky maneuver by the top guilds. During the chasing, the reason their players didn't wear their guild names was because they didn't want the 10th server players to see who they were. Luckily, at that time, Lord Grimm's group had just been Lonely Souls. Even though their maneuver hadn't been too honest, with only a few of them, they wouldn't be able to create any large discussion. However, Lord Grimm creating a guild was very different. If they chased Lord Grimm's team like they had done before, the rest of his guild would certainly see what was going on and know that their guilds didn't play fair and would even resort to using such despicable methods to suppress their opponents. In the past, against such opponents, the top guilds never directly showed their true face. They would raise a few accounts that hadn't joined a guild yet and then have them do their dirty work. However, Lord Grimm's skill and capabilities were something everyone thoroughly understood. Even their large-scale mobilization hadn't been as successful as they had hoped. Sending a few unorganized soldiers to bother them would only be sending them to their deaths. What do we do? Everyone was worrying over this question. Amongst these, the three great guilds were having the most trouble. Currently, the three great guilds and excellent dynasty knew what Lord Grimm's true identity was. In addition, they had all watched the All-Star Weekend's broadcast. Yishio had used Dragon Raises its head, a move that Han Wenqing said could only be done by Yishio, and had received widespread acknowledgement for it, but they wouldn't have expected that Yishio's starting point for coming out of retirement would begin in the 10th server. Creating a guild would be a very heavy blow to these top guilds. As for those slightly weaker guilds, even though they also yearned for dungeon records, it could be seen from the results that those records mainly stayed in the control of a few guilds. Lord Grimm jumping in to add to the mess would definitely cause these top guilds to be filled with distraught. In addition, they knew that Lord Grimm definitely wasn't someone that they could mess with, but for those who didn't know Lord Grimm's identity, they all had false hopes. For example, when Misty Castle's Hazy Mist saw that Lord Grimm was interested in playing in a guild, he immediately asked him if he wanted to join theirs. But in the end, Yishio politely declined. Hazy Mist had even thought that it was because his offer hadn't been enticing enough and was pondering what to do next. Guild like the three great guilds and excellent dynasty, who knew the truth, completely gave up on trying to rope him in. Blue River ran to the heavenly domain to report to his guild leader, Changing Spring. Excellent Dynasty's Chen Yehui, on the other hand, uneasily went looking for Vice-Captain Liu Hao. Herb Garden's Plantago Seed had kept his distance after finding out Lord Grimm's identity and would only come out when there was a good opportunity. His plan was still the same, so he didn't say anything. Tyrannical Ambition's Cold Knight directly went to contact Yishio. Cold Knight wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The 10th server's pioneering turned out to be so unexpectedly difficult. This time, the person who was making things difficult for them was unbelievably strong. Cold Knight already felt that he wasn't a worthy opponent, but he still had to give it a try. God is going to create a guild, huh? Congratulations! Congratulations! Even Cold Knight himself felt that his greeting sounded fake. How could he have any sort of feelings of congratulation in his heart? But aside from this, he didn't know how else to initiate a conversation. Thanks. Yishio replied simply. He had too many messages to attend to. Do you have enough manpower? If there isn't enough, I can send over some help. Cold Knight continued with his fakeness. No need. Yishio replied. There was even a smiley face attached to it. Cold Knight couldn't find any other words to say. After pondering for a while, he decided to ask the question on his mind directly. God, what do you plan on doing after creating your guild? Ha ha, you should understand. Yishio replied. Of course, Cold Knight understood. With the subject at hand, he immediately reminded, God, you haven't forgotten our deal, right? Of course, I remember. We won't touch your guild's records. Cold Knight quickly received Lord Grimm's reply. His promise was the same as the one he had initially made. He even added the same straightforward emoticon face he had used back then. Though when he saw this reply, Cold Knight wasn't as happy as he was that day. Not touching their guild's records wasn't enough. This was because if Lord Grimm didn't provide their guild with guides, their guild would have no way of competing for the records. When that happened, even if Lord Grimm wanted to touch their records, he wouldn't be able to. The promise they had happily received seemed like insignificant words now. At that time, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought about the traps that came with the promise. However, Lord Grimm's levels had always been lower than theirs. As long as they controlled the records before he got to that level, then they would be fine. They hadn't thought that he would create dungeon guides. Cold Knight didn't know what to say. In theory, Lord Grimm hadn't broken his promise. Heavenly Domain. After Blue Brook Guild's Changing Spring heard Blue River's news, all he could do was sigh. Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts were in a circle together. For a short while, they didn't know what to say. The news of Lord Grim creating a guild was the same as if it were going to rain. No one could do anything to stop it. If it was just a normal expert creating a guild, they wouldn't be as worried. However, the one creating the guild was God Yi Chio. He had burst out during the All-Star competition and confirmed his identity with Dragon Raises Its Head. Because of this, his purpose for creating a guild obviously wasn't going to be simply for fun. His goal would be the same as the guilds backed by the clubs. Competing against each other couldn't be avoided. We'll wait and see what happens before we take action. In the end, Changing Spring could only give this suggestion. Club Excellent Era. This time, Chen Yehue didn't try to reach Liu Hao by phone and instead personally went to pay him a visit. After the All-Star weekend, Liu Hao felt as if his heart had been stabbed. Yishio's Dragon Raises Its Head had defeated Samsara's Du Ming. However, it had also left a deep traumatic impression on Liu Hao. Yichio was going to return. This was what many people, the pros, the media, and the fans, deciphered. And this was certainly not what Liu Hao wanted to see. At this time of uneasiness, Chen Yehue suddenly came looking for him and deliver the news of Lord Grim creating a guild. Creating a guild, Liu Hao obviously understood the relationship between a guild and a club. Yichio showed that he intended to come out of retirement. Him creating a guild would implicate, could he be trying to form his own team? It's possible. Chen Yehue said. So he refuses to give up, huh? Liu Hao sneered. Chen Yehue felt a bit strange. When he entered the room, he saw that Liu Hao's expression was somewhat gloomy, but after hearing this news, he seemed to have relaxed. Does he really think that he can form his own team with his own hands and expect to compete with teams like ours, who have such deep roots? It seems to me like he's grown senile. Liu Hao said. With the alliance nowadays, it's no longer the era where it's possible to carry a team by yourself. Experts are flooding in. More and more God-level accounts are appearing. The competition is even fiercer than ever before. It seems to me like he'll have trouble even finding the qualifications to enter the alliance. Liu Hao laughed out loud. So you're saying that I don't need to worry about him? Chen Yehue asked. Yeah, but don't completely ignore him. Continue to keep an eye out. Liu Hao said. But with his new guild, our development in the 10th server will definitely face a huge obstacle. Chen Yehue was holding less and less hope for Liu Hao. He discovered that the two were gradually growing further and further apart. The two sides were no longer concerned about the same thing. Liu Hao only felt that Yichio wouldn't be able to rise back up, but during the course of all this, their excellent dynasty's development would certainly take a hit, yet it didn't even seem like that sort of thought had come across his mind. Chen Yehue knew that the guild's development was his responsibility. Liu Hao had nothing to do with it. He only wanted to see, one last time, if his former ally had truly cut ties off with him. Chapter 347. Guild created. Chen Yehue's tone of voice changed, carrying more toughness and doubt. This was very different from how he usually talked with Liu Hao, who was able to tell. Liu Hao was also someone who thought hard, and he was instantly able to tell why Chen Yehue wasn't happy. He patted Chen Yehue and smiled. Let's go find a place to drink. We can take our time to talk things over when we're there. Liu Hao didn't want to lose his ally. Chen Yehue understood this, so he didn't object. Thus, the two left together. In the game, seeing the craze brought out by Lord Grim's announcement, the players didn't doubt that Lord Grim's guild might quickly be the largest in the 10th server. After the announcement came out, quite a few players had already begun paying close attention to the guild page, waiting to see when Lord Grim's guild would be created. However, even after the day turned dark, there was no sign of Lord Grim's name in the new guilds list. In order to create a guild, the guild leader would present an application and 30 players would have to respond. If the guild was created, the players who responded would naturally become the first guild members. 30 players was the minimum amount of players required to create a guild. If the guild had less than 30 players, the guild would enter a 72-hour countdown. If the amount of players stayed below 30 after these 72 hours were up, then the guild would automatically be disbanded. Oftentimes, when guilds were created, the guild leader had to try and find some way to get 30 players to respond. However, with Lord Grimm's fame, let alone 30 players, finding 300 players to join wouldn't be hard. What everyone was worried about was whether or not they'd be able to get a spot. This was because once 30 players joined, the guild would be automatically created and there would be no chance to respond to the application. After this period, if they wanted to join, they would have to request the guild for an invite and wait for the guild members to approve. Usually, in a guild's initial period, if the guild didn't have much fame, numbers were more important, the more players, the better, but after the guild was developed, players would be filtered and quality would be more important. However, Lord Grimm's guild wouldn't be going according to the usual scenario. He had fame and he didn't need numbers to create a presence for himself. He could completely skip the first step and regard quality as more important. Because of this, being able to respond as one of the first 30 players was more valuable. Unfortunately, Lord Grimm didn't seem to show any signs of acting after making the announcement. The players were puzzled and in doubt, but at night, during the peak hours, Lord Grimm sent out the application and his guild suddenly popped up on the new guilds list. In an instant. In just that instant, the players who found out didn't even have time to spread the news when the application disappeared. This was because, in that instant, 30 players had already responded and the guild was automatically created. It was only after the announcement of the guild's creation was made by the system that the players noticed. Happy. The name of the guild Lord Grimm created. Players began to request invites one after the other, while trying to figure out the meaning behind the name. The name truly didn't sound tyrannical and it didn't sound very impressive either. No one was able to deduce the true meaning behind it. In the end, they just regarded it as an expert having a different temperament than normal players. The attention garnered from Guild Happy made Chen uncontrollably excited. In her eyes, this was an extremely impressive opening. Right now, Yixia was dealing with the countless requests. Seeing the mass of names, Chen only regretted that they couldn't accept them all. The limit of guild members depended upon the guild's level. Level 1 guilds could only house a maximum of 100 players. Excluding the first 30 players who responded, only 70 spots were left. Yixia bitterly searched through the endless list of requests for players he was familiar with. Tang Ru, Steam Bun Invasion. They didn't need to be said. Apart from them, old friends like Seven Fields, Sleeping Moon, and company decisively left their Full Moon Guild and requested for an invite after knowing that Brother Expert had created a guild. Cleansing Mist. After Yixia singled out the name, Chen was shocked. She quickly reacted, "Is that Su Mooching?" "Yeah." Yixia nodded his head. Sigh, Chen hated how she couldn't play with them in the 10th server and couldn't help but feel envious of how Tang Ru played shoulder to shoulder and chatted every day with Su Mooching. "Will she join our team in the future?" Chen asked. "That depends on you. You're the boss." "I don't have the money," Chen was sad. She couldn't afford to pay a popular player like Su Mooching. With her status, creating a pro team was definitely risky business. It was very likely that they wouldn't be able to last long in the alliance and would be quickly eliminated. Though luckily, with Yixia, she had a lot more confidence. If she had to manage everything herself, she knew very well that their only result would be walking out. "Ha ha, take it slow. It's still early." Yixia was still laughing. "Would Su Mooching drop down a level just to join our team?" Chen Gui's mind was in shambles. With Yixia, this was a possibility. However, she felt too embarrassed to ask him to do that, so she could only silently hope. "Okay, I've added everyone I know." Yixia looked at this guild member list and checked again. Everyone he knew had been added in. The guild channel was bustling with noise. The newly gathered players seized the moment to get to know each other. Those who had gotten in by being the first to respond, but were low level, were feeling very uneasy. Seeing the long list of high-level players in the guild, these noobs were worried that they'd immediately be kicked out. There's still space. Keep on adding people. Chen saw that Yishio had stopped after adding all the players he recognized. Don't worry. Let's not act impulsively. Let me see who I want in my guild. Yishio said. The high-level ones. Chen said. It'd be best to consider their classes. If my guild has 100 clerics, that wouldn't be good, right? Yishio laughed. Oh. Chen understood what Yishio was thinking. Are you thinking of having the classes in the guild work together as a team? I don't think I can get them to that level, but having a relatively good balance has its advantages. Yishio said. Chapter 348. New Players. Hearing what Yishio said, Chen didn't say anything more. She simply sat there and quietly watched Yishio work. Yishio made a count of the levels and classes of everyone who had joined and then began skimming over the list of invite requests. Happy was currently a level 1 guild and could only have a maximum of 100 players. There were 24 classes in Glory. In addition, some classes chose different paths, so they would have a very different style. For example, for Ghost Blades, Sword Demons and Phantom Demons could be considered two different types of classes. Another example would be Elementalists. They had access to ice, fire, light and dark element skills, but usually players would choose 2 elements to focus on. The number of variations they had were even more than Ghost Blades. These types of variations couldn't be seen through merely by checking a character's level and class. Thus, Yishio could only consider the composition of the guild members as a whole. After Yishio was clear on the class composition the guild currently had, he began carefully accepting requests. New members continued to pour into Happy, but in the end, Yishio didn't add it to max capacity. This was because 7 Fields, Sleeping Moon and their group had just left Full Moon Guild. If they wanted to join another guild, they would have to wait 5 days, so Yishio left them a spot. Though for ambitious guilds, 5 days was enough time to level up the guild. Guild members could receive all sorts of guild quests. When they completed these quests, the guild would gain experience. When the experience reached 100%, they would level up. With every level up, the guild's maximum capacity would increase and they would unlock more guild quests and rewards. When the guild reached level 5, the guild could choose to acquire a guardian. There were different kinds of guardians, but the most common choice was the Stat Guardian, which increased the guild player's stats. From level 5 onwards, the Guardian would gain 1 level for every 5 levels the guild gained. Players who didn't want to be involved in guild matters would join guilds because of the stat increase from the Guardian. Top guilds also had stronger Guardians because their guild levels were higher. In the Heavenly Domain, the top guilds backed by clubs all had their guilds at the level limit, level 100. And as a result, they had a level 20 Guardian. As for normal guilds, they weren't like guilds backed by clubs, who could easily reach the limit by taking in their fans. In addition, their members weren't as cohesive or loyal. For these normal guilds, once their development reached a certain stage, there would always be problems popping up because of their large numbers, which would cause the guild to either crumble away or be stuck and unable to progress. Only a very small number of normal guilds were able to grow large and powerful and reach the level of those guilds backed by clubs. However, in terms of influence, there was still no way that they could compete with the guilds backed by clubs. Guild Happy was just starting. The guild had a long way to go before reaching the top, although their starting point could be considered to be quite good. They were only limited by the maximum capacity set because they were still a level 1 guild. If not, then with Lord Grimm's fame, who knew how many players he could have gotten to join? Guild Happy's invite request was incredibly long. Even top guilds backed by clubs like Herb Garden and Blue Brook Guild didn't have that type of momentum. The entire reason the top guilds were fighting for the dungeon records were to have the sort of status Lord Grimm had in the player base's eyes. The craze brought by Guild Happy showed exactly why these dungeon records were so important to developing guilds. Yishio finished choosing the members. Right now, the around 90 players were all online and were all extremely excited to be there. The chat in the guild channel was a complete storm. The players were already beginning to get together. Some were shouting to go to the arena, some were calling people to dungeon together, some were asking others to help them finish a difficult quest. Yishio really wanted to say something to the guild, but he was having trouble finding a good opportunity to do so. "Hello, hello," Yishio typed. He then followed up with a giant wall of emoticons to instantly clear the screen. Everyone else's messages disappeared. Their entire screen was filled with Lord Grimm's name as well as a bunch of random emoticons. The guild members were shocked and immediately quieted down. "How many of you have just started playing Glory?" Yishio asked. A bunch of replies came out and, in an instant, Yishio was unable to find his question anymore. He could only make a guess based on how fast the messages were scrolling down. It was practically 100%. Yishio wasn't surprised at this result. If they were old Glory players, then in the new server pioneering stage, they probably ran over to join the top guilds, which were backed by clubs. Joining these guilds in the new server wasn't very hard. Or they might have been like Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon, who came to the new server together as friends and would have already decided on a guild to join beforehand. When he made the announcement, those who were able to request an invite were the stragglers who weren't in a guild, and the probability that they were new players was very high. Seeing all of these new players, Yishio switched how he would speak. "Our guild has been created. But because it's only level 1, we can only have 100 players max, so a lot of players who wanted to join weren't able to join. In the guild, everyone can take guild quests. The rewards aren't bad and, after completing one, the guild will get a certain amount of experience, helping the guild to level up. Only when the guild levels up will more people be allowed in. From level 5 onwards, we can have a guardian that'll help increase our strength." Sure enough, this sort of very basic knowledge of guilds was new stuff for these new players. After hearing Yishio speak, quite a few were asking where to get the quests from. For content they had never touched before, new players were always filled with curiosity. They immediately called out to each other to do the guild quests together. The enthusiasm towards the guild's development was enough to make any guild leader shed a tear. Chapter 349. Rapid Growth. Getting from level 1 to 2 would always be the easiest. After about half of the guild quests in the first wave were completed, Guild Happy reached level 2. As long as a player sent a request for an invite, the player would always remain on the request list, unless the player suddenly joined a different guild, in which case the player would be automatically deleted from the request list. When the guild hit level 2, Yishio opened up the request list and accepted another batch of members. In the blink of an eye, Guild Happy was now an almost 200-player guild. The second wave of players acted pretty much the same way as the first wave. After the guild leader explained the basic information about guilds, they enthusiastically ran off to start doing quests. Level up, add. Guild Happy rapidly developed in this way. The system would also make an announcement whenever a guild leveled up. The quick leveling only made everyone more excited, and with the endless list of requests, the guild was guaranteed to reach its maximum capacity with each level up. More and more players began bearing the Guild Happy tag, and soon, the entire Glory continent had players rushing to do guild quests. All of those big guilds saw the scene. The system making announcements one after another made them feel extremely envious. If the normal guilds felt envious, then what would the guilds backed by clubs be feeling? In their eyes, Guild Happy had already become one of their competitors. Seeing their rapid development, saying that their members all had low levels as comforting words wouldn't change anything. They had to take steps to do something about it. The guilds backed by clubs had differences, as well. For these types of difficult situations, the majority of guilds were used to waiting and seeing what the three great guilds would do, but this time, the three great guilds showed no signs of movement. The guilds discussed amongst themselves. They knew that Lord Grimm had contested with the three great guilds before. Herb Garden could be said to have gotten away lucky, while Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition had taken a severe blow. Right now, they were at the level 40 stage. In the other servers, they were great guilds with powerful influence, but now, not only were they unable to make a name for themselves, they were struggling to defend their reputation. Their pioneering in 10th server had failed quite miserably. The other guilds weren't doing much better, either. This was because the momentum during the early stages had been stolen away by Lord Grim. They were only doing better than Blue Brook Guild and Tyrannical Ambition. Not only were those two guilds not progressing, they were actually declining. Could they be scared? Many of the guilds, who liked to see what the three great guilds would do, had these sort of thoughts. However, they didn't know that the reason the three guilds weren't moving was precisely because they knew just how strong Lord Grim was. They couldn't help but be cautious. The guild leaders from the three great guilds had actually already convened to discuss what to do. The three leaders weren't the 10th server guild leaders either, but rather the real bosses of the three great guilds, Blue Brook Guild's Changing Spring, Tyrannical Ambition's Jiangyu, and Herb Garden's Arasima. The 10th server's pioneering had frightened these top guilds. Even worse, with them there, their statuses were nothing compared to the opponent they were facing. Sigh, what should we do? Changing Spring took a random 10th server account to use and met up with the other two. They could only watch as announcement after announcement came, telling them of Guild Happis level-ups. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. Right now, dealing with Lord Grim isn't the issue. Our issue is disrupting their guild's growth. Jiangyu said fiercely. He really hated the guy, whether that be because of his support for his team, or because of the several defeats by Lord Grim's hands. Nosha*T. The biggest problem now is how are we going to disrupt their progress? Arasima said. Silence. If they had a plan, they wouldn't have had to gather together to discuss. Kill them and strike terror in their hearts. Jiangyu said. It's useless. We can't fight them directly. How many open accounts do you guys have in the new server? At most 20, right? Right now, their guild already has 400 players. With the number of accounts at our disposal, what good would that do? Changing Spring said. And if we do that, it'd be very easy for them to guess that it was us, no. Arasima said. What to do? Jiangyu was bitter. Since they were backed by a club, they had a reputation to maintain, which restricted them from openly attacking others without reason. Maybe we can send some of our open accounts to other guilds and have those guilds clash with Lord Grim's. Arasima said. Maybe it'd be better to just directly plant spies into Lord Grim's guild and stir up trouble from within. Jiangyu said. How could it be that easy? Changing Spring bitterly laughed. Don't forget who we're up against. What type of tricks has he not seen before? Planting spies into Happy to stir up trouble won't work. Planting spies into other guilds to cause trouble might work, though. When Lord Grim created his guild, a lot of players may have left their guilds to join his instead. There will be a lot of guilds with open spots. Let's consider using these guilds to cause trouble. As long as we can make Guild Happy an enemy of other guilds, we'll have good reason to wage war on them. Changing Spring analyzed. We can still send some spies over to Happy and sit there temporarily. When a conflict breaks out, they'll stir up fire from the inside. Jiangyu said. Plus, with Guild Happy's rapid development, their guild members' egos will be inflated. If we're lucky, we might not even have to instigate anything. Their own people might cause trouble for themselves. It'd be even better if that happened. Arasima said. Yeah, let's have our planted spies do that. Changing Spring said. The three continued to talk. Their minds began to gradually open up and more schemes poured out. They were, after all, experienced players. The reason they were able to develop into the three great guilds was partly because of their team's strength in the Pro Alliance, but also because of these three players. In terms of the struggles between guilds, they were absolutely the top of the top experts in the field. They could only step down gracefully against Lord Grim for the dungeon records, so they thought of plans that didn't involve direct confrontations. After a long discussion, they created the plan and the rest was up to the guilds to carry out. The three stayed in contact, while giving orders to their guild's players. On Blue Brook Guild's side, Blue River received Changing Spring's orders. His expression immediately darkened. I thought we weren't going to compete with Lord Grimm. Blue River asked gloomily. That was then. This is now. He's created a guild and has become our direct competitor. It's not possible for us to avoid him now. Do you really think him creating a guild is just for fun? Changing Spring said. Blue River didn't say anything. He understood very well. It was just that he had a fairly good relationship with Yishio. He had a good impression of him. Fighting and scheming against someone who was originally his friend didn't make him feel good. The three great guilds are all doing the same. We'll be in touch with other guilds, too, so just relax and do it. Changing Spring said. Blue River closed the message in silences. After pausing for a moment, he let out a long sigh and then began doing what he had been told to do. His first task was to sort out all of the open accounts that weren't in Blue Brook Guild. His second task was to begin gathering intelligence to see how many players had left their guilds due to Guild Happy's creation. These guilds would definitely be unhappy with Lord Grimm and Guild Happy, which was exactly what Changing Spring and the others wanted to take advantage of. As for Herb Garden and Tyrannical Ambition, after receiving their orders, they all began working to carry them out, as well. At this moment, the system made another announcement: congratulations Guild Happy for reaching level 5. From creating a guild to reaching level 5, their rapid development made the other guilds want to cry. Guild Happy was celebrating. These new glory players didn't really understand much about guilds, but from what their guild leader said, level 5 seemed to be a very important level. At this level, their guild could have some sort of guardian or whatever. A lot of players had already gone to search what this guardian was and they naturally yearned for it. Seeing that their guild had finally reached level 5, everyone began waiting for the guardian to descend. You can get a guardian now. Seeing the guild's rapid development, Chen Gui had been watching excitedly the entire time and reminded Yishio when she saw that the guild reached level 5. Yup. Yishio nodded his head. The guardian couldn't be obtained just by hitting level 5. A quest had to be completed. The quest was very simple: beat the corresponding guardian. When the guardian was subdued, the guardian would give the guild its blessing. Chapter 350. High-leveled characters. The Stat Guardian was the most popular guardian amongst players and it truly did give the best benefit to a player's stats. It was equivalent to obtaining extra stat points, which the player could then freely choose to use. The Stat Guardian gave 8 extra stat points to players for every level it gained. At its maximum level, level 20, it would give an additional 160 points. Its impact on a character's strength couldn't be ignored. Even for normal guilds, the few extra points were enough to create a noticeable difference in strength between two players with the same level and equipment. It was because of this that very few players weren't in a guild. Even for the pro accounts in the Pro Alliance, in-game, they had to have the guild's name tagged onto them. There were not any players that did not follow this rule. This was, of course, done for those extra stat points. Guild Happy had reached level 5 and completing the Guardian quest became an urgent priority. Yishio didn't try to take on a new and original path. The Guardian he wanted was naturally the Stat Guardian. After receiving the quest, Yishio immediately began to gather people. Players who wanted to challenge the Guardian for the quest would be sent to a dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there was nothing else there but the Guardian. The dungeon limited the number of players to 20. Yishio, Tang Ru, Su Muqing, and Steamed Bun Invasion would obviously be a part of this team. Xiao Yifan's 1-inch ash was still being leveled by someone else, so they couldn't contact him. Seven Fields and his friends still couldn't join Happy yet, so they couldn't be sent into a guild dungeon. Besides them, there was Concealed Light. However, Concealed Light's skill level in actual battle truly was extraordinarily bad. Even though Yishio had helped him find some ways to practice, he had not been practicing for long, so Yishio had no idea how much he had improved. Yishio didn't know anyone else, so he chose the rest based on their class and level. When forming the base for the 20-player team, the higher the level the player had, the better. Who? Blue River suddenly gave a puzzling look. After seeing the announcement that Happy had reached level 5, he immediately called for the open accounts to move out and apply to enter Happy. He had even personally switched to an open account to request an invite from Happy. The infiltration went smoothly. Not long after requesting an invite, he received a notification from Happy. And almost simultaneously, the other 3 open accounts also received notifications. Their infiltration had been successful as well. Blue River immediately checked what the guild channel was chatting about and discovered that most of them were talking about the Guardian. A level 5 guild talking about Guardians wasn't anything abnormal. However, soon after, he received a team invite from the guild's leader, Lord Grim, causing him to be surprised. Blue River didn't know what was going on, so he chose to accept. After joining the team, he found that there wasn't a single team, but rather 2 teams, in order to form a 20-player group. From this, Blue River instantly realized what Lord Grim was planning on doing. He then saw that Blue Brook Guild's other 3 open accounts had also joined the team. One of those 3 players was very confused. Seeing that all for open accounts were here, he hastily messaged Blue River in surprise, "Have we been caught?" This question caused Blue River to panic, but he quickly calmed down. He told him not to worry and then went to check the 20-player group structure. Lord Grim, Soft Mist, Cleansing Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion. These names weren't new to Blue River. Seeing these characters, Blue River felt a large amount of pressure bearing down on him. He knew that if these players were to compete for dungeon records, no one in the 10th server could compete with them. And now, they were gathered together. Although, one good thing was that Steamed Bun Invasion seemed to be very underleveled compared to the other first-string characters, and Blue River was immediately able to figure out that it was the result of him not participating in the Christmas event. Lord Grim's team also had a Ghostblade character. Blue River remembered that the character's name was 1-Inch Ash, but he wasn't in the team right now. Blue River opened up the guild member list and prepared to do a search. But as soon as he opened it, he noticed the default ordering for the guild member list. The first column was by rank. The second column was by level. In Happy, apart from the guild's leader, Lord Grim, who didn't have a class, the ordering was done from highest level to lowest level. At the top was Lord Grim, Soft Mist and Cleansing Mist at level 39. And beneath them were those for open accounts from Blue Brook Guild that had infiltrated Happy. Blue River understood why they had been invited into the 20-player group. It was because they were already the highest level characters in Happy. This type of situation was quite good for them. A higher level meant a higher status. Even though they couldn't enter Lord Grim's inner circle, they were still in a higher position than those low-level players. Blue River did a casual skim over the rest of the names and was stumped for words. The players' levels in Happy were unexpectedly low. The character Blue River was using and the other 3 open accounts were all around level 36. And the number of guild members in this level range was extremely few in this guild of 500 players. The number of guild members above level 35 was 19. Everyone else was below level 35 and, near the end, there were even some level 20 players. Blue River was astonished. He had predicted that the average player's level in Happy couldn't compare to their Blue Brook Guild, but he didn't think that there would be such a large disparity. In their Blue Brook Guild, level 35 and above players held the majority, while players below level 35 were the minority. With Lord Grim's fame in the 10th server and the craze over Happy's founding, he had the qualifications to compare with their top guilds. But in reality, it seemed like a gathering of a bunch of level 30 players. What was the reasoning behind this? Could he be trying to establish the players' loyalty to the guild by raising them up from lower levels? Blue River could only guess. He then opened up Happy's list of invite requests and discovered that it wasn't that Happy didn't want to pick the high-level players, it was that there simply weren't any level 35 and above players that had signed up. Those that were above level 35 had already joined a different guild or were open accounts, similar to the one Blue River was using. Blue River was, after all, an experienced player. After a quick analysis, he was able to quickly understand the situation. This was because of the Christmas event disaster, as well as a type of restriction due to the top guilds. In Blue River's eyes, level 36 players weren't considered high level. Right now, if a player wanted to join Blue Brook Guild, the minimum requirement was to be level 35. The guild members who currently weren't level 35 had joined the guild in the early stages, but hadn't been able to keep up with the fast leveling speed. However, for the rest of the 10th server, level 36 was where players would go to Fire Forest and soon graduate to Challenge Sin City. For those who hadn't participated in the Christmas event with Lord Grim, these players were at the forefront. If Yishio hadn't used such a valiant strategy for the Christmas event and the top guilds had only leveled the normal way in Sin City, then they would only be at level 36 as well. These players would already be considered the elites of their guild, the top players in the 10th server. Because of the Christmas event, such an abnormal occurrence happened. If not for that, then level 36 would have been the level range where they should be at. After them were the level 36 players, who would have been amongst the highest leveled players if the elites from the top guilds hadn't leveled with Lord Grim with the Christmas event. After the Christmas event, they leveled up once or twice more. Slightly below those were where the majority of the players from their top guilds were at. To put it simply, there were very few players around level 36 in the entire 10th server. In addition, most of them were in the top guilds. As for those without guilds, those who were at this level range probably didn't want to join a guild, so they obviously wouldn't have thought much about Happy's creation. As a result, in the end, these open accounts from their top guilds, possessing the level of their normal guild members, would immediately stand out in Happy. After understanding all of this, Blue River was suddenly taken aback after seeing the list of level 35 and above players. In the 10th server, there really weren't many players around level 36 that sought after Happy. Could it be that all of these level 35 and above players were the same as him and were open accounts that had been sent to infiltrate Happy?